recent weeks a treasure trove, a beautiful treasure trove of letters from the Bronze Age, Jane Austen, Robert Burns. This is a unique treasure trove, and if we can't act now and raise £15 million to keep it in this country, it will be broken up and sold in auction in New York. Will the minister, will the government help us? Could the National Trust, for example, that has huge reserves, help us to keep it in Britain? Where most of the literary houses at the moment have had a year of no income and are struggling to help and raise this money. We desperately need this collection kept in our country. Will she help, and help soon?
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, the Government is delighted that a public consortium led by the Friends of the National Libraries has come together to seek to acquire the Huddersfield Library. We do hope that the fundraising campaign is successful and that it's able to realise its plans to allocate parts of the collection to libraries around the UK for the benefit of the public. We will, of course, keep a very close eye on this, and I know the Secretary of State is planning to meet with the group very shortly.
Heather Wheeler.
Question number 12, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government is currently considering the responses to the consultation on the Electronic Communications Code, which closed in March, and we will, of course, carefully consider the impact of our proposals on all stakeholders, including community organisations, which we all value so highly.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his first answer. The Minister will be aware that thousands of farmers, churches and community groups who host mobile telecoms infrastructure on their land have faced financial hardship due to the 2017 ECC reform, with some seeing enforced rent reductions of up to 90%, as has happened in my South Derbyshire constituency. What measures is he planning to support those that face losing these critical sources of income? And will he agree, very kindly, to meet with me and representatives of these impacted groups as soon as possible?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd be delighted to meet with her to discuss this. I think it's important to be clear that those 2017 reforms were intended to cut the amount that was paid by operators and put them on a similar footing to other utilities, and that supports the rollout of connectivity that we all want to see. But it is important that the negotiations that take place are fair commercial negotiations and that landowners ultimately receive a fair price. So the reason we are consulting as we speak is to make sure that the system works effectively and that those fair prices are delivered.
Number 13, sir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I group this with number 14. I won't, but thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government is focused intently on improving digital infrastructure and connectivity in rural areas, both through the £5 billion Project Gigabit programme and the £1 billion shared rural network. This will deliver huge increases in connectivity across the whole country, while Project Gigabit provides fibre to at least 85% of the country.
Speaker, I very much welcome Tuesday's announcement on the shared rural network and the news that 98% of my constituency of Broadland will receive some form of coverage. But if you visit Great Snoring and many other villages in my constituency, if you get a signal at all, you have to go outside in order to get it. So will the Minister confirm to me that in order to claim this coverage, you have to have a signal sufficiently strong to penetrate a normal building so that you can have a conversation inside and not only in the garden?
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. The target of the 4G shared rural network is based on outside coverage, but, of course, the effect of that outside coverage is a huge halo that brings signals indoors into, as he puts it, normal homes and beyond. And I think what we will see is a really significant improvement in indoor coverage alongside an improvement on 45,000 kilometres of roads and in 1.2 million businesses and homes across the country.
Substantive question to Minister Huddleston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government has provided over £25 billion in support to the tourism, hospitality and leisure sectors over the course of the pandemic. We're continuing to support travel agents with, for example, restart grants and the extended furlough scheme. Our tourism recovery plan sets out a range of measures to support the sector with the aim of recovering domestic tourism to pre-pandemic levels by 2022 and international travel by 2023, both at least a year faster than independent forecasters predict.
Let's go to Neil Hamby. Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those headline numbers of 25 billion only tell part of the story. Unfortunately, much of that, because of the asymmetry of the government support and the asymmetry of the travel recovery plan, have not found their way into the hands of travel agents such as Moorfields Travel and Travel You World in my Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath constituency. These family-run SMEs have kept the lights on for the travel industry, like many others across the country. They've given their all, they've sold the silver, and there's nothing left to give. They're now facing the possibility of going under. That will disrupt holidays and the travel recovery itself. So can the Minister explain to them, not to me, why the efforts that they have made and their businesses no longer matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an unfortunate characterisation in the final comments of the Honourable Gentleman. He'll be aware that actually many elements of the tourism sector are devolved matters, but we are working cooperatively with the Scottish Government on many areas. They've developed their recovery plan. We've developed one as well, and actually it does have UK-wide implications. As I've said, for those sectors in England that have been unable to automatically get grants and support, we have put measures in place, such as the additional restrictions grant, in order to help them, and will continue to assess support measures.
We have a substantive question to Minister Whittingham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Paralympic Games is one of the highlights of the sporting calendar, and it was in recognition of its special national significance that we added the Paralympic Games to the listed events regime in 2020, meaning it will remain available on free-to-air television. I would like to wish all our athletes every success in Tokyo, and I very much welcome Channel 4's plans to broadcast live coverage of the Paralympics throughout the Games.
To Dr. Lisa Cameron. Lisa.
Many thanks, Mr. Speaker. New research by Scope has shown that 69% of people with disabilities believe the Paralympics helps to tackle negative attitudes. And this comes as 3 in 4 people with disabilities believe the public's perceptions of disabled people have worsened or not shifted during the pandemic. But Scope and the Paralympics GB have teamed up to call for the Paralympic Games to be a catalyst for change. So the all-party group for disability that I chair are asking the Secretary of State and Government to commit to work across broadcasting to champion inclusion in sports and employment for people with disabilities, alongside celebrating the fantastic achievements of our Paralympians.
Minister.
Well, the Government absolutely shares the ambition of the Honourable Lady and her all-party group to increase the participation by disabled people in sport, and the Paralympics has been an extraordinary success in demonstrating the remarkable achievements of disabled athletes. And I share the Honourable Lady's view that I hope that the Paralympics will again receive record viewing figures, and that UK Paralympic athletes will continue to do as well as they have in recent times.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've provided unprecedented support for arts and sports and have only just opened up applications for the latest round of the £2 billion Cultural Recovery Fund, and that will specifically focus on helping them to reopen fully. Our aim is, of course, to get everything back at full capacity, sports, live music and cultural events from the 19th of July, and we're making good progress towards that goal.
Chris Green.
Thank my right honourable friend for his answer. Right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health said that if the direction of travel with COVID data is maintained, then we'll be able to have our terminus day on the 19th of July. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that terminus day means an end to social distancing, an end to compulsory mask wearing and the full return to normal, not just for the end of July, but permanently? Yes, well, as my honourable friend rightly says, and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health, has said, we are making very good progress towards the 19th. We are hopeful and indeed confident that we'll be able to remove, as planned, at stage 4, all the remaining legal limits on social contact, reopen the remaining closed settings, and remove all limits on weddings and other life events. And that is very much what I am working towards.
Final question from Carolyn Harris before.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 18.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Gambling Commission is running the competition for the next national lottery licence, which will come into force in August 2023. The Gambling Commission has undertaken several rounds of market engagement with prospective applicants, and I was pleased to note that the Commission received the expected number of applications, and we expect to announce the preferred applicant at the end of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Gambling Commission has turned down an invitation to appear before the Gambling Related Harm APPG to discuss the upcoming National Lottery Licence procurement and indeed the performance of the current provider. Many products developed by the current provider, such as online instant win games, have potential to cause serious harms. So will the Minister reassure the House that there will be proper scrutiny of the next provider and that appropriate harm prevention measures will be introduced?
Well, I would say to the Honourable Lady that the incidence of problem gambling is amongst the lowest amongst players of the National Lottery, but nevertheless the need for protection of players does remain of paramount importance, and it was for that reason that the government recently increased the minimum age for purchase of National Lottery tickets from 16 to 18, and I can assure the Honourable Lady that we will continue to monitor whether, as will the Gambling Commission, whether any further measures are necessary.
Dr. Jamie Wallace. What we will do, we'll come to Secretary of State. Topical 1.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. I've announced ambitious proposals for broadcasting reform, including the equalisation of regulation of video-on-demand services such as Netflix and Amazon Prime, prominence for public service broadcasters, and the potential change in ownership of Channel 4 in order to secure its long-term success. We continue, of course, to work closely with all of our sectors as we plan for that full reopening on the 19th. And our next wave of pilots is helping us to do so safely and permanently. One of those pilots will, of course, now go down in history after England's glorious win at Wembley on Tuesday. And I know that the whole House will join me in wishing the team the very best of luck in the quarter-finals in Rome on Saturday.
Dr. Jamie Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to draw my right honourable friend's attention to the issue of displaying the Union flag in the Welsh Parliament. As many will know, the presiding officer of the Senate banned the displaying of the Union flag by Conservative members last week. And yesterday, the First Minister, Mark Drakeford, described them as vacuous symbolism by tea-towel Tories of 2021. Does my right honourable friend agree with me? The people across Wales are proud to display the Union Jack because they have pride in their country they live in and of what the UK stands for. What actions will my...
Well, of course, I share my honourable friend's pride in the Union flag. Of course, it unites us as a nation and a people. And as he well knows, the Union flag is the national flag of the United Kingdom, and it is so called because it embodies the emblems of 4 or 3 countries united under one sovereign, the kingdoms of England, Wales, of Scotland, and of course of Northern Ireland. And I do think it's quite extraordinary that the First Minister should describe it as vacuous symbolism and by tea-towel Tories. It really does show how out of touch he is with the people of Wales and the Labour Party is with the wider United Kingdom.
Secretary of State Joe Stevens.
I'd remind the Secretary of State of the election results in Wales in May. And can I wish England as well all the best for the quarter-finals? A fantastic game, and I look forward to a repeat of the performance in the quarter-finals. On the 23rd of March, the Minister of State for Culture, when asked about government-backed insurance for the live events industry, said that, and I quote, "The decision is with the Treasury right now." And we're 3.5 months on, and there's silence from the government. So can the Secretary of State say today whether the government is going to underwrite time-limited insurance for live events? The industry just needs to know the answer. A straight yes or no, please.
Well, I very much understand the industry's desire for insurance, and I have engaged with them. I have said all along that, as with film and TV insurance, the first step is to get all the other restrictions removed. Now, we're making very good progress towards doing that on the 19th. At that point, if it is the case that there is a market failure, namely that the commercial insurance providers cannot insure for that, we will look at whether we can extend insurance with some sort of government-backed scheme. We are engaging extensively with the Treasury and other government departments to see what that might look like.
Jill Stephens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Festivals continue to be cancelled, even those scheduled after the 19th of July, like WOMAD, because the government still hasn't published any guidance about sector reopening. They were forced into publishing the results of the events research programme last week after our urgent question. There's also briefing to the press that nightclubs, for example, are going to reopen with no testing or proof of vaccine requirements. Businesses have had 15 long months of this chaos. He won't confirm insurance now. He won't publish guidance. So can he explain how festivals and live events scheduled for after the 19th of July can go ahead?
Well, the first thing I would say, as I have said previously, is we are making very good progress towards the 19th. I really do hope and expect, given that the evidence is suggesting that despite rising infections, we are breaking that linkage to hospitalisations and deaths, we will be able to have that full reopening from the 19th. We've always said that we would clarify and confirm that at least a week in advance. That will be by the 12th of July. In terms of wider support, festivals have benefited from millions of pounds of support through the Cultural Recovery Fund. And of course, at least one of our events research programme pilots is in relation to a festival.
Let's go to Andrew Percy. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, can I ask the Secretary of State how the shared rural network and other improvements are going to finally get us the improvements in mobile phone coverage across North Lincolnshire and the East Riding of Yorkshire that we so desperately still need?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The shared rural network will eliminate the partial knot spots across huge swathes of the country. In Yorkshire and the Humber in particular, it will take the region from 95 to 99% coverage from at least one operator, and it will go up from 81 to 90% coverage from all four operators. I know how hard my honourable friend has been working on this issue, and I look forward to working with him to continue that progress.
Let's go to Julie Elliott. Julie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I take this opportunity to wish the Sunderland Empire and my constituency a happy 114th birthday. But the government boasts free trade deals with 17 countries, each having different rules, making it almost as hard as countries who don't. When is the government going to sort this out and get a deal to allow our artists, musicians, truckers and sports staff to tour across Europe properly and save this industry before it's too late?
Mr. Speaker, look, we're 100% aware of the importance of the UK's creative and cultural industries and the importance of musicians and performers being able to tour easily abroad. We've moved with great urgency to provide the clarity that they need about the current position, and through our engagement with Member States we have established that at least 17 of the 27, including France and Germany and Italy, some of the biggest economic contributors, do allow visa and permit-free touring, and we're continuing to talk to the others.
Waitford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that football is absolutely 100% definitely coming home. With charity beginning at home, when the two come together, they are absolutely unstoppable. This weekend, I'm joining Maccabi in Prestwich in my constituency with a 24-hour football challenge. Will the Minister join with me in wishing them, everyone, the best of luck and crossing his fingers for the best of weather for us as well?
Well, indeed, I'm afraid I can't promise the weather. I wish I could, but I will be delighted to join him in wishing all those participating in the Maccabi 24-hour football challenge the very best of luck. I've no doubt that the time will fly by if they take the inspirational example and keep top of mind the example of Harry Kane and Raheem Sterling from Tuesday's success against Germany. And of course, this is a fantastic opportunity for volunteers to raise money for their club to refurbish a local pitch, and I understand that the FA will also be matching some of the money raised. I wish him the very best of luck.
Let's go to Jeff Smith. Jeff.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Nightclubs can't open today. They don't know what capacities and rules they'll be working under when they do. They have got no income. They're still racking up debts. And today they have to start paying towards furlough payments. Does the Minister think that's fair on them?
Well, I would say to the honourable gentleman that nightclubs actually fall within BEIS's responsibility, but I'm very happy to answer the question in respect of it. The key thing is to get them to reopen, and we're making very good progress towards doing that on the 19th. And, of course, many of these existing schemes, and certainly in relation to the Cultural Recovery Fund, will continue to pay out for the coming weeks and months. And indeed, we have said that claims can be made in respect to the Cultural Recovery Fund until the end of this year. So a wide range of support remains available for our cultural institutions.
Right, quickly we go to David Simmons. David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents in Rice North have benefited hugely from investment by Hillingdon Council in youth facilities. The Youth Investment Fund has the potential to bring these benefits to a much wider group of young people. Could my right honourable friend please provide an update on the plans the department has for the use of this money?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Youth Investment Fund aims to level up access to youth provision over the course of this Parliament, but £30 million has already been committed as capital funding in 21-22, and that will provide investment in new and refurbished safe spaces for young people so that they can access support from youth workers and enjoy beneficial activities, including sport and culture. We know how valuable these facilities are, and details of the bidding process for the next rounds will be announced in due course.
We now come to questions to the Attorney-General. The first question is withdrawn, but I will ask the Minister to provide an answer, and then I will call Kenny McCaskill. Attorney-General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In order to avoid prejudice to criminal proceedings, I may issue what is called a media advisory notice in order to inform and ensure responsible media coverage. I have launched a campaign called Think Before You Post to promote awareness of the risks of ill-judged social media posts. It is critical, Mr. Speaker, that that evidence is tested before a jury. Any evidence should be tested before a jury in a court of law and not in the court of public opinion.
In this case, the High Court judge suggested offences by a blogger were to be dealt with differently by similar breaches by mainstream media. Given that most, if not all, recent serious breaches have been carried out by the mainstream media, and given, moreover, that the press and media is evolutionary, with many of the current mainstream media once themselves having been radical outsiders supporting, for example, universal franchise, would he agree with me that while bloggers rightly require to be held to account, they are equally entitled to the protections that apply to the rest of the mainstream media?
Well, I thank him for his question, Mr. Speaker. Everyone is equal under the law, and in general, the media is responsible and is very much aware of reporting restrictions and the limitations of reporting active proceedings and what reporting might amount to a contempt of court. And I do, as I've said, and have issued media advisory notices where that is not happening, and in exceptional cases. But the point he makes about bloggers and others on social media is a live one, and it is right that everyone is aware that whether they have training or not, they are responsible under the law for what they post. Interfering, prejudicing or undermining court proceedings is a serious matter and can be visited with a sentence of up to 2 years of imprisonment.
We have a substantive question to Sir Michael.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right to amplify and promote the question of education. The campaign on social media from my office includes Twitter and LinkedIn, including videos from myself and other stakeholders, press engagement with varied media outlets.
Attorney General, I think it's question 3 from Sharon Hodgson.
Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Royal Albert Hall.
The Royal Albert Hall. Yes, Mr. Speaker. The disagreement between the Charity Commission and the Royal Albert Hall is long-running, and it raises complex issues of charity law. The parties have been asked to try to resolve these issues without recourse to potentially costly litigation. That process is ongoing. My officials are continuing to engage with the parties to assist them in working through the contentious matters raised by this case.
Let's go to Sharon Hodgson. Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A face value ticket for an Eric Clapton concert in May next year at the Royal Albert Hall costs £175. Yet tickets are on sale on Viagogo at a 577% markup at £1,185 per ticket. The seats in question are owned by a party related to a vice president of the corporation. The Attorney General wrote to me last week to say that he wishes to, and I quote, move this matter towards a satisfactory resolution as swiftly as possible, end quote. Will he therefore take immediate action on this serious and clear conflict of interest at a British institution and permit the Charity Commission to take this to a tribunal?
To Rockstar, just to help.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to that elucidation. The Royal Albert Hall and the Charity Commission have been working to try to resolve the matter that the Honourable Lady refers to without recourse to litigation. And I'm awaiting the outcome of that process. I have instructed my officials to continue to engage with the parties that the Honourable Lady refers to assist them in working through the complex issues that are raised by this case. I will say, however, that no decision has been taken on whether to consent to the referral to the Charity Commission. I will approach the matter as a neutral umpire, commensurate with my role as Attorney General and as Parens Patriae.
Number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I frequently meet criminal... It is grouped, Mr. Speaker, with question 5, with your permission. And I frequently meet criminal justice partners to discuss this important issue. The COVID-19 outbreak has been felt keenly by the criminal justice system, and recovery is a priority for this government. I've been proud of the resilience that criminal justice agencies have shown. There is still more to do, but both the CPS and the Serious Fraud Office have been commended for their efforts at this difficult time, and I would like to thank them for continuing to support the delivery of justice.
Simon Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the police, Wrexham and Denbighshire councils and other authorities in Clwyd South who've done a great job during the difficult days of the pandemic. How can my right honourable friend reassure my constituents of efforts to continue to deliver justice in Clwyd South despite the pandemic?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his generous question, and I'm proud that all criminal justice agencies have worked closely together since the COVID-19 outbreak to ensure essential justice services continue to be delivered. I mean, the CPS and the Court Service in North Wales have worked closely together throughout the pandemic to ensure that courts can be run safely, to maximise the flow of cases while preserving public health. For example, domestic abuse cases, in particular, they've been prioritised in the Magistrates' Court, so there's no delays or backlogs for those sensitive cases where, of course, victims deserve our protection and support. But that goes in Clwyd South and it goes everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his answer. In Sussex, we have a backlog of over 800 Crown Court cases, one case now approaching 4 years without coming to court, and a rising dropout rate. The Nightingale Court in Chichester is making a real difference, but we still need greater capacity and pace. Can my honourable friend assure me that every avenue is being pursued to address this backlog so we can ensure justice for victims in Eastbourne and in Sussex?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. CPS South East in her region is working with all criminal justice partners to support the recovery activity within Sussex, including to ensure court capacity can be maximised and file quality improved, which, of course, the better the file quality, the speedier proceedings can follow. The latest levels of cases that I've seen flowing through the courts indicate that in recent weeks, at least, outstanding caseload in the Crown Court has begun to reduce. However, of course, there is still more to be done. And I should say at this point that there's no limit on the number of days Crown Courts are going to be able to sit for the next fiscal year. And this will enable Crown Court judges to hold as many hearings as safely and as they can and physically possible as we continue to recover from the pandemic.
Shadow AG, Ali Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we come out of the pandemic, to restore confidence in the criminal justice system, the public needs to know the law will apply equally to everyone, irrespective of rank, job or title. It's clear from the footage of the former Health Secretary and his aide that the law on indoor gatherings was breached. This very same law prevented Her Majesty the Queen from sitting with her family at the funeral of her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. Does the Attorney-General agree with me that by failing to investigate the former Health Secretary's breach, this government is sending the message that there's one rule for government ministers and their advisers and another for everyone else?
Well, the Honourable Lady will know that we do not discuss individual cases, putative or otherwise, and the reality of the matter is that she will recognise that everyone is equal under the law in our system, and that has always been the case and remains the case. So what we have is an extremely pressing CPS caseload, a court system that is working very hard to bring justice to all, and that includes victims of serious crime. So I don't recognise the problem that she raises. We have a system in this country where everyone is treated equally, and it is a matter entirely for the independent authorities to investigate each and every case they see fit, not a matter for government ministers.
MP spokesperson Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a record 60,000 cases in the backlog of the Crown Court cases, past UK Government austerity is closing legal aid centres across the UK. Now COVID significantly is impacting on access to justice. Does the Attorney-General agree that the justice system is vital to keeping cases moving through the justice system, and what does he plan to do to ensure that access to legal aid is available for everyone across the UK?
Well, she's right to raise this point, and of course access to legal aid is very important in the administration of justice, and this government has maintained funding for that purpose. She's right also to focus on the impact of the pandemic to the system, and as I've already indicated, financial matters are being dealt with very generously by the Treasury and the Ministry of Justice. I mean, this government spent over £250 million on recovery, as she may know, and this has helped to make court buildings safe, rolling out new technology for virtual hearings, which of course then is less expensive and less time-consuming. There's recruitment of additional staff, there are Nightingale courts, so whether it be at one end of the criminal justice system or the other, this government is funding the process so as to ensure speedy, safe and equal justice for all.
Select Committee, Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Attorney rightly referred to the work of the various justice agencies in this regard, and the Director of Public Prosecutions gave powerful evidence to the Select Committee on the 21st of June about the pressures which the backlog places upon the Crown Prosecution Service. Because every case that goes to court has to be worked on by CPS staff, and he's concerned at a real risk, as in his phrase, of fatigue with case levels running at 50% above pre-COVID levels. Can we make sure we have a whole systems approach of sustained investment in this Crown Prosecution Service and the rest of the prosecution service to make sure that staff are able to cope with the demands of getting back on track and having cases brought forward timelessly?
I thank my learned friend for his question, and he's right to make this point about the well-being of staff in the criminal justice system, and the CPS in particular in this case, having had Max Hill before his committee. He will know that the HMCPSI reports have praised the Crown Prosecution Service and their focus on well-being of staff during this period, because they have continued to deliver an essential public service. In spite of the pandemic, staff have continued to attend courts where necessary to enable them to fulfil their public duty. But I should say that the evidence that his committee have heard is correct. The total live CPS post-charge caseload is 51% higher than pre-COVID. This equates to 52,000 additional cases. In the Magistrates' Court, an estimated increase of 3,800 cases that will require a trial listing, and 11,700, an increase of 70% in the Crown Court. So he's right to think about the well-being of staff and the fatigue that they're naturally enduring during this time.
Let's go to Mr. Virendra Sharma. Narendra.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents, small business owners and the self-employed, are struggling with unpaid invoices and bills for work and services provided and threatened with losing their homes. They are not eligible for national support schemes and need to rely on courts to recover their lost money. What will the minister do to help them get justice as quickly as possible?
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, this government is very conscious of the pressure that businesses of all sizes have been put under by the pandemic, small, medium and large. And he's right to focus on small businesses because, of course, losses occasioned by the pandemic and its exigencies really do put considerable pressure on small businesses in particular. Where they have to recover debts owed to them through the courts will process those matters. But of course, there are prioritisations within the system, but he can be assured that the Ministry of Justice, to my knowledge, is working hard to support the court process so that all matters can be dealt with as expeditiously as possible.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognise the significant work that the Honourable Member has done to protect victims in this area, both as a constituency MP and in his roles as on the APPG for fair business banking and the APPG on whistleblowing. In the last 12 months, the SFO has brought a number of individuals and corporations to justice, including successful prosecutions in its Unit Oil case, uncovering $17 million in bribes, a conviction against GPT resulting in £30 million in confiscations, fines and costs, as well as deferred prosecution agreements with G4S and airline services, resulting in over £47 million in penalties and costs.
Kevin Holloway.
Thank you for that answer. And the GPT case she refers to was one of the SFO's rare successes in court in a proven case of corruption. £28 million in penalties, I think, maybe 30, as she says, including costs. The difficulty is, Ian Foxley, my constituent, who is the key whistleblower in this case, has been completely hung out to dry by the SFO. He's had 10 years without any financial compensation, 10 years of lost income. What does she think that effect that will have on future whistleblowers and the likelihood they may come forward with key evidence? And would she agree to meet with me and my constituent to discuss this matter and what can be done?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure my honourable friend that the SFO recognises the importance of whistleblowers to its work, and if it's appropriate, I'm very happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss this case, or more broadly, perhaps the issue. In the particular case, the judge concluded that it wasn't a suitable case to make a compensation order, and I understand this is why the SFO concluded it wouldn't be appropriate to put Mr Foxley's victim impact statement before the court, but I hope to discuss these issues more fully with the honourable member.
Substantive question to the Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I absolutely recognise the need to restore the faith of victims in these horrific cases. The recently published rate review outlines this government's ambition to ensure justice is served and more cases progress through the system. The CPS is fully committed to delivering actions under the rate review, and these will result in improved joint working of police and prosecutors in order to build stronger cases earlier and with less intrusion into victims' private lives.
Let's go to Kerry McCarthy. Kerry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The review includes setting the CPS targets of getting rape prosecutions up to 2016 levels. Labour has said the government should return to these levels by next year, not by the end of the next Parliament, to which the Lord Chancellor said that this was constitutionally illiterate. So can the Attorney-General confirm today if the government does intend to stick to these targets, or has it U-turned on this already?
Well, the matter that the Honourable Lady refers to is a matter for the Ministry of Justice, but she is right to raise it because cases involving rape and serious sexual offences are some of the most challenging, complicated cases that the CPS deals with. challenging and complicated, and I emphasise that. And that is why only prosecutors with specialist training manage these incredibly sensitive cases. So they are time-consuming, they are complex, and the CPS is committed to ensuring that specialist prosecutors are equipped to deal with the complexities and the sensitivities of these types of cases. So, for example, I just raised with her in May, the CPS published revised rape legal guidance following public consultation, including new content on challenging rape myths and stereotypes and a trauma-informed approach. And the reason I raise this, Mr. Speaker, is because speed is important, yes, but it is also right that, that the complexities and sensitivities of these cases are handled by highly trained and professional Crown Prosecution Service lawyers, and that is what is happening.
Now come to Shadow Attorney General again, Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's end-to-end rape review has been a missed opportunity to address the systemic failures in our criminal justice system. In the Attorney-General's own words, rape victims have been failed by this government. And after a 2-year wait, this review offers only piecemeal pilots, tinkering around the edges and next to no new funding. When the dire rape conviction statistics were raised with the Prime Minister last week in this House, he dismissed it as jabber, a disgraceful response. So today, will the Attorney-General apologise on behalf of the Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I think the Honourable Lady is mischaracterising what was said last week. The cross-government rate review was published on the 18th of June. It has produced key actions, an initial ambition to return volumes of cases progressing through the system to pre-2016 levels by the end of this Parliament, an ambition to ensure that no victim is left without access to a mobile phone for more than 24 hours, the launching of Pathfinder projects to test innovative ways for the police and the CPS to actually approach rape cases. So much has been included in the rape review. I very much accept, as I said in the rape review's opening paragraphs, that a great deal needs to be done, and we are not happy with where the process has been. But a great deal of work is going into this, and increased support for victims throughout the criminal justice process is important. And this is happening, including by increased provisions, for example, with ISFAs.
Can I just say I'm disappointed by the number of questions we've got through today. If hopefully in the future we might be able to get through quite a few more questions. I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. Those days today. Right, let us start with business questions. I call Fangham Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Leader of the House to give us the forthcoming business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business for the week commencing the 5th of July will include Monday, the 5th of July, the remaining stages of the Police Crime Sentencing Courts Bill. Tuesday, the 6th of July, second reading of the Dissolution and Calling of Parliament Bill. Wednesday, the 7th of July, an Opposition Day, the fourth allotted day. There will be a debate on a motion in the name of the Scottish National Party, the subject to be announced. On Thursday, the 8th of July, a general debate on fuel poverty, followed by a debate on a motion relating to the implementation of the recommendations of the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday, the 9th of July, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 12th of July will include Monday, the 12th of July, second reading of the Higher Education Freedom of Speech Bill. Tuesday, the 13th of July, the remaining stages of the Armed Forces Bill, followed by a motion relating to the appointment of the Chairman of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority. Wednesday, the 14th of July, the second reading of a bill. Thursday, the 15th of July, a debate on a motion relating to the Northern Ireland Protocol, followed by a debate on a motion relating to the Peking Winter Olympics and Chinese government sanctions. The subject for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday, the 16th of July, the House will not be sitting.
I now call Leader of the House, Fangham Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Leader for the business, and we can discuss later the absence apparent so far of a motion to change rules about recall. Mr. Speaker, it's extraordinary. I don't understand. I think the social distancing rules are very important, and people should follow them. Mr. Speaker, these words were from the now former Health Secretary last year, when a scientist admitted to meeting his girlfriend indoors, breaking COVID rules, and now we know he broke the same rules. He also flouted rules on procurement, handing out contracts to dodgy mates. He let down staff and residents of care homes with his not really a ring of protection around them, and much more. For instance, what sort of health secretary hands out contracts for PPE to his pub landlord, a pub called, and I'm not making this up, the Cock Inn? A few weeks ago in Business Question, the Leader of the House referred to the former Health Secretary as, and I quote, a successful genius. Does the Leader wish to amend this judgment? This May, the rules were there should be no indoor social gathering of 2 or more people from different households, and we've all seen the CCTV footage of the former Health Secretary and the former non-executive director of his then department. That's not a work meeting. But, Mr. Speaker, does the Leader know where government cameras are in government departments? Is there a list? If it wasn't the government, who put them there and how? In the Moggcast this week, the Leader said, if a man were to appoint his wife to be a non-executive director, you would hope that the Cabinet Office knew that the lady was married to the man. And he clearly agrees that it matters who a Secretary of State appoints to check his or her work. So will there be a review of the appointment process? And will government publish details of the appointment of this specific former non-executive director? Mr. Speaker, this week the British people have felt the joy of football victory, and keen followers of Business Question know that football is not my sport. But even I witnessed both the goals and the joy, and I am a great fan of joy. May there be more joy on Saturday. But with concerns about COVID outbreaks associated with Euro matches, can I ask what reassurance the government will give about protection for the remaining matches? And does the Leader understand the bemusement of amateur choirs still not allowed to sing indoors, seeing football fans cheering indoors? Can he explain why VIPs and business execs are exempt from travel restrictions when others, very ill, can't even get a response to an application to isolate at home instead of in a hotel on medical grounds? It's rules for all of us and no rules for government and their mates. No rules for them. Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the DWP Minister said the review on the 6-month rule for terminally ill people would be published shortly. Last week, the Leader said it would be soon. And on Monday, the Minister said it was very soon, and then said the same about the disability strategy promised 2 years ago. And yesterday, the Prime Minister gave a soon about the online safety bill. Can the Leader of the House tell us how long soon is? Thanks to months of campaigning by steelworkers, their trade unions and MPs, the government yesterday finally acted acted to protect steel jobs. But just saying soon doesn't help people who are worried about their jobs and their livelihoods. Will the government learn that? Mr Speaker, when ministers break rules, the Prime Minister rewards them instead of sacking them. When the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government helped out a Tory donor mate, he didn't sack him. When the Home Secretary was found to have bullied her own staff, he didn't sack her. When the Education Secretary messed up, well, pretty much everything, the Prime Minister didn't sack him, and that saga continues with children missing months of school in a catch-up plan that doesn't catch them up. And no, this is not just Westminster bubble stuff. As the Leader of the Opposition said yesterday, this hurts people. They feel betrayed. People who dutifully watched Number 10 press conferences to check rules. And in following rules, people struggled. Some lost jobs. Some couldn't hold the hand of a parent at the end of life or be at their funeral. But they stuck to the rules, even when it really hurt. And meanwhile, the Prime Minister can't get his ministers to stick to any rules. So what consequences for ministers breaking rules does the Leader think there should be? People hate hypocrisy, Mr Speaker. They know it when they see it, and they've seen it again this week. The man who set the COVID rules, breaking the COVID rules, and a Prime Minister just waving his hands in the air. The Leader will say, well, there's a new Health Secretary and the vaccine rollout is great. And yes, we are eternally grateful to the scientists and the NHS for the vaccine. We are all queuing up. But this doesn't change government rule breaking and why this matters. So I ask the Leader of the House, when will the government stop breaking their own rules? Because it really is one set of rules for the people, and for the government and their mates, no rules for them. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, I think the Honourable Lady's fox was shot some time ago because my right honourable friend is the former Health Secretary. And the word former is quite an important one. He has been replaced, as we've had references to Association football, by the super sub, the Jack Grealish of politics, in the form of my right honourable friend, the new Secretary of State, who has come on with great effect and great panache already. And the Honourable Lady challenges me on what I said about the great genius of the former Secretary of State. And I do stick by that, because he worked incredibly hard for 15 months. But if I may resort to Dryden once again, the Honourable Lady will know that great wits are short of madness near allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide. And unfortunately, he made a grave mistake, for which, because the rules are enforced fairly, he resigned, and he resigned the day after the story was printed in the newspapers. And here we get the splitting of hairs between the resignation and the sacking. The man has gone. He has lost his job, as has the non-executive director in the Department of Health, with whom he seemed to be closely associated. And that is quite the right way for it to have happened. The right honourable gentleman, my right honourable friend, is no longer in office. And then the Honourable Lady complains about procurement. Well, this is not what the opposition was saying a year ago, when it was said the government specifically was asked if it would now commit to provide local public health services and Public Health England with whatever it needs to build up the test, trace and isolate regime so obviously needed. A strong demand from the opposition that should take place very quickly. And of course it was done quickly. What did the opposition do? It set out 10 proposals for the government. Very helpful. In number 3 was test, test, test. For testing to be effective, government should provide capacity for widespread regular community testing. Everyone showing symptoms should be able to access a test within 24 hours. On and on it goes, asking the government to do what exactly the government was doing. And now, a year later, they complain that we did it quickly. What did they want? They wanted us to do it with torpor, with inactivity, with idleness, where we wouldn't have got very far with it if we had. So last year we should do whatever it takes, and this year doing whatever it takes was wrong. And, Mr Speaker, there is a word for that, but it's not parliamentary, so I won't use it. It was quite right of the opposition to ask for what it did a year ago. It was right for the government to do it, and it had to be done at speed. Now, I'm delighted that the Honourable Lady wants to spread joy. As we all know, joy cometh in the morning, and this morning is a morning of joy for us all. And she asks about remaining matches. Now, I don't know the specific plans for football, but I can inform the House about the plans for anyone intending to go to the match between England and Pakistan at Lord's, a one-day match on the 10th of July, which I will be going to, and I got the circular from the MCC yesterday that you will be required either to show that you have been double vaccinated within a fortnight or that you have had a recent test. So there are procedures in place, and this is one of the test events. It's actually a one-day match, not a test, but Mr. Speaker, you get the point. It is a test event where things will be carefully kept in order to ensure the safety of people going there. The Honourable Lady thanks the Government for bringing forward the duties for the steelworkers, and I'm grateful for her thanks and for her support for the robust action that the Government has taken. It is being done quite properly in the right way to ensure that the steel industry is protected where it needs to be. And then we get into an obscure argument about the Westminster bubble. It is unquestionably true that there are some issues which this House is beset by, and I think deciding how many angels dance on the pinhead of a resignation or a sacking is one of those, and my right honourable friend the Prime Minister was right to say so yesterday.
Let us head to Ian Little-Granger. Ian.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. And 2 weeks ago, my right honourable friend promised to chase up local government ministers for failing to answer my questions about the consultation in Somerset. I know he's chased him, and I do thank him enormously for that. But I'm beginning to understand why the ministry and the government kept this a secret. Their results, their survey, only attracted 5,000 responses. This is a pathetic 1% of the Somerset population. But 111,000 people cast their votes in the referendum organised by the district councils, and a huge majority voted in favour of the two unitaries. This referendum cannot be ignored by ministers because of democracy and legality, and it will damage itself if it does. I think this deserves a debate in government time to be able to talk about the land of King Arthur and what a marvellous, honourable people they are.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, your puns are getting almost as bad as mine. But I would say to my honourable friend that he is tempting me in the right direction to have a debate on the great advantages of the County of Somerset and the fact that Alfred's coming out of the levels and defeating Guthrum is the foundation not only of England, but actually of the United States and of Australia, and all that flows from that comes from Alfred defeating the Danes. Otherwise it would have been a very different kettle of fish. So I sympathise with his desire for a debate, but I think on the specific issue it is more suited to an adjournment debate. The government will of course take into account the responses that have come in to the discussion on how the County of Somerset should be administered. But what I would say is of fundamental importance is that actually bureaucratic boundaries are not what people in Somerset mind about. They care about their whole historic united county. That is what matters to my constituents and to his, and bureaucratic boundaries are comparatively trifling.
Let us go to Pete Wishart, the SNP spokesperson. Pete.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank Leader of the House for announcing the business for next week? And I suppose the first thing to do is to acknowledge this week's sporting success, and I'm sure the whole House will want to congratulate Andy Murray's stunning progress to the third round at Wimbledon. And apparently there was some football game on too, Mr. Speaker. But now we're getting rid of evil. How about we get ESEV, English sport for English viewers, just so that Scottish viewers on the BBC don't have to endlessly watch that Gaza goal scored against us, and we're spared from the endless references to 1966 when we're watching Croatia or Denmark. And can we have a debate about ministerial resignations? After the departure of the Health Secretary, the public just don't know what it takes to get the sack anymore. This was a Health Secretary whose tenure was littered with unlimited disastrous policy decisions, riddled with cronyism, overseeing the largest death rate in Europe. But it wasn't that brought him down. It was issues around having an affair. Does the Leader of the House not think this is akin to Al Capone going down for tax evasion? And today marks the beginning of the end of furlough, and there is no statement from the Chancellor. This will add thousands of pounds to businesses right across the country, and the IFS has warned that this will lead to layoffs and redundancy. So why no statement? And we also need an urgent update on the settlement scheme, given that the Home Office is unable to cope with outstanding backlog and there's ongoing confusion and chaos. Sometimes it seems, Mr. Speaker, this is a government more interested in sausages than people.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, well, haggis to that, I think. What I would say to the honourable gentleman when he complains about references to 1966 is pots and kettles, because we often hear from the SNP about 1314. So I think 1966 is a little bit more recent history than 1314. And I would say about the furlough scheme that this was well announced and well planned, and that we are getting back to normal. The 19th of July is a terminus. We are getting back to normal. That is on track to carry on with the railway comparison, and it is therefore right that businesses begin to get back to normal. Bear in mind that £407 billion of taxpayers' money has been spent supporting the economy, 14 million jobs and people through the furlough and self-employed schemes have been protected at a cost of £88.5 billion. There is not unlimited money, and it is right that the scheme is withdrawn at the point at which the pandemic's emergency provisions are drawing to a close. As regards the settlement scheme, I think 5.3 million or so EU member state nationals have been dealt with through this scheme out of 5.6 million applications so far. A generous deadline was sent, and this has been handled extraordinarily well and efficiently by the Home Office, and officials there deserve considerable gratitude from the nation for handling it so smoothly, considering the very much higher number of people who were eligible for it than the Office for National Statistics thought were in the country.
Let's go to Fiona Bruce. Fiona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recently celebrated National Marriage Week. As we come out of lockdown and welcome back larger weddings, can we have a debate about marriage, recognising that we do not want to price people out of marriage, not least because this week the Centre for Social Justice has pointed out that if you're born into a well-off family, you have a 96% chance of having two parents. In our poorest communities, it is 28% and falling. Whilst we all agree that single parents deserve all the help they can get, and so many do a great job, does the Leader of the House agree that if we as politicians are serious about levelling up, we shouldn't hold back from also supporting marriage and the stability it provides to give children a positive start in life?
Leader.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for her question and the excellent work of the Centre for Social Justice, which was founded, of course, by our right honourable friend, the member for Chingford. Its findings are very important and very clear, and my honourable friend is right to be supportive of marriage. It may not surprise her to know that I am very supportive of marriage. It is a foundation stone of our society and has been for millenniums. It is fundamental. The issue here is, I think, tonal as much as anything. I think the government and politicians should support, encourage and foster marriage, but they mustn't be harsh on those who are not married. And I think my honourable friend is absolutely right in her tone to say, yes, we need to support people who are single parents, but recognise the great benefits to children of being within a couple and within a family.
Let's go to the chair of the Backbench Committee, Ian Mearns. Ian.
Very grateful as always, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of the House for announcing the Backbench Business Committee debates for the 8th and 15th of July. And on the 15th, as has been said, Mr. Speaker, we're proposing debates on the Northern Ireland Protocol and the Beijing Winter Olympics and the Chinese government. Mr. Speaker, the levels of demand for Backbench Business Committee remain high, but alas, Mr. Speaker, we don't think that we have any further time to allocate that we know of before the summer recess, having pre-allocated all potential slots in both Westminster Hall, and we've already pre-allocated subjects for debate on Thursday, the 22nd of July, should the committee be allocated that time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we do our best to facilitate the Backbench Business Committee by announcing time, and I'm glad that the honourable gentleman is grateful for the time that has been made available.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I joined my local police force for a series of visits around Blackpool. I was travelling in a car with PC Jeff Blinko and Sergeant Helen McLaren when we spotted a man carrying a foot-long machete repeatedly punching a young woman. Without hesitation, the officers got out of the car, and after a short chase and the use of pava spray, they were able to get the man to the ground and arrest him. The bravery and professionalism of the officers was second to none, and they deserve immense respect and admiration for their actions. Had they not acted so quickly, we could have seen a serious incident with a loss of life. Will the Leader of the House join me in thanking Jeff and Helen, and indeed all police officers, for the brilliant job they do day in, day out in protecting our communities? And does he think it would be in order to have a debate in this House to recognise the work of our serving police officers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I begin by wishing my honourable friend a very happy birthday? And I hope that he will have a suitably COVID-secure celebration later on today. But what he has raised in this House is of fundamental importance, and we are so lucky by the police who serve us in this country. We know this in this House by the police who are here on duty to protect us, not knowing what risks they may face. And therefore I do thank and commend the bravery of Constable Jeff Blincoe and Sergeant Helen McLaren, and I'm glad to be able to bring it to the attention of the House. The work that they clearly did on that day is a model of good policing. And we are improving and increasing the number of police so that there will be more of them to do this work. There will be 20,000 extra police officers over the course of this Parliament, of whom 8,771 have so far been recruited, because police on the streets make us feel safer. As regards a debate, well, my honourable friend may wish to raise this again on the report stage of the PCSC bill on Monday, so there is an opportunity immediately to hand.
Mr. Speaker, several of my constituents have had a very frustrating experience of trying to book a driving test at the Stockport Test Centre. Sadly, this experience is replicated across Greater Manchester and England as a result of delays in processing at the DVLA. Would the Leader of the House urge his colleague, the Transport Secretary, to come before this House to make a statement and explain why ministers chose to block a deal which would have brought an end to the industrial dispute with the PCS union at the DVLA over health and safety? And isn't this another case of this government putting ideology ahead of the needs of the public?
Mr. Speaker, there is a regrettable backlog in tests, obviously, because of the pandemic, and that is being worked through. The number of tests being done at test centres is increasing. The number of tests being done by driving testers has gone up by an extra one a day. As I understand it, to try and work through this backlog. It will take time, and this is, of course, unfortunate, but there are consequences of the pandemic, as the honourable gentleman knows.
Let's go to James Daly. James.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader find time for a debate on the undeniable failure of the pubs code to stop unfair business practices that are continuing against tied tenants in public houses throughout the country? A clear example of this is the experience of Christian and Samantha Gibbs, the current tenants of the Major in Ramsbottom. Despite not owing a penny to their landlord Stonegate and running a fantastic community pub, they have been given notice their tenancy will be brought to an end, which in my view is a clear breach of the fairness principle within the pubs code.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for bringing this to the attention of the House, and I think we want to support pubs across the country, and as my honourable friend knows, the pub code is overseen by the Pubs Code Adjudicator, which is itself overseen by Bays. The code was put in place to help support tenant pub landlords, and I would urge him to raise this matter with the adjudicator if he believes, as he does, that the code has been broken by his constituent's landlord. The government published its report on the first statutory review of the pubs code in November last year, which found that the code is consistent with the principles set out in the Small Business Enterprise and Employment Act 2015. The review also set out changes which the government believes can be made to improve the operation of the code. I would encourage landlords to behave well to their tenants. That is how they make their profit and earn their living and reward their shareholders, which they have a fiduciary duty to do.
Let's go to Gavin Newland. Gavin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Under this government's previous Green Deal scheme, over 3,000 Helms customers in Scotland were missold home improvement work, which was often unnecessary but always financially detrimental to the household. I've received assurances from various ministers and secretaries of state who accepted that Helms defrauded thousands, that it would be sorted. We now have households with issues with these works, but as the 6-year mark since Helms directors dissolved the company has passed, there is no recourse for these constituents. Can we have a debate on this important issue, please?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise an important and complex constituency issue. I'm sorry that he hasn't received the information that he would hope to receive, and I will, of course, take this up with Bayes on his behalf.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our National Health Service has been under incredible pressure over the last 18 months, as we all know, and now has a new health secretary. In April, the Care Quality Commission conducted an inquiry and a review of Northwick Park Hospital, which serves my constituents. The A&E department was given a glowing report and has shown dramatic improvement, which is good news for everyone. However, the same cannot be said of the maternity service. This is a very bad report indeed. I can't go into detail at the moment, but clearly the CQC have published this. So could we have a statement from the Health Secretary or one of the ministers to the House on what extra support will be provided to Northwick Park Hospital so that the maternity unit is returned to the service it should be providing, and expectant mothers will receive the help and care that they need to deliver healthy babies?
Mr. Speaker, this is a deeply troubling matter, and the House will know that there have been other similar problems. The scandal at Telford and Shrewsbury particularly comes to mind, and for the women, children and families affected, this is a terrible, terrible situation. So I can assure my honourable friend that NHS England in Improvement is spending an additional £95 million on maternity services to support the recruitment of 1,200 midwives, 100 consultant obstetricians, and the implementation of the immediate and essential actions arising from the Ockenden report. But I will, of course, pass on my honourable friend's remarks to my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, and ensure that this is taken with the seriousness that it unquestionably deserves.
Let's go to Tim Farron. Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the House will be proud, as I am, of the high animal welfare and environmental standards of British farmers, and also that the Australian trade deal looks likely to betray those farmers by allowing lower standard Australian farm produce to undercut our farmers. Given that this deal will set a precedent for every subsequent trade deal, will he allow time for MPs to debate it, as was done over the Japan deal last November, when his Right Honourable friend, the International Trade Secretary, said that this was, and I quote, the first of many debates about negotiated trade deals. So will he keep faith with British farmers, and will he keep the promise made by his Right Honourable friend?
Mr. Speaker, I have more confidence in my farmers. I think they can compete with the best in the world, and the Australians are fantastic farmers who have high standards of animal welfare, and we should not be so frightened, so nervy, so feeble in feeling that a little bit of competition from Australia will do us harm. It will do us all good, and our farmers will flourish and prosper as they get access to new markets too.
Sander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need not remind anyone in this House about the scale and horror of the child sexual exploitation scandal that blighted Rotherham and affected many of my own constituents, including courageous whistleblower and campaigner Sammy Woodhouse. That these children, because that is what many of them were when the abuse took place, were failed so monumentally by the system in the first place is horrific. But living as a survivor of sexual exploitation, and indeed any form of sexual assault, is fraught with many issues, particularly for those girls and women who become pregnant as a result of their ordeal and are now trying to raise a family. The children born to survivors of sexual assaults should not, as currently happens, be automatically identified as being at risk of abuse, and their mothers, many of whom have been failed once already, should not be threatened with the removal of their children on the basis of no other evidence than they themselves were once victims. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that these women and their children should be better supported by social services? And will we hold a debate on government time on the disturbing findings of the Case for Change, a report published by the Chair of the Children's Social Care Review, so that we may right this historic wrong, which is still victimising survivors of CSC and sexual assault today?
Mr. Speaker, what my honourable friend brings to the House is really rather shocking. But it should certainly not be the case that women who have themselves been abused should be deemed at being at risk of being abusers purely because they were abused. That is wrong and unfair and unjust. And I'm troubled that my honourable friend should say that is the case, and I will take this up on his behalf with both the Home Secretary and the Education Secretary, because the abuse scandal in Rotherham is one that has left many scars and troubles for families and for individuals who were abused, and they should not be suffering further. They should be getting the support that my honourable friend talks about.
Blow. We have a debate about ministerial bad habits, because when I was a government minister, it was unthinkable that we would have conducted government business on private email accounts, and absolutely unthinkable that I could have, as a minister, held 27 meetings with companies who were seeking government contracts, resulting in £1 billion worth of contracts being awarded, and those meetings to mysteriously disappear from my diary for a whole 12 months. He likes quoting Dryden. Can I remind him Dryden said, "We make first our habits, then our habits make us." These bad habits of ministers in government will lead to a government of grifters, cronies and chiselers, and they have to stop.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure email was invented when the honourable gentleman was last a minister, but perhaps it had come into its early stages. But it is absolutely right that ministers had meetings with people who were going to provide PPE. I refer what I said, the honourable gentleman, what I said earlier to the shadow leader, that it needed to be done urgently. The opposition was encouraging us to do it urgently, and it was done urgently and effectively to ensure that supplies were brought in.
Join with you, Mr. Speaker, and others, in wishing Mr. Ian Davis, MBE, a long, happy retirement. He has been a magnificent servant of this House, has great musical talents, and my goodness, if he ever wrote a book, it would be well worth buying and would be a top seller. Now, will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on proposals to allow the parents and guardians of disabled children access to their savings? Some 200,000 disabled children are locked out of their savings from the Children's Trust Funds, and I think it's quite wrong that those parents have to go to court and spend a great deal of money getting those savings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I absolutely agree with my honourable friend about Ian Davis, who has been a fabulous servant of this House and a kindly and helpful figure to members, particularly new members, when trying to find out how they approach the Speaker to ask to be noticed in a debate and so on and so forth, and a phenomenal knowledge of who the members are, recognising all of us from a remarkably early stage in our parliamentary careers. He has been a model public servant, as you, Mr. Speaker, set out yesterday, in both his military career and in his service to this House, and I think he will be greatly missed across this House. As regards the very important issue my honourable friend raises, I do understand that the Ministry of Justice and HM Treasury are currently working together as a matter of priority to ensure that parents and guardians can secure the legal authority they need to act on their child's behalf as straightforwardly as possible. The Government has announced that those who need to apply to the Court of Protection to access funds in a mature child trust fund can access fee remission, allowing for the court fees to be waived, but I will pass on his concerns to both the Chancellors, the Lord High Chancellor and the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Chris Elmore.
On the 27th of May, in response to the ICGS decision around suspending members not being subject to recall petition, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the leader said he will deal with the discrepancy in the most straightforward way possible. So could I ask the leader to provide separate statements to the House about how he intends to resolve this issue? Because he will recall on the 27th of May, I praised the leader for his honesty around what should happen in these cases. And I agree with the leader, Mr. Speaker, that it is frankly ridiculous that members can technically be suspended and subject to recall for the misuse of stationery, but not when they've been found proven to have conducted sexual misconduct. I ask the leader, plead with the leader, close the loophole, solve the problem as quickly as possible, because it is not fair to victims who make complaints where members are found to have conducted themselves completely improper as members can simply carry on regardless. It's not acceptable.
Mr. Speaker, I fully recognise the widespread view across the House about this, but I can assure the honourable gentleman that consultations are taking place. Earlier this week I spoke to staff representatives because the reason for not engaging recall was a bottom-up view, not a top-down view. And it's really important that any changes are made with the support of the staff, which I believe is now there. It is a matter for the Commission rather than for the Leader of the House, though I will facilitate bringing forward the necessary motions that are required to put that into practice. There is also a discussion with the chairman of the Independent Experts Panel, Sir Stephen Irwin, about how best to do this. So I can assure the honourable gentleman that the wheels are in motion, and there is great support across this House, and indeed from the shadow leader, who I have a meeting with later on today, to ensure that this is done in a timely manner.
Jameson. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the leader for his excellent response on schools last week, but could I please just press a bit further? Parents in Bracknell and beyond are telling me that entire classes and year groups are still being isolated because of one positive COVID test, that extracurricular activities are being banned, not least for Year 6 leavers, and also that parents cannot attend sports days even when they would otherwise be outside and distanced. Mr. Speaker, head teachers will be beholden to the unions for as long as they're permitted to use their judgment. Something's gone very badly wrong, so could I please ask the leader whether he feels like I do that the only way of getting children back to school and to be living normal lives is for the government to mandate it?
Mr. Speaker, I'm obviously torn in that because I believe in local decision-making and I believe that headmasters and headmistresses across the country can show leadership and that some sports days are going ahead. I will be going on the 7th of July to the Hill House Field Day, which is going to be arranged in a COVID-secure manner. And I would encourage the leadership of schools to work with the regulations in a way that is allowed, that means things can happen. It is sometimes easier administratively to stop things and say no than it is to look at how you can be positive and allow things to happen. And I would reiterate the point that I made last week, that while in some cases a whole class may be required to isolate, we know that many settings are using seating plans and other means to identify close contacts to minimise the number of individuals that need to isolate. So yes, we should push from the top, but also there should be a response locally from individual schools to try and ensure that children get to school as often as is possible.
Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Campaigners like Ailsa Mackenzie gave evidence to the DWP Select Committee 2 years ago, securing a commitment from the Department of Work and Pensions to place a remedial order to extend eligibility for widowed parents' allowance and bereavement support payments to cohabitees with children. Can I ask the Leader of the House then, given that 60 days are required, which does not include recess, to consider the proposal, can he liaise with DWP to ensure that remedial order is put in place as soon as possible so that people like Ailsa Mackenzie and their relatives and family get this state support?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman raises a point that is very important, and he's so right to be defending his constituents. Yes, I will take this up with DWP and try and facilitate what he is asking for.
We now go to Caroline Nance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I was at the excellent West Rise School with Mrs Somerville and Year 6. They are super motivated in their work on the environment, and I committed at that point to step up to the challenge of Plastic-Free July. Would my right honourable friend publicise this initiative across the House, perhaps join me himself, and more importantly allow time for a debate so we can share our collective experience to understand what the barriers are to success in this, because we all know that making these small differences can make a huge, small changes can make a huge difference to our carbon footprint.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to be campaigning in this way, and we all have our own private responsibility to reduce the amount of plastic that we use. I'm not sure I could guarantee a plastic-free July, because I might want a glass of water at the dispatch box, and we have plastic cups here rather than glasses. But I must confess, my honourable friend is pushing with my own personal preference. I've never liked those cups of coffee in disposable cups, which I think have a rather nasty taste. I think having it in china cups, preferably spode china cups, is infinitely preferable, and I would encourage people to use glass and china and other things that may be used more than once.
Jessica Mon.
Thank
you very much, Mr Speaker. Today, 750,000 businesses across England have lost their business rate relief, but in Wales, the Welsh Labour Government have extended rate relief for a year and provided new support for businesses impacted by the pandemic. So can we have an opportunity to impress upon ministers the need to do more, help shops and businesses get back on their feet and follow the Welsh example?
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I would point out, as I've mentioned already, that £407 billion of taxpayers' money has been given in support to business. 66% business rate cut for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses exists for the next 9 months. So there has already been very significant support. And of course, the strength of the United Kingdom is that Wales has had £8.6 billion of taxpayer support, that's UK taxpayer support, which is supporting over 360,000 self-employed scheme claims and over 468,000 jobs in the furlough scheme. So I think it's an indication of the strength of the United Kingdom, but that the taxpayer has already been lent upon to a very considerable extent, and there's not unlimited money.
We go to Julian Sturdy. Julian. If not, we'll come back. Patrick Grady.
Right, Mr Speaker. Take it off my mask now. The leader was pretty clear at the Procedure Committee on Monday that he has converted, well, he hasn't converted, it was always his position alongside the SNP to see the back of the evil standing orders. But it seems that they'll nevertheless be switched on when the procedure in the pandemic standing orders lapse at the end of term. So they'll switch them on only to switch them back off again at some point. Rather than that, could we not have a debate and a vote on all of the hybrid proceedings before the summer recess so we can decide what we want to retain and what we want to change?
Mr Speaker, I have great zeal for ridding this House of evil.
Just to let the House know, Julian Sturdy had withdrawn, so we'll go to Elliot Colburn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Croydon bottleneck is a major rail junction for the Brighton Main Line, but also serves suburban London, such as Carshalton and Wellington. Now, congestion here is causing massive delays and also prevents more frequent rail services being run to outer London. And the Croydon Area Remodelling Scheme is designed to fix this. So could we have a statement from the Department for Transport about give government support for this so that we can deliver additional rail services to Carshalton and Wellington?
Mr Speaker, improving track layouts and remodelling the Selhurst Triangle and constructing new tracks and 2 new platforms at East Croydon Station would remove the bottleneck, which causes delays and disruption, improving the punctuality and speed of services. As I understand it, Network Rail has consulted on proposals to unblock the Croydon bottleneck, and progress is expected later this year. I do understand the concern this must be to my honourable friends' constituents, so many of whom are likely to be dependent on this service. May I say that how much I enjoyed visiting my honourable friend's constituency recently and going to the Sutton Vaccination Centre and meeting Wendy, who was the subject of a Commons mention. But may I say how surprised I am? He's managed to find something in his constituency that isn't the fault of an incompetent Lib Dem-run administration. I hope next week he will try harder.
Mr
Speaker, in the High Court yesterday, Mr Justice Colton confirmed that what the PM himself in this very House has repeatedly denied, and that is the Withdrawal Act, which we in the DUP rejected in this House on all 3 occasions, has implied and repealed Article 6 of the Act of the Union of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We are no longer equal partners in trade. Now, the consequences for Northern Ireland from the government deal are clearer than ever before. The Northern Ireland Protocol has the potential to derail the democratic process, and as summer approaches, an opinion potentially can become inflamed. This House, I believe, has a role to play since a decision has emanated from government just here. This House can and must change that for the sake of long-lasting peace. So will the Leader of the House agree to a very urgent debate in this House so that Northern Ireland position within the United Kingdom can be clearly laid out? Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The court judgment was unquestionably an important one, and it is clear that the protocol as it is currently operating is presenting significant challenges for the people and businesses of Northern Ireland. We will continue to work through those issues with the EU to try to find a way forward to ensure that the protocol is implemented in the proportionate way intended And that is how we hope to sustain peace and prosperity for everyone in Northern Ireland. But Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom is fundamental. Northern Ireland is just as much a part of the United Kingdom as Somerset is. And there is no judgment, no court judgment, no ruling that can possibly remove part of the United Kingdom from our United Kingdom, and we must all do everything we can to support Northern Ireland within our United Kingdom and to ensure that the trade flows that go with it, that underpin the economic success of our United Kingdom, work properly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have many major businesses headquartered in my constituency, and they have raised concerns about the inability of senior executives to travel to the US at the moment. This is often things that cannot be done by video conference calls. For instance, many own subsidiaries in the US that they cannot go to manage and oversee, and many have major investors in the US whom they need to meet. Can I stress to my right honourable friend the importance of getting up and running a US-UK travel corridor for business, and would he contemplate a debate on that subject?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, in my business life, I spent a lot of time going back and forth to the United States for business purposes to see investors, so I completely understand the importance of the issue that she raises. The Prime Minister and President Biden have made it clear that this is important and look forward to bringing about the return of safe transatlantic travel as soon as possible. The newly formed Joint UK-US Experts Working Group is now underway, and we are working closely with our US allies on delivering on this important goal. Entry into the United States is, of course, a matter for the United States, but there is a clear business case for the need to solve this issue as quickly as possible for both the United Kingdom and the United States.
Let's go to Yasmin Qureshi. Yasmin.
Mr. Speaker, I've had emails from constituents who wish to seek exemption from hotel quarantine on grounds of serious ill health of them and family members. They also mention how difficult it is to book the quarantine hotel, the splitting of families, and the substandard food and accommodation. Further, when I have written to the exemptions department, I have not even had a courtesy of a reply. Can the Leader of the House allow for debate on these issues in government time, and also pass on my observation to the Secretary of State for Transport and ask him to meet me to discuss this, as we don't even get an answer from them?
Mr. Speaker, if members from all sides of the House have problems in getting answers from departments, I will always use my office to try and facilitate an answer as soon as possible. In the cases she refers to, obviously, getting answers urgently is important, so I can give her the assurance that she asks for.
Let's go to Sherilyn McCrory. Sherilyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of meeting my constituents, Paul and Ruth Fisher, both of whom have played vital roles in our country as key workers. This young couple bought a new build property from a large, well-known developer in 2019 and soon discovered that the property was substandard, although finished beautifully, with ceilings not being level with the floors and outside walls also not being level. The issues are yet to be resolved. Sadly, soon after the purchase, Ruth was diagnosed with breast cancer and is currently receiving palliative care, and my heartfelt best wishes go out to both of them and to her family. Can I ask my right honourable friend for a debate in government time to consider situations like Paul and Ruth's, paying particular attention to for the need for an independent watchdog or ombudsman aimed at helping others like my constituents to reach a satisfactory settlement with the large developments? This simply is not the case at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am grateful for my honourable friend for raising this issue, and I think the House's sympathies will be with Ruth and Paul in this really appalling circumstance for them. It is quite wrong for developers to sell substandard homes. Developers of new-built homes must meet their responsibilities, resolve issues quickly, and treat home buyers fairly when things go wrong. And I sympathise with my honourable friend because, as a constituency MP, one has sometimes found developers have not been good at responding when there have been complaints, and that there has been very little recourse. The Building Safety Bill will include provision for for the New Homes Ombudsman scheme to provide stronger and effective redress for new-built home buyers and hold poor developers to account. I think this is a reform that is long overdue and be welcome across the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the leader's answer to my honourable friend for Cardiff West, but we've got to have the right checks and balances in place. The Health Minister, Lord Bethell, held a series of meetings with companies that went on to win contracts worth over £1 billion, and the week in question was omitted from his diary. Now, this raises questions about what is the role of civil servants in the letting of these contracts, where's the monitoring officer in the letting of these contracts, and who signs them off? Now, we need a statement in this House on the role of the civil service in issues like this, so that we can reassure ourselves that they're not being bullied into silence and holding ministers properly to account and making them abide by the rules. I suspect the only reason we know this is because a civil servant has leaked these emails because they know that there is wrongdoing going on.
I think it's a fundamentally foolish point, Mr. Speaker. There were 27 meetings, 9 of which led to contracts being awarded by my noble friend Lord Bethell on behalf of Her Majesty's Government when we were under great pressure to act. This is exactly what the Labour Party was asking for. The Labour Party asked that whatever it needs should take place. Whatever it needs. They wanted speed, they wanted urgency, they wanted decisiveness. That is what the government delivered. The government had to get on with awarding contracts to ensure that there were supplies in place. And the honourable gentleman cannot have it both ways. If normal procurement procedures had been followed, it would have taken 3 to 6 months to award contracts. We would have been halfway through the pandemic before we had had a single extra piece of PPE. Would he have wanted that type of incompetent service? Is that what the Labour Party would have done? Would they have just fiddled whilst Rome burned, or would they have got on with things like my noble friend did?
Siobhan Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I championed town and parish councils long before the great Jackie Weaver made them go viral on the Tinterweb. But Nailsworth, Stinchcombe, Stonehouse and other councils across the Stroud district were quite dismayed to see the removal of the option for virtual proceedings, and I'd like to see that reversed. Will my right honourable friend provide us with an update about the government's work in this area, and let us know when Parliament may be looking at this particular issue?
Mr Speaker, we're grateful for the efforts Council's made to allow remote meetings during the period from the 4th of April 2020 to 6th of May 2021, when the emergency regulations made under Section 78 of the Coronavirus Act 2020 applied. Extending the regulations to cover meetings after May the 6th would have required primary legislation. The Government considered the case for legislation carefully and concluded that it was not possible to bring forward further emergency legislation on the issue. We launched a call for evidence on the 25th of March, which closed on the 17th of June, to gather views and inform a longer-term decision about whether to make express provision for local authorities to meet remotely on a permanent basis. MHCLG is now reviewing the response to the consultation, and the Government will respond in due course. But I would say that I think we are all welcome in getting back to normal, and I think the whole of society wants to get back to normal as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, when the Prime Minister's chief advisor blatantly broke the rules, despite the sacrifices, the huge sacrifices made by the British people, he backed him. When the Home Secretary breached the ministerial code, he backed her. When the Housing Secretary was busy awarding planning permissions to Tory donors, he backed him. And when the Health Secretary broke the very rules that he had been passionately preaching to the rest of us, he backed him by saying that he considered the matter closed. So would the Leader of the House be kind enough to facilitate a debate in government time on integrity, British values and the ministerial code, and would he be kind enough also to ensure that the Prime Minister attends the whole session so that he could learn some of the basics?
Mr Speaker, we are fortunate to have a brilliant and effective Home Secretary who gets on with her job. We are also fortunate to have an extremely effective Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government who believes in building the houses that people are going to be able to live in and to ensure that we are a home-owning democracy. And my right honourable friend, the former Secretary of State, is no longer in office, a point that seems to escape members of the Labour Party.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Radcliffe in my constituency is a proud town with a rich heritage
and a strong identity, which has unfortunately been forgotten for far too long by the Labour Council. But this Conservative government is delivering for them. It's given them a brand new high school, and hopefully the Levelling Up Fund will also go some way to actually giving a civic hub and leisure facilities in the heart of the town. Will my right honourable friend provide time for a debate on the benefits of the Levelling Up Fund for forgotten towns like Radcliffe?
Mr. Speaker, the £4.8 billion Levelling Up Fund will spend taxpayers' money that improves everyday life across the country, from transport projects to High Street. I know my old friend doesn't have long to wait for a decision on this scheme. They will be announced in the autumn, but there is so much to do, Mr. Speaker. Even in our own Parliament, we have to level this place back up, don't we? And I want on this to say how marvellously you have done, Mr. Speaker, in saving 95% of the cost of doing up the Speaker's house. People may not know this, but there was a proposal for a very lavish temporary home for the Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, as a model defender of taxpayers' money, has saved 95% of that cost, and I hope that other people, when spending taxpayers' money, will do the same.
Right, I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes for the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Supply and Appropriation Main Estimates Bill, second reading.
Now.
Minister to move formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the general debate on Windrush Day 2021. I call Ellen Hayes to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for this debate today. 22nd of June 2021 was the fourth official annual Windrush Day, designated by the Government as part of the celebrations of the 70th anniversary of the arrival of the Empire Windrush at Tilbury Docks in 2018, and following a long campaign led by Patrick Vernon. I wanted to ensure that to mark Windrush Day, members from across the House have the opportunity to acknowledge the contribution of the Windrush generation in their communities, and I hope that is what we will hear in this debate today. Windrush Day is a national day to celebrate the extraordinary and enduring contribution of the Windrush generation to the UK. I am proud to represent a constituency with a very direct connection to the arrival of the Empire Windrush in 1948. Around 200 Windrush passengers travelled from the temporary accommodation provided in the Clapham Common Deep Shelter to Cold Harbour Lane in my constituency, where many found work at the local labour exchange and settled in the surrounding area, putting down deep roots and helping to form and sustain the Brixton we know today. They include the late Sam King, who became the first black mayor of Southwark, and Aldwyn Roberts, the Grand Master of Calypso, who performed as Lord Kitchener. This Windrush Day, I joined members of the community in Brixton for a socially distanced celebratory lunch, and we were delighted that my right honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, was also able to join us at that occasion. We were privileged to hear a performance of a new song by the wonderful Pegasus Opera Company, Rush, described as a Windrush anthem for Lambeth. It is very moving, and I'd encourage everyone to watch the recording on the Pegasus Opera website. The song captures perfectly the eager anticipation, excitement and aspiration of a generation who came to the UK at the invitation of the British government as citizens of the mother country under the 1948 British Nationality Act, who met terrible adversity in racism, discrimination and poor housing, but who nevertheless gave so much and became a part of our national DNA. At the other end of Cold Harbour Lane from the Labour Exchange lies King's College Hospital. The arrival of the Empire Windrush coincided almost exactly with the founding of our NHS, and we know that members of the Windrush generation have been essential to our NHS from its founding until the present day. In 1948, there were an estimated 54,000 nursing vacancies in the NHS, and the government worked actively to recruit nurses from the Caribbean and subsequently from across the Commonwealth. By 1965, it is estimated that there were around 5,000 Jamaican nurses working in the NHS, and there are more than 200,000 Black, Asian and minority ethnic staff working in our NHS today. We cannot let this year's Windrush Day celebration pass without paying special tribute to the diverse workforce in our NHS and social care, public transport and other frontline roles who have worked tirelessly through the COVID-19 pandemic, often sacrificing their own health and well-being to provide treatment and care to others. We particularly remember those who have tragically lost their lives to coronavirus, including 28-year-old pregnant nurse Mary Agyapong and public transport worker Belly Majinga, 2/3 of whom were from Black, Asian or minority ethnic backgrounds. We owe them all a huge debt of gratitude for their service. I hope the Minister will agree with me that no one who aspires to lead our NHS should ever suggest that those who come from overseas to work in our NHS are anything other than highly valued professionals without whom the NHS would struggle to keep going. Windrush Day was established in 2018, in the same year that the horrors of the Windrush scandal were revealed. The appalling betrayal of so many of the generation who had come to the UK as British citizens at the invitation of the British government to play vital roles in our economy and public services, who were denied their status and suffered immeasurably as a result. A Windrush Day celebration which fails to acknowledge the ongoing hardship and injustice suffered by victims of the Windrush scandal would be sentimental, hollow rhetoric. The government promised to right the wrongs of the Windrush scandal, but is failing to do so. An evaluation of the Windrush compensation scheme published by the National Audit Office in May found that the scheme had paid compensation to fewer than 700 victims and had 2,000 claims outstanding. The report also highlighted mistakes and poor quality assurance, the high proportion of the scheme's funding which has been spent on staff, and the low number of victims who've come forward to make a claim compared with the estimated total number of victims. Appallingly, 21 victims have died while still waiting to receive compensation. Listen to the words of some of the victims and their families. Natalie Barnes, the daughter of Paulette Wilson, who died in July 2020, says, "The Home Office still operates the hostile environment policy which contributed to the death of my mother. Before she passed, she was struggling with the forms and lack of support and respect from the Home Office. The scheme needs to be moved so there is proper justice for families like mine." Stephanie O'Connor, whose mother Sarah moved to the UK in 1967 and who died in July 2019, says, "For my mum, the compensation scheme has come too late, and I am so disappointed that it is still taking this long for people to get what is owed to them. I just hope people get compensated fairly for everything that they have been through." Anthony Bryan, whose utterly devastating experience, including 2 periods of detention in Yarl's Wood, was the basis for the BBC drama Sitting in Limbo, says, "The Home Office took away my liberty, livelihood, sanity and fellow friends and campaigners as a result of the hostile environment. They have offered me a compensation package which does not reflect what I need to build my life again and to move forward with my family. We urgently need an impartial and independent organisation to support all compensation claims and to provide mental health and wellbeing support. The Home Secretary is not righting the wrongs of the Windrush scandal." Anthony Williams, who served 13 years in the British Army and was forced to remove his own teeth as a result of being denied access to dental care due to the scandal, said, "The Home Office have no experience or track record in running a compensation scheme for people traumatised." These testimonies point to the urgent need for the administration of the Windrush compensation scheme to be taken away from the Home Office and handed to an independent body. And I ask the Minister today if he will commit to this. Yesterday was the deadline for EU nationals living in the UK to apply for settled status. In that scheme, the Government has yet again put an administrative barrier in front of people who have made their home in the UK and contributed to our country in multiple different ways, which risks making them illegal, with all of the appalling consequences that this would bring. The Government has not only failed to address the hostile environment which led to the Windrush scandal or deliver justice for its victims, it is laying the foundations of the next scandal. In response to the disproportionate impact of the coronavirus pandemic on Black and Asian residents during the first wave, the Government set up the Commission on Race and Ethnic Disparities, chaired by Dr Tony Sewell. It had been hoped that this report would provide a rigorous analysis of racial and ethnic inequality in the UK and a detailed action plan which could be implemented with urgency to address it. Instead, the Sewell report left many Black, Asian and minority ethnic residents, including many of my constituents who I've spoken to since it was published, feeling that their own government was trying to gaslight them, denying that there is structural racism in the UK, and the report has been condemned by respected organisations including the Runnymede Trust and the Black Cultural Archives, which I'm proud is based on Windrush Square in my constituency. Black Cultural Archives, the only organisation dedicated to the collection, preservation and celebration of Black history in the UK, criticises the report for its absence of historical context and selective quoting of evidence and concludes that a report so lacking in rigour cannot provide the basis for meaningful action to address racism and racial inequality. One of the ways in which we can stop a Windrush scandal from happening again is by ensuring that our children are taught British history in an inclusive way which tells the story of our complex history of migration and the painful reality and legacy of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade. That is not rewriting history, it is our shared history. There are many schools which have already developed good curriculum content, including some in my constituency, but this now needs to be expanded to all our schools. The Government has, in accepting the recommendations in Wendy Williams' Lessons Learned Review, accepted the importance of the teaching of history in preventing a future Windrush scandal. The Government has accepted that for all as being necessary for all Home Office staff. So it follows that it is also necessary for our schools. Finally, Mr Speaker, I want to ask if the Government will support the campaign to raise the anchor from the Empire Windrush, which currently lies off the coast of Libya on the Mediterranean seabed, so that it can be displayed as part of the 75th Windrush anniversary celebrations in 2023, a tangible piece of that famous ship which can be used to tell the story of the remarkable Windrush generation for years to come. We celebrate today the remarkable Windrush generation, British citizens, part of our national DNA, who have contributed so much and suffered such appalling injustice. Celebration is, however, hollow, while injustice and inequality continues. And I call on the Minister to mark this Windrush Day by committing to meaningful action.
Just before I call Sir Peter, I just want to correct that the Supply Appropriation Main Estimates Bill, I want to put the question on third reading. The question is that it now be read third time. Has made that been say aye? Aye. Country no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Mr. Speaker, can I congratulate the Honourable Lady for her introduction to this debate and say I hope that the Government will follow up her suggestion of seeing whether it's possible to retrieve the anchor from Her Majesty's Transport Windrush off the coast of Libya. The history of the ship is interesting, but in 6 minutes I probably ought not to divert myself into that. The article I was reading before coming into the Chamber is in the Howard Journal of Crime and Justice, Volume 60, Number 2, June 2021, page 251, which has an article by Anthony Quinn, Nick Hardwick and Rosie Meek, on a rather long title, With Age Comes Respect, and for whom exactly? A quantitative examination of white and BAME prisoner experiences of respect elicited through HM Inspector of Prisons survey responses. It's a serious analysis of information that's available, and I think that it doesn't condemn people. It does show that the experiences of those who are black or minority ethnic are different at all ages in our prisons. I look forward to the time when that's not so. The overall question I put to myself is, will I live long enough to know the answer to the question, when will the colour of my skin be as important but no more than the colour of my eyes or the colour of my hair? I count a number of bishops among my friends, and retired bishops. I know of 8 times that bishops or archbishops have been stopped by the police. Every single one of them, it was John Sentamu, Archbishop of York, now back in that place in his own right rather than as an ecclesiastical bishop. We have to answer our own question. Is he the most curious driver that has been on the ecclesiastical bench over the last 20 years? Or is there some degree of discrimination that still applies to driving while black? I've spent a lot of time helping black police officers and helping black doctors who found themselves, or Asian, and this discussion I'm going to talk about people who are non-white, if I may, rather than just being black or Caribbean black. In all the times I've taken up cases for black or Asian people, I found that the way they were treated by their employers, by employment tribunals, by the GMC, and at one stage by the Information Commissioner's Office, in ways which I regard as inappropriate. There was one very good woman doctor looking after diabetes patients concerned for South Asian women, the ones least likely to come to advice centres. She wanted to set up a self-help project with them, originally the support of her trust. She sent their details to herself at another NHS address, and then got put in front of the GMC and the ICO for sharing patients' details. She was doing what is now common practice, but 10 or 15 years ago, it took the Information Commissioner's Office a year to discover she couldn't have committed an offence. It took the GMC about the same amount of time, and her trust have never been held to account for the appalling way in which she was treated. And I could go on about Dr. Bawagaba, the paediatric doctor, left by herself and left to swing by the GMC and by the courts until people came together, white and black, to say this is unfair, get it reviewed. It was reviewed, and the persecution of her, or prosecution of her, ended. I've mentioned before in this House the case of the very good Sikh sergeant, now retired, Gurpal Verdi. Gurpal Verdi spent a week and a half on trial in the Crown Court, allegedly having put a collapsible police truncheon up the bottom of a young man in the back of a police van 26 years before. But the only so-called... The thing didn't happen. The so-called police witness contradicted every statement of fact by the complainant. The complainant forgot he had been arrested by Gurpal 6 months later with another police officer in his company. That officer was never interviewed by the Department of Professional Standards of the Metropolitan Police. And yet when Gurpal complained to the Independent Police Complaints Procedures, that was referred by the Commissioner, Dame Cressida Dick, who had been a sergeant, by the way, with Gurpal Verdi in Battersea, to the Department of Professional Standards, who said their own investigation had been all right. I asked the Minister to get the Department of Professional Standards of the Metropolitan Police, together with the CPS, together with the Attorney General Office, to ask how it was that Gurpal Verdi got prosecuted and why they won't have a Richard Henriquez type inquiry, even a brief one, to learn the lessons from something which should never have happened. I grew up, or my children grew up, more accurately, in Stockwell, in a mixed area, among people in their scout groups, their brownies, their schools, their confirmation classes, black and white together. They did well. Many of them did well, whether they're white or black. I asked that we learn the lessons from the people of the Windrush generation and other parts of the world who try to bring their children up in a way that they learn, they play, they have the same kind of development that was described by David Lammet, the Honourable Member for Tottenham, in his reports. Give people chances and let them take them. And when we spot unfairness, we don't leave it to the victims to sort things out. We decide that we should. If I am white and middle class and in full-time employment, which I think I am, I can't regard myself as middle-aged anymore, it's my responsibility, and I hope to go on contributing to these debates until I can answer that question when the colour of skin or the place of origin doesn't matter in this country. It's merit, it's friendliness and it's mutual support.
Let's go to Kate Osamore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For securing this important debate to commemorate Windrush Day 2021. Windrush Day is a day to redress the imbalance of injustice and sorrow our elders have experienced at the hands of this government. A day to pay homage and respect for the journey they took, many as toddlers, to what they thought was the motherland. The UK is what they call home, despite the stain of prejudice and racism they have experienced. Knowing as we do the huge contribution that the Windrush generation have made to this country, it is even more galling that so many members of the generation were so badly let down and continue to be let down by this government. The cause of the Windrush scandal was an institutionally racist policy and culture levied at the top of government, dwelling in the underbelly of the Home Office. This, above all, was focused on whipping up hostility to immigration and posing as tough. Serving these ends resulted in the disdain for individual people which the hostile environment policy represents and which tore so many lives apart. After hearing countless stories of people who have lived in the UK for decades, some of whom could barely remember life before living in the UK, losing their jobs, homes, being refused medical care, and even being detained and deported in the worst cases. It is obvious that the government should have had great humility and sought to redress this great injustice as soon as possible. It took a year after launching the Windrush compensation scheme for the Home Secretary to finally agree to lower the burden of proof required from beyond reasonable doubt to on the balance of probability. Sadly, we recently learned that 21 people have died while waiting for their compensation to be paid. My constituent, Anthony Bryan, has only just received his offer of compensation a full year after the moving drama Sitting in Limbo, based on his experiences, was screened. And even once an offer is made, many of which appear to be unacceptably low, there is no mechanism for an independent review of the sum. The Windrush compensation scheme only recriminalises the Windrush generation and continues to fail the victims of the scandal day in, day out. Mr. Speaker, I will end by saying it is obvious that the Home Office has lost any trust it could have to operate such a scheme, and an independent oversight should be brought in to ensure that recipients are properly compensated in a timely manner. Thank you.
Steve Baker. Mr. Speaker, and I begin by referring to my unremunerated interest as Chairman of the Advisory Board of Conservatives Against Racism for Equality, and I'm very glad to follow the Honourable Lady, and I think it's time that we embrace the truth that she spoke, and I certainly hope to do so. And I'd also like to say I don't think anybody could fail to be moved by the speech of my right honourable friend for Worthing, and I certainly aspire to live, I certainly hope that both of us live long enough to see the day when skin colour matters no more or less than the colour of our eyes, and I was particularly taken and moved by what he said. Very glad to have co-sponsored this debate and delighted to speak in it. I really want to do three things. First of all, to celebrate the Windrush generation. Second, to put a lament before the Minister. And then to make some suggestions for what can be done. But I really do celebrate the Windrush generation. About 5% of my constituents are black. They are overwhelmingly people connected to St Vincent and the Grenadines. They make a wonderful contribution to our community. No one who has listened to Wickham Steel Orchestra could fail to enjoy it, and no one could fail to notice the wonderful range of people involved in it, black and white, together enjoying themselves, celebrating their music and contributing to our community. Yeah. The Windrush generation saved our country, rebuilt our country, contributed to our country and have shared in our prosperity. But as my right honourable friend has said, altogether too often have not been well treated, which brings me on to my second point. I do really lament when I look back at the way that people were treated, that the Windrush generation came off, as it was the boat, can clearly be seen in the footage, the photographs, to be wearing their very best clothes, putting their best foot forward, coming in a spirit of goodwill and hope and optimism to contribute to this country. But when I listen to the stories which people tell me, very plainly they were not welcomed as they should have been. Very plainly the United Kingdom was not prepared to welcome people as it should have done, and people were not treated as I would wish. And I want to say that I'm very sorry about that. But it's not an injustice that I think we can put right today. We can put right, though, the things which people suffer in this age. I was very surprised recently to meet a young woman who's given me permission to mention this story. But she was schooled in Wickham, and she's not very much younger than me, perhaps in her 30s. I flatter myself, having just turned 50. But in her 30s, and she was telling me that when she went through school in Wickham, a teacher actually put her, as a young black girl, with Asian children in a separate room and didn't teach them. What unspeakable racism such a thing would be. I'm happy to say that today, it must surely be unthinkable that such a thing would be tolerated today, and if it were to happen, surely children, on speaking to their parents, would find that their parents were empowered today to immediately complain, and all of us would move very swiftly to condemn it. And yet this woman who told me the story, not that very much younger than me, and it happened in my town. I have to be very clear, it's not happening today. If it was, I'm clear it would be rooted out, and I'm very proud of all of our schools, very diverse and brilliant schools, giving children the best possible opportunities. I will, gladly, yes.
Thank you for giving way, Mr Speaker. And I'm sitting here listening to the contributions of the Honourable Gentleman for Worthing as well, which I thought was absolutely excellent. But just say this, in Northern Ireland we've had, as the Honourable Gentleman will know, 30 years of conflict. That conflict is over. We've had an opportunity to build in a future where we can have a shared society and a shared history. And there are many good things in Northern Ireland which I believe could be used for the betterment of people here in this House and in England as well. Does the Honourable Gentleman feel that perhaps as our society in Northern Ireland has moved forward constructively, that there is lessons there to be learned for us all?
So, there certainly are lessons from Northern Ireland, yes. And I have occasionally visited Belfast to hear from people there. But he reminds me that humanity's capacity to find reasons for hatred is almost unbounded. And it's very sorrowful, particularly in Northern Ireland, that people have hated one another on the grounds of theological matters, which should be at least just really a matter of academic interest and certainly not things over which anyone should hate. I also just want to touch on the Windrush Day celebration which we had this year. And one of the things I noticed is somebody on the call complained actually that the first item we watched was a film, I think from the 80s, perhaps the late 80s, which related to a moment of tension in Wickham, where some young black men and some young white men had come into conflict over football and an event going on somewhere else. And when I watched this film, young black men in Wickham complaining about how they'd been treated, how justified they were. They were clearly intelligent, articulate, well-meaning, and completely dumbfounded and bewildered that anyone had so misconstrued their intentions and misrepresented the actions which had taken place. So, for example, the film covered an allegation that petrol bombs had been used when no such thing had happened. It was a fiction, an invention targeted at these men. Again, racism. And you can see why you can see why black people would really resent being treated in such a way. Now, people have long memories. People have long memories, and they remember today how others were treated in the past, and they do expect us to behave differently and to show some contrition and some apology and humility, and I hope that I'm doing so. So, to turn then to the Windrush scandal, I do think that the scheme is working. I've had a limited number of cases, and therefore I can't go into them, but in the one in particular I had to hold in mind, it worked very well. I think perhaps because we were involved, but that shouldn't be necessary. And clearly the scheme is being improved. I've got some notes here, but I'm conscious I should probably allow the Minister to describe how the scheme is being improved later. But I note in particular the minimum award has gone from £250 to £10,000, and the maximum award from £10,000 to £100,000. So I do welcome those improvements. But again, I just want to say to my right honourable friend, and he is my right honourable friend and a great man, but it's only by engaging with people and really listening to what they say and how they experience things that we can improve matters. So, for example, on a recent call to raise awareness of the Windrush compensation scheme in my community in Wickham, I listened with horror and shame to somebody explaining that their mother had had to go through multiple hoops to prove that she was entitled to be here after decades of living comfortably in the United Kingdom, quite rightly, as a British person. And she'd had to go through multiple hoops. But worse, her British-born children with British passports were worrying and anxious about their right to remain in the United Kingdom. Why should such a thing happen? Well, inevitably, schemes have rules. And I think what I'd say to my right honourable friend and to officials listening as well, I've got great faith in him and I've got great faith in officials, and they're doing the very best they can in a spirit of goodwill, and yet the experience of the public engaging with this scheme is hurdles and bureaucracy and proof and so on. And for it to have provoked the anxiety that British-born people with British passports, for whom this is home, in our age today, that it should have provoked that anxiety, is itself, whilst it's inadvertent, is itself shaming. I don't wish to spring it on my right honourable friend. I wouldn't expect him to apologise apropos of nothing without looking into it. But I certainly want to apologise to those people. And I will certainly always stand up for people who have felt like that and raise their case with ministers. And I have to say, however they vote, it's my duty to make sure that, very much to the point of my right honourable friend for Worthing, that people, we stand up for them, those of us who are actually, if I may say so, privileged to be middle class and in full-time employment and white and not facing these difficulties. So awareness, empathy, and contrition and humility, I have to say these should be our watchwords. And as we go forward, as Chairman of Conservatives Against Racism for Equality, I really want our whole society to choose, in a very radically moderate way, to be much more positively anti-racist. To be all of us living out a life which says, I accept the moral equality of every person, that I accept the legal equality of every person in all of our institutions, to my right honourable friend's point, that of course everybody's politically equal, and from that follows equality before the law and equality of opportunity, and embracing one another so that we can go forward and hope to live in a world in which our skin colour matters no more or less than our eye colour. I really do celebrate the Wickham Windrush generation. The community is a wonderful, gentle, loving community, and I'm very proud that they are in Wickham. I'm very proud of them. I just say to my right honourable friend, I can see he's listened very carefully. He's a great and good man, and I very much hope that in time, perhaps very swiftly, we might see institutions which make sure that people never again feel undervalued.
Video link. Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I start by congratulating the Honourable Member for Dulwich and West Norwood for securing this important debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a rich irony that as we hold this debate to mark Windrush Day, another immigration scandal similar to that which affected the Windrush generation is potentially in the making. On Wednesday this week, the deadline for EU nationals to apply for settled status in the UK passed amidst worries that thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands, had missed the deadline. So it's important for their sake, as well as for the sake of the wider Black, Asian and minority ethnic community, that we don't miss the opportunity of this debate to address the reasons why so many of the Windrush generation and their descendants were wrongly detained, deported and denied legal rights. And I think it's important to be clear what Wendy Williams identified in her Windrush Lessons Learned review, where she said, and I quote, "Whilst the Windrush scandal began to become public in late 2017, its roots lie much deeper. Successive rounds of legislation and policy effectively set traps for the Windrush generation. Over decades, legislation progressively eroded the rights of the Windrush generation. The hostile environment was another step on the long road towards a more restrictive immigration regime, but it was also a departure in terms of the scale and the seriousness of the effects which would be directly felt by individuals. The department," and by that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, she means the Home Office developed immigration policy at speed, impelled by ministerial pressure, with too little consideration of the possible impact of the measures. And that's seen by the evidence which has monitored the impact of one of the key measures of the hostile environment, which is the right to rent scheme, one of the key measures that members of the Windrush generation came up against, because the evidence monitoring that scheme shows that it discriminates on the grounds of nationality and racial grounds. And many of the hostile environment policies operate by outsourcing immigration enforcement to people in the community, such as health workers, bank workers and employers. And in doing that, that process carries the same risk as has been identified with the right to rent scheme. Yet in the Windrush Lessons Learned report, Wendy Williams found that the Home Office didn't consider the risks to ethnic minorities appropriately as it developed the right to rent policy, and that it carried on with implementing the scheme after others had pointed out the risks and after evidence had arisen that the risks had materialised. And Wendy Williams has said that the right to rent policy exemplifies the Home Office's unwillingness to listen to other people's perspective or to take on board external scrutiny, and that stems from an absolute conviction rather than from evidence. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a parliamentarian and a member of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, back in 2018, I was involved in this case study of two of the Windrush cases in some detail. And when we looked at the files of these people, we were able to see the way in which those acting on behalf of the Home Office had repeatedly ignored extensive documentary evidence that these people had every right to live in the United Kingdom. These people were detained and they were on the verge of being deported from the United Kingdom. So given that treatment, it's really perfectly understandable that there's serious concern about what might become of those EU nationals living in the United Kingdom who've not met the deadline for the resettlement scheme and therefore may find themselves without the sort of paperwork to evidence their right to be here that the Windrush generation or members of them found themselves without. And as always, it's going to be the most vulnerable who will suffer most during the Windrush scandal. It was old people who were hit hardest, and we've heard other honourable members talk about that already. And looking again to the EU settlement scheme, on Twitter last night, a consultant anaesthetist set out the story of his 83-year-old German-born mother who came to the United Kingdom in 1962. She's given a lifetime of dedicated service to the United Kingdom, and now sadly, like so many people of her generation, she has dementia. She's no understanding of the process to gain the settled status, and without her son's assistance, she wouldn't have been able to do so. What of the elderly and vulnerable people with no loving family to help them navigate our complicated immigration system? They will be at risk of losing bank accounts, tenancies, access to the NHS and welfare benefits, just as the Windrush generation did. So we need to use this debate today to make sure that we do learn lessons from what happened during the Windrush scandal. Its effects were felt far and wide. One of my constituents, a man in his 70s, returned from holiday a few years ago to be told by border force officials that he was an illegal immigrant. He'd been born in Canada to a Scottish mother and had come to the United Kingdom as a baby and known nowhere else. And he never thought thought he would be the kind of person who would be caught up in the Windrush scandal. But he was, and he was extremely upset and had a genuine fear that he was going to be deported until my office were able to work to sort out his status and his paperwork. And another constituent of mine, a British national from the Commonwealth who came here before 1988, has been unable to get work as a professional bus driver for the last few years because he was wrongly accused of hijacking someone else's identity. And although his Department of Work and Pensions file was eventually cleared and his right to benefits reinstated, the Home Office didn't regularise his identity. He can't get a new passport and he can't get a driving licence. He came to see me desperate to get his driving licence so that he could work and unaware of the Windrush scheme remedy. My office are now working with him to complete a Windrush application, and I hope the Minister's listening and will ask his officials to look at this case specifically to learn lessons of the devastation which can be caused by failing to properly resolve these types of situation. As has already been indicated, responses to parliamentary questions show that the Windrush compensation scheme is a lengthy experience for some at least. Many have been waiting for over a year, and as has already been said shamefully, 21 people have died waiting for a response. So it's time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the scheme was properly resourced and that legal aid was made available to help claimants through the bureaucracy. So my other ask for the Minister today is whether he can give us an undertaking to properly resource this compensation scheme on which the Home Office has to date really drastically underspent its budget, and also to afford legal aid for the more complicated cases. But above and beyond everything else, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we should take from today's debate is, as Wendy Williams' report was called, the lessons which should be learned from the Windrush scandal. And we should take them forward to make sure that no other people living in the United Kingdom suffer that sort of treatment in the future. If we don't address the hostile environment, if we don't address its implications through the right to rent scheme, in the workplace, in the health service, in the benefits system, then we're at risk of going back to the days of signs in the window saying no blacks, no Irish need apply. Except the signs won't be there because the system is more insidious and more covert, but it's still there. The Windrush scandal should have marked the end of the hostile environment, but the Home Office is forging ahead with it regardless. And their approach was recently typified by the carrying out of an immigration raid during a religious festival on Glasgow's south side. And the local multicultural community there firmly and peaceably showed what they thought of the British government's conduct, and the victims of the raid were released. And the shameful, heavy-handed approach to immigration typified by the Windrush scandal really should have no place in the modern United Kingdom. It certainly has no mandate in Scotland and no place in modern Scotland. And that's one of the many reasons why the SNP wins election after election in Scotland, and the responsibility to realise the means to do something about the hostile environment in Scotland weighs very heavily on my party. But ultimately, the responsibility for it weighs on the Minister's party. And I want to hear from the Minister today that he has learned the lessons of the Windrush scandal and that steps will be taken to avoid it ever happening again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Video link. Bill Rubiro Hardy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I want to congratulate the Honourable Member for Dulwich and West Norwood for securing this very important debate. It's absolutely right that today in Parliament we are celebrating the Windrush generation from the Caribbean, from Africa, from Asia. These communities help make the UK what it is today and continue to contribute immeasurable amounts to every single aspect of British society. I was very pleased on Windrush Day to join students at Corpus Christi Primary School on Brixton Hill as they played the steel pans and sung a rendition of You Can Get It If You Really Want by Desmond Dekker. and they had spent weeks learning about the Windrush generation, were very excited to tell me about everything that they learned, including teaching me some things myself. And I was really pleased to join the CARICOM heads of mission at the Windrush commemoration at Windrush Square at the African Caribbean War Memorial. That is their very, very important place, I think, especially given the revelation that we've had this year about how disrespected our former Commonwealth officers, members of the military, were treated, who were involved in various world wars. It's very, very. Now, it would be amiss of me not to pay tribute to Arthur Warrington of the Windrush Foundation and acknowledge his organisation's call, which had joined me across the country, many of the Windrush generation, to actually have the Windrush Memorial that is planned built Windrush Square, where they believe it rightfully belongs. When the Windrush scandal broke, the apology that the government eventually gave was momentous. It's the first time I know of in my history that the British government apologised so unequivocally on an issue that has been brought about related to a matter of race. And the celebrations that we've had since over the years, the Windrush Day and the acknowledgement of the importance of the Windrush generation to this country are important, but they all mean nothing if we don't end the scandal, which is very much ongoing. Nothing if we don't admit and tackle racial injustice, and they mean nothing if we do not end the hostile environment. We have to remember that the Windrush generation were treated terribly, and some of them have even died before receiving a penny of justice, and many died before receiving that apology. And people were denied driving licenses, homes. They were made unemployed. They were put in immigration detention centres. Some were deported. Others were refused re-entry to this country and are still finding difficulty getting back into this country. Some had their families broke up, and they were British citizens, and this happened to them and to their loved ones. And the scheme, as far as many are concerned, remains unfit for purpose. Too many have died waiting for compensation, and too many have been denied. Since the scheme started in 2019, a total of 2,367 people applied, and 122 of these claims have been rejected, and 22 have resulted in no compensation at all. And to date, only 687 claims have received any payment. Now, despite the Home Secretary's statement that the scheme has fundamentally changed since December, it's very, very clear that this has not been the case. And Martin Ford QC, who was actually the author of the scheme, has even gone on to say that those who deserve compensation think it's a trap. Now, what an indictment on the confidence of the Windrush generation in this government. The scandal continues as Jacqueline Mackenzie, a lawyer based in my constituency, who has been holding pro bono legal surgeries for those affected by the scandal at the Black Cultural Archives and elsewhere across the country. She has extensive evidence of persistent failings from the Home Office in administering the scheme, but not just that, registering those Windrush generation members who require their citizenship. It goes on. And it should be no surprise to the government that a number of people have signed a petition calling on the Home Office to amend the scheme, and that the Labour Party are rightfully calling for the scheme to be moved out of the Home Office. We do not honour the Windrush generation if we carry on like this. We do not honour the Windrush generation if we continue to apply the hostile environment, if we continue with our broken immigration and nationality system. How does it say that we've learned any of the lessons of the past if we're about to drive EU nationals into an effective Windrush scandal, with thousands of them probably having not applied for the scheme by yesterday's deadline? It doesn't honour the Windrush generation that in 2019 there were 421,000 children born in the UK who were not registered as British citizens. Some of these, I might add, are the children, the grandchildren of the Windrush generation directly. And in the same year, 177,000 children raised in the UK for at least 10 years were also unregistered. These children are not migrants, just like the Windrush generation, and they have gone on or will go on if the issue of citizenship fees does not change to experience real life difficulties, continuing to fall victim to the hostile environment when it comes to accessing healthcare, taking up employment, attending university, renting a home, opening a bank account, all of these things that they should have access to. It doesn't honour the Windrush generation if we continue to pretend or continue to push issues of racism out of the way. That the recent race report was an absolute disgrace. In my view, it was a complete whitewash of the institutional racism that the Windrush generation and others have faced and continue to face. To even imply that there may be no issues with institutional racism is a complete disgrace in terms of the experience that people have had. But not just that, I believe it's an attempt to absolve the government of responsibility in tackling it, because if there is no institutional racism, then there is no duties for the government to impose on institutions. It's just passing the buck as usual. And we do not acknowledge, we do not honour the Windrush generation, we do not respect their past when we do not have a plan to change this discrimination that ultimately and undoubtedly could impact and will impact their futures. We do not honour the Windrush generation, in my view, if we do not educate people about the history of slavery and colonialism, which are very much a part of our history as a Britain. It cannot be the case that we choose a history that acknowledges neither of these major events, which are part and parcel of why we are the country we are today, part and parcel of why people in this country experience racism today, and part and parcel of why the Windrush generation and the Windrush scandal happened in the way that it did because of this racism. And it has been so inspirational to see children across my constituency, schools across my constituency, teachers taking up Windrush Day and taking up Black History lessons and actively doing it themselves. But they are not doing this with the support of the government, and that is wrong. And that is despite the recommendations in the Windrush Lessons Learned review. Yes, the government apologised for Windrush Day and has made certain measures which may appear to look like they're going in the right direction, but too many fall short of what is required. So if the government stands true to that apology that they made years ago, if it respects the Windrush generation, if it respects the continued involvement and the continued contribution that this generation and that many others from migrant backgrounds continue to make to this country, it would take stock. It would remove the Windrush compensation scheme from the Home Office where it could be managed properly, or listened to the Windrush generation in terms of where they would like to have their memorial, and it would make active steps acknowledging institutional racism and working to bring it to an end. Thank you.
Tamajit Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And my gratitude also to my honourable friend, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, for securing today's debate, and indeed to the Backbench Business Committee for making time available for this important debate to mark Windrush Day. The story of the Windrush generation is a story of courage, determination, triumph over adversity and success. We mark Windrush Day to celebrate those who came into Tilbury Docks in their Sunday best, as has been remarked by other honourable members, on that day in June 1948. And we use Windrush to describe the wider post-war immigration from the Caribbean, those who came to Britain from Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Grenada, St. Lucia, Dominica, Guyana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Haiti, St. Kitts and Nevis, Montserrat, Antigua and Barbuda, and Anguilla. Indeed, my Slough constituency, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has the largest population of people of Anguillian heritage anywhere in the world outside Anguilla. And I've had the pleasure on numerous occasions of attending events and dinners as we regularly host the Chief Minister of Anguilla. Local people are well served by the Anguilla Community Group, Survival, the Slough Dominican Association, the Jamaica Association Slough, and SENAS, the St. Kitts and Nevis Association Slough, amongst many other associations and community groups. And may I say that I am extremely proud to serve as their Member of Parliament, all these fine Slough Caribbean organisations and Slough's Windrush generation and their descendants, who have contributed so much to the vibrancy and progress of our town. Yes, I will.
The honourable gentleman for his obvious involvement in the community that he represents, and I think the people of Slough are very fortunate to have him as their MP. Does the honourable member not agree that the Windrush Day 2021 that he referred to allows those valued and cherished citizens to have what their experiences of the West Indian people who have settled here, and that their personal stories of migration also gives a welcome representation of Black British culture, as it helped those with working class experience to connect with each other in this country, two traditions together under the British flag?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend, the member for Strangford, who, as we all know, is an assiduous and dedicated member of this chamber, and there's hardly an adjournment debate that goes past without us having the pleasure of hearing an intervention. But I fully agree with him. I think that we need to be learning about the history of the Windrush generation, and more widely, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think that our curriculum needs to be changing so that our children, and indeed all school children, must learn that history through that changed curriculum, because it's only if we learn from our history, our past, and as a history student I know that better than most, that if we learn from that history, then we can stop repeating the mistakes of the future and the racism which many of those individuals, and the slavery and other maltreatment that they had to endure. Mr Deputy Speaker, yes, I will.
I'm grateful. I hope you won't look on this as abuse, but I meant to mention to the Minister, if possibly before the end of the debate, but certainly afterwards, I hope the Honourable Gentleman for Slough would agree, it would be a good idea if you could find the letter sent on the 26th of May this year at 1:41 to MHCLG correspondence by Arthur Torrington, who for 26 years has run the Windrush Foundation. He's not had a reply to it. His essential point is it would be a good idea if the Windrush Foundation could be involved in Windrush Day events the same way that the Holocaust Memorial Trust is as well. The Minister may not be able to respond to this directly today, but I hope he will respond to Arthur Torrington, who has a number of outstanding points which deserve answers. I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank my honourable friend, for whom I have a great deal of respect, and I am glad that he was able to intervene to place on record, and I sincerely hope that the Minister will acknowledge that and hopefully cover that within his response. Mr Deputy Speaker, we owe so much to the Windrush generation and their descendants. They came and contributed to business, to medicine, to engineering and science, to teaching, to nursing, to politics, to academia, to the voluntary sector, to the armed services. Who can imagine our public life here in Great Britain without the contributions of Stuart Hall, CLR James, Tessa Sanderson, Zadie Smith, Kelly Holmes, Lenny Henry, Rio Ferdinand, and the Right Honourable Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, amongst so many others? I mentioned the contribution of people of African Caribbean heritage to our politics, and I want to mention one person in particular, Mr Deputy Speaker, Lydia Simmons, whom I mentioned in my maiden parliamentary speech here in the chamber, and whom I am so fond of, especially given the warmth with which she meets me. Lydia is something of a Slough legend. She was born in Montserrat, came to the UK, did the sensible thing and joined the Labour Party, and was elected onto Slough Council in 1979. She was a council cabinet member and served until 2007. Lydia Simmons has the honour of being the first black person and the first Afro-Caribbean woman to become a mayor in England. And she has rightly been recognised by Her Majesty the Queen with an OBE. So when we hear the name Windrush, we reflect on 1,001 stories of fortitude and sacrifice, bravery and service. We give thanks for all of those who built communities, served our nation and strengthened our bonds of kinship and friendship with islands across the oceans. But Mr Deputy Speaker, when we hear the term Windrush, we also hear different connotations. Instead of gratitude, we think of cruelty. Instead of recognition, we think of injustice. Instead of service, we think of scandal. The Windrush scandal is a terrible blight on our recent past. Indeed, Wendy Williams' Lessons Learnt review stands as a terrible indictment of the government's so-called hostile environment. Williams says the cruel impact was foreseeable and avoidable. The Equalities and Human Rights Commission, the EHRC, says the government ignored its duty to equality. Even after ministers have admitted their failings and mistakes, the Windrush compensation scheme is a disaster. Of the 11,500 people the Home Office estimates are eligible for compensation, only a mere 687 have received their due. Okay. Justice delayed is justice denied. And tragically, at least 21 people have died waiting for justice. The need is there and the money is there. What is missing is the political will and the basic efficiency to get the cash into the bank accounts of the people who rightly deserve it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the Windrush generation arrived, they were frequently met with hostility and racism. They were denied a fair chance in housing, education or jobs, those infamous signs in landladies' windows. They were used to stoke up division and dire warnings of rivers of blood, and yet they proved the racist strong. They added immeasurably to our national story and continue to do so. They started out in cities, towns and villages of far-away Caribbean islands, but they proved by their intellect and by their determination and their sweat to be the best of British. We honour them today, and in their names we demand long overdue racial justice and equality for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Video link, Bina Pongazare.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to speak in this Windrush debate. I congratulate my honourable friend for Dulwich and West Norwood on securing this important debate. And also it's a privilege to follow my honourable colleague, honourable member for Slough. Last week, we celebrated the 4th annual Windrush Day. This is an important moment to celebrate the British Caribbean community, and in particular, the 500,000 people who came to the UK after the Second World War. It is also, as honourable members have said, an important time to reflect on the shameful Windrush scandal and to assess what progress the government have made in the righting the wrongings they have perpetrated. I would like to begin by paying tribute to Patrick Vernon, who has campaigned over many years for this day to be recognised. In 2018, he wrote about the need to remember that many aspects of British society today will be unrecognisable without the contributions that immigration and integration have made. From the NHS to the monarchy, our language, literature, enterprise, public life, fashion, music, politics, science, culture, food, and even humour. This year is more important than ever to recognise the contribution of the Windrush generation and to those who have come after them. 1948 was, of course, both the year that the Empire Windrush arrived at Tilbury Docks and the year that our National Health Service was founded. Ever since then, the story of the NHS has been entwined with the story of immigration from the Caribbean and more widely. For over 70 years, they have cared for us in our time of need, and need never more so than during the last 16 months. So today, I pay tribute to the nurses, doctors, care staff, and health workers who have been on the front line in the COVID pandemic. Now turn to the Windrush compensation scheme. We should be clear that no financial compensation can truly make up for the hardship, suffering and mistreatment that the Windrush generation has experienced as a result of the Home Office policies and practices. Nevertheless, the launch of the scheme in April 2019 marked an important step towards achieving justice for the Windrush generation and their families. Since then, however, I've been very concerned by the progress the Home Office has made in ensuring that everyone who is eligible receives their rightful compensation. A recent report by the National Audit Office raised a number of issues that ministers need to address urgently. The Home Office has received significantly fewer applications to the scheme than it's anticipated. By the end of March 2021, the department had received just 2,163 applications.
I repeat that, 2,163 applications. So does the Minister accept that significantly more outreach work is needed to ensure that everyone who is eligible knows about this scheme, is supported to apply to it? For claims received up to March 2020, this scheme had made some sort of payment within 12 months to only 10% of claimants residing in the UK and 1.1% of claimants residing outside the UK. Does the Minister think that is acceptable, that 90% of claimants have not received any payments a year after they've applied? And if not, what steps will the Home Office take to improve this? Tragically, many of the Windrush generation have died without receiving the compensation they deserve. A recent article in The Big Issue quoted several people who lost their lives as they waited for a decision for the scheme. Natalie Barnes, daughter of Paulette Wilson, who died in 2020, said, "The Home Office still operates the hostile environment policy which contributed to the death of my mother. Before she passed, she was struggling with the forms and lack of support and respect from the Home Office. This scheme needs to be moved so there is proper justice to families like mine." I also have several constituents who've been waiting for well over a year for a decision on their applications. One constituent told me that he has been told to send the same documentation 3 times, despite calling the helpline multiple times, and has been unable to receive an update on his claim. I'm still waiting for a response to my correspondence on this issue. Other constituents have faced similar challenges in terms of getting basic answers from the Home Office on the progress of their applications. The Home Office must urgently improve how it deals with these cases from start to finish. I'll turn finally to the changes I believe the government must make to this scheme. The Fix the Windrush Compensation Scheme petition has now received over 100,000 signatures, and it calls for 3 things. First, the compensation scheme should be removed from the Home Office and managed by the independent, non-government agency to provide trust, respect and confidence to the victims and their families. Second, provide substantial funding for outreach schemes to reach Windrush victims in the UK, African and Caribbean. And third, for the government to include a full apology letter with every compensation award. I urge the government to consider taking these steps in order to put some dignity and humanity into the compensation scheme and to give those affected the justice they deserve. Successive governments have failed the Windrush generation. The government must now stop repeating the mistakes of the past and deliver justice to those who have been denied it far too long. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Very much. Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the member for Dulwich and West Norwood for securing this important debate. And it is truly an honour to follow the brilliant contribution from the honourable member from Erith and Thamesmead. This year marks the 4th National Windrush Day, commemorating the arrival of the first Caribbean immigrants to the UK, who played a vital role in rebuilding Britain after the Second World War, arriving on board the Empire Windrush. After the ravages of war, Britain had to heal, rebuild and recover. It was a task that we could and did not manage alone. This wonderful Windrush generation were the drivers, the nurses, the workers who helped not only rebuild Britain, but shaped the Britain we have today, and it is all the better for it. Towns and cities across the country rightly paid tributes to their efforts, including in Luton, where the Windrush flag was raised above our town hall. The ceremony was organised by young leaders in Luton and supported by the African Caribbean Community Development Forum. And I'm proud that our town's tribute and gratitude lives on through the generations. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, gratitude is something a government must not only show and say at the same time. At the moment, the only thing this government is paying is not the compensation that is owed, but lip service to the Windrush generation, and that is simply not good enough. How many more people must die before they get the justice that is rightly owed to them? When will all the Windrush generation get the compensation that is owed to them? Because until we start to see the words match the action, I'm afraid warm words will continue to be cold comfort to those who gave so much. The scale and depth of this injustice is huge. Deportations, innocent people being detained, all under a government that has so far moved to the right that the centre ground is barely visible, let alone the ability to see people as humans and fellow brothers and sisters. I welcomed the Home Office's apology, but an injustice on this scale needs to be followed with action. And I will get on to the virtually non-existent compensation later on, but I'm talking about genuinely learning lessons from the past. Instead of taking a more humane approach, a more humble and appreciative, as well as economically sound approach to what people from other countries give and do to this country, it has steered down an ever more hostile and fiercely right-wing approach. The idea that those who seek refuge in our country are now to be processed, such a horrible phrase in itself when we're talking about people who are fleeing famine, fleeing war or fleeing oppression in another country, where we saw go-home vans, where healthcare workers who have given their all throughout this pandemic are subjected to immigration health surcharges to pay for the very health service that they are actually working in, and where the Prime Minister cozies up to divisive leaders and himself is yet to apologise for racist remarks about Muslim women and black people. Since their apology to the Windrush generation in 2018, this government has not learnt from its past mistakes. In fact, it is getting worse. And when it comes to the compensation scheme, after I raised multiple questions on this issue, the Home Office refused to tell me how many people in Luton North, or in the region even, had been rewarded compensation. They cited some nonsense about it potentially identifying people by telling me the number of people who had received compensation. Just a number I asked for. It would never reveal anyone's identity, so I ask again, how many people in Luton North and in Bedfordshire are still waiting for what is owed to them? And if the Minister will not share that with us, why not? Why has so little of that £200 million compensation fund been allocated to the people who deserve it? And we've heard it already from members across all sides of the House. But last year, I wrote to the Home Secretary on behalf of a constituent. I was days away from having my baby. I got a response when that baby was crawling nearly 8 months later. That is simply not good enough. I appreciate we have had a pandemic and things will take longer for departments to deal with than normal, but 8 months is far too long for the Windrush generation to hear an answer, particularly an older generation and one which has been left more vulnerable and disproportionately affected during this pandemic. For the Windrush generation, I hope that the wait for justice will be over, because for far too many of their peers, they never lived to see the day. And that justice can now never be redressed. So now the Minister must act. The compensation owed to people must find its way to their pockets and to their bank accounts as soon as possible, and we must know when that is going to happen. And finally, if they are to truly learn the lessons of their past, to end the hostile environment that so many of our Black, Asian minority ethnic communities have to live every day in.
Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Dulwich and West Norwood for securing this important debate today. The findings of the National Audit Office on the compensation scheme for the Windrush scandal can only be described as catastrophic, and we've heard from many honourable members across the chamber today that more than 21 members of the Windrush generation have died awaiting compensation, and far too little support has been provided to those making claims. These claims need to be processed quicker to ensure no one else from the Windrush generation sadly passes away while still waiting. We also heard from the honourable and learned member from Edinburgh South West talking about the scheme needing to be properly resourced, and I agree with that. If one is to judge the UK Government's commitment to mending the harm they have caused to black citizens of the UK and Commonwealth by the efficacy of this compensation scheme, one may come to rather distressing conclusions. I would also like to highlight that many members of the Windrush generation continue to suffer from another of the government's ill-judged and callous policies, frozen pensions. Successive UK governments have pursued an approach to state pensions where recipients in some countries receive annual pension payment increments, but pensioners in other countries, including all but 2 Caribbean countries, do not. Some members of the Windrush generation retired to their countries of birth only to find themselves at the receiving end of this harsh policy. This includes over 300 pensioners living in Antigua and Barbuda, 1,300 in Trinidad and Tobago, almost 1,000 in Grenada and more than 800 in St Lucia, and hundreds more across a number of other Caribbean islands. One such pensioner is 90-year-old Nancy Hunt, who moved to the UK from Antigua with her daughter 66-year-old Gretel. Nancy spent 33 years working in Leicester, while Gretel spent 2 decades working in UK factories. Due to their return to their country of origin, Nancy has now missed out on £70,000 in pension payments, receiving only £39 per week, less than a third of the pension she deserves. Gretel, who has now reached retirement age, faces the same fate as her mother. Another pensioner in this situation, who I had the great pleasure of meeting a couple of days ago virtually, is 82-year-old Monica Phillip, who was born in Antigua and moved to the UK when she was 20 years old. She spent 37 years employed in the UK, including as a civil servant at the Ministry of Defence and the City of London Social Services, and had to return to Antigua in 1996 to care for her ailing mother. Her state pension has been frozen at £74 per week, half of what her sister Naomi, who still lives in Leicester, receives. How can that be fair? The UK government could choose to end this injustice at any time. All that it would take to put a stop to the frozen pensions policy is domestic legislation, unilaterally uprating the pensions of UK pensioners in countries that the UK has no reciprocal pension agreement with. The government does not take these steps, as it insists it will only uprate pensions through such reciprocal agreements. This would be an almost reasonable position, if not for the fact that the government balks at the opportunity when offered new reciprocal agreements, such as the one recently offered by Canada. It would be helpful if the government could clarify why it takes such a contradictory stance, where on the one hand it insists that it merely seeks bilateral reciprocal deals, and on the other it will not actively seek such deals or seriously consider them when they are presented with the opportunity to secure one. Now, I understand the Minister may not have responsibility for this, but has the Minister had discussions with colleagues in the DWP on the impact these frozen pensions have had on Windrush pensioners who have retired to their countries of origin, especially in light of the inefficacy of the compensation scheme? Nothing can excuse this lack of support to Windrush pensioners who put in decades of hard work rebuilding the UK after the Second World War.
Video link. Claudia Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to congratulate the member for Dulwich and West Norwood for securing this important debate. I am a daughter of the Windrush generation. When my parents and my family arrived from Nevis and settled in Leicester, they made tremendous sacrifices so that they could contribute to our local and national community. The Windrush generation were part of a brief post-war attempt to reconcile centuries of extractive, violent colonialism by ensuring that members of the British Empire would settle in the UK. Despite facing horrific, systemic racism and discrimination, the Windrush generation helped to rebuild a country ravaged by war and made an immense contribution to shape the country we live in today. The British state has not held up its end of the bargain.
Mistreatment of the Windrush generation, which ensnared UK residents in the government's callous, racist, hostile environment, immigration system, is one of the most evil chapters in modern British history. British citizens who built our NHS, who worked on frontline jobs, whose actions defined public service were criminalised, denied access to work, housing and healthcare for no other reason than their country of birth or the colour of their skin. The Equality and Human Rights Commission found that the government failed to comply with its equality duties. Wendy Williams' Lessons Learned review found a culture of neglect within the Home Office that created conditions in which British citizens were systematically denied their rights due to damaging pernicious immigration targets. The Lesson Learned review made 30 recommendations the Home Secretary committed to implementing, yet progress has been slow. So slow that Wendy Williams accused the Home Office of paying lip service. The urgent reform is necessary. It's utterly shameful that just 687 people have received compensation from the Windrush compensation scheme out of 11,500 people the Home Office estimated might be eligible, although the National Audit Office found that 15,000 people may be eligible. That means less than 5% of people whose lives were unjustly ruined by this government have not received the compensation they deserve. Tragically, at least 21 people have died waiting for justice. The National Audit Office found that despite the compensation scheme needing 125 full-time caseworkers, when the Home Office launched the scheme, it only had 6 full-time caseworkers in post. Applicants are also forced to go through a complex, convoluted and tortuous process that includes at least 15 steps, and the wait times are unacceptably long. This derisory commitment shows how utterly unserious this government is about making amends for their abuse of human rights. Frankly, it seems that this government could not care less about the victims of their own institutional racist policies. Indeed, in the same Home Office, putting the same Home Office that is responsible for the Windrush scandal in charge of the compensation scheme is like leaving a fox in charge of a hen house. The scheme must be removed from government and placed under a properly funded independent regulator. The mishandling of the Windrush compensation scheme has rubbed salt into the wounds, heaping insult upon injustice. Under this government, citizenship rights have been deliberately obscured and deportation and removal targets have taken precedent. Yet they have made no effort to end the institutionally racist, hostile environment policies that created this disaster. Indeed, the Windrush scandal is perhaps the definitive example of institutional racism. The fact that this government has embarked on a damaging crusade against the reality of institutional racism shows just how little they have learned from the suffering of the Windrush generation. I am very concerned by this government's denial of structural discrimination as demonstrated by the Commission on Race and Ethnic Disparities report, which sought to blame and gaslight minorities for the structural disadvantages they face. This is not a government that wants to learn lessons from the Windrush scandal. This is a government that is cynically using culture war troops that are designed to divide our communities against each other and distract from the real causes of inequality and injustice. The victims of the Windrush scandal need urgent justice. Compensation scheme must be taken away from the Home Office and rapidly accelerated. Beyond this, the government must recall the suffering of the Windrush generation and remember that the demonisation of migrants and African Caribbean and Asian and minority ethnic communities has devastating consequences on the lives of British residents. Ultimately, the government must abandon a divisive agenda and commit to governing in the interests of all our citizens, regardless of the colour of our skin or our country of birth. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the member for Dulwich and West Norwood for securing this very important debate. So Windrush Day is our chance to celebrate the incredible contributions made by the remarkable generation of workers who came at the invitation of the British government and helped to rebuild our country from the ashes of the Second World War and to establish the NHS. I welcome this opportunity to pay tribute to their tireless work and to articulate our country's massive debt of gratitude to them. And our celebrations are marred, however, by the disgraceful way in which this government has repaid these workers in creating the hostile environment. The Windrush scandal is a stain on this government's conscience and remains one of the greatest racist injustices of our time. Fewer than 700 people have received compensation to date out of over 11,000 who may be eligible, and at least 21 people have died waiting for justice, because as we know, justice delayed is justice denied. And I call on the government to now apologise for these atrocities and commit to overhauling the scheme and placing it under independent leadership to help restore faith in the process, to get people the compensation and justice they deserve. And if this government was truly serious about learning the lessons of the Windrush scandal and righting this wrong, it would review and roll back its entire hostile environment policy. And this includes the EU settlement scheme deadline, which passed yesterday, which threatens to create yet another similar scandal of the same proportions. And instead of lifting the deadline, as so many of us have called for, this government has chosen to press ahead with a process that has meant that many EU citizens residing in the UK, who for so many reasons were not able to complete the application process in time, today woke up without the right to rent, work or access to free NHS healthcare. And this government's response that millions have applied does not answer the question on what will happen to those who lose out. Will the Minister today give us reassurance about his government's plan to ensure that the disastrous treatment of the Windrush generation and their families will not be applied to the EU citizens who have not managed to meet this deadline? This government's harsh treatment of those who already have the right to live and work in this country is beyond reproach, but so too is the treatment of those seeking safety on our shores. And last month, the High Court ruled that the government's housing of asylum seekers at Napier Barracks is appalling and crowded conditions was inadequate and unsafe, and that a major coronavirus outbreak there was inevitable. It also found that residents of Napier Barracks were unlawfully detained there. And this week, plans by the Home Secretary to dump asylum seekers in offshore camps in Rwanda were revealed. These unconscionable plans threaten rampant human rights violations against some of the most vulnerable people in our society who have come to our country seeking the help and the compassion that they have a right to expect and receive. And I call on this government to think again and reject this inhumane course of action. Lastly, I'd like to turn to this government's plans for the NHS. This unparalleled institution that got our country through this pandemic, and that was built on the backs of the Windrush generation. And we now have a health secretary who, until just days ago, was a £150,000 a year investor to JP Morgan, a bank which also a major player on the private healthcare scene. He also on record as being a strong advocate for the privatisation of public services. And this year has shown more than ever that the value of public healthcare system, universally free at the point of use, today is commemoration of the incredible contribution of the Windrush generation. And I take this opportunity to call once again on this government to honour their work and their sacrifices they made, put right the wrong of the victims of the hostile environment have suffered, and take steps needed to put the NHS back on its original footing, publicly owned, publicly funded, free at the point of use and available for all. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Video link. We now come to the wind-ups. Anne McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all pay tribute to those caught up in the Windrush scandal for hanging on in there, for sticking with this, and also to the many campaigning community groups, activists, supporters and friends and family of those who have suffered so badly. Can I thank them for campaigning, for signing petitions, for speaking to us, for looking in on people, for looking after people. Without them, people would have suffered even more greatly than they already have. Can I also pay tribute to the honourable and right honourable members who have stuck with this issue and fought tooth and nail for people. I'll make particular mention of the honourable member for Dulwich and West Norwood and congratulate her for securing this debate. Thanks too to the Backbench Business Committee for agreeing, and there are many more who've spoken today and in the past. As the SNP's immigration spokesperson, I also want to mention the consistent position that both the Honourable Member for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East and the Right Honourable Member for Edinburgh South West have taken over the years. They joined other voices in pointing out the many flaws and suggesting improvements to the scheme, one being to make the scheme independent. If someone is ordered to pay me compensation for a crime they've committed against me, they should not decide how much and when I will be paid. They are the ones in the wrong. And just as it is taken out of their hands, so it should be with the Home Office. My colleagues also argued strongly for legal aid, again ignored, and they argued for changing the standard of proof required in some financial claims away from the beyond reasonable doubt to the normal civil standard of balance of probabilities. On that, at least, the Minister took advice from Martin Ford QC, who, as we know, designed much of the scheme, and the guidance was changed. So that's good, but the other flaws remain, and progress, as we've heard, has been painfully slow. As a new MP in 2015, I regularly felt frustrated at passionately arguing the case for someone or something, but almost never getting anywhere in terms of policy changes. However, I underestimated the importance people place on MPs speaking up for them and acknowledging their injustice. So as the SNP's immigration spokesperson, I will say again, what happened to those people who came here as part of the Windrush generation was utterly wrong, and this government should be ashamed of itself, and it should be doing everything it can to make amends insofar as it's possible. It talks about it, but as we've heard, it's not happening for enough people, and it's not happening fast enough. When the scandal emerged, the Home Office claimed it was a one-off admin error. Are the delays and the complications with administering the compensation also admin errors? I would argue not. It's too much of a coincidence that it all fits with this deeply hostile environment. There is a growing narrative from this government about two types of immigrants, the good compliant ones and the illegal ones, who are, it follows according to this government, bad and bad for the UK. It fits with the wider narrative that there's no such thing as white privilege when there absolutely is, that there's no institutional racism on these islands when there is, and that the British Empire was a force for good in the world. Next thing you know, we'll be hearing those on the government benches tell us that the British went round the globe because they had to civilise people, and they won't blink an eye when they say it. And I'm going to make notable exceptions for those who have spoken in this debate today. But that narrative is increasing, and it allows things like the Windrush scandal to happen. I don't want to spend too much time away from the specific issue of Windrush, because those people absolutely deserve the focus to be on them in this debate. But I want to list a few other things that are the hostile anti-immigrant narrative is allowing to happen right now. It's allowing people to be held in communal accommodation completely inappropriate to their needs, like the army barracks, like those hotels and hostels, and in Glasgow, like the dreadful so-called mother and baby unit, where babies and toddlers have no, and I mean no, space to do anything other than sleep and eat. The narrative allows highly skilled migrants, another group of people that we asked to come here because we needed their skills, to be thrown out of the UK on the most spurious of reasons. It has allowed the Home Office to go searching for ways to throw them out, asking the Tax Office to tell them of any who've ever had any discrepancies in their self-assessment returns. And then, despite HMRC having resolved the issue years ago and being completely satisfied, it's allowing the Home Office to kick those people out. And I could not mention today, 1st of July 2021, as others have, the up to 1 million EU citizens who've now missed the deadline to apply to remain in the country that is their home. Many of them simply wouldn't have believed that they had to apply, maybe because for many of them this has been their home, like the Windrush generation, for longer than the Home Secretary has been alive. Whatever the reason, those people have today lost their right to live here and to work here, and employers have lost the right to employ them, no matter how badly they are needed. And it could have been avoided, and it would have been avoided, had the Home Secretary, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster stuck to the pledge they signed when trying to get people to vote for Brexit, a pledge that said to EU citizens, nothing will change for you, but it has. And I'm deeply concerned about those EU citizens living here today. It could also have been avoided had the government, as the Right Honourable Member for Edinburgh South West pointed out, actually learned lessons from the Lessons Learned review carried out by Wendy Williams. But as I said, I don't want to take away today from the people that we're here to talk about, and that is those people of the Windrush generation. They came here because they were invited here. My partner's family were among them, but thankfully were not caught up in this. We needed them to help rebuild after World War II. Whilst people in the Caribbean were well used to having white people in charge of their country, what they were not used to was the racist abuse they would be subjected to when they reached our shores. They just assumed they'd be welcome because they were part of the Commonwealth. They'd fought in our wars, and as I said, they were invited here. So it must have been a huge shock when they got here. And let's not forget that the 5,000 Jamaican nurses the Honourable Member for Dulwich and West Norwood mentioned, who came here to provide us with healthcare, meant 5,000 fewer nurses in Jamaica, the country that had trained them. I want to turn to the complexity of applying for compensation. The Home Office has said the reason it's taken so long is because it's very complex, that assessing their financial loss as well as the other profound impacts and consequences is not easy and can't be done overnight. And the fact that each claim takes on average not the 30 hours of staff time that they estimated, but 154 hours, according to the National Audit Office, certainly backs that up. So how can they also claim that it's so straightforward you don't need a lawyer? All the reasons they give for taking so much time are the same reasons for allowing legal aid to support applicants. It would also make the Home Office task easier and hopefully build some faith in the scheme, which is why the Home Affairs Committee recommended it and why my party put forward an amendment to that effect to the bill. And that's why the recent news that the Joint Council on the Welfare of Immigrants would be teaming up with 7 companies to give free legal advice was so welcome and such a relief. All I can say is thank goodness for a legal profession that believes in access to justice for all, but it shouldn't be down to them and their resources. People must be given support by the perpetrators of this outrage, and the scheme must be independent of those perpetrators. Finally, why on earth did the Home Office only spend 8.1 million of the 15.8 million budget allocated to run the scheme last year? The link between that and the lengthy delays is obvious. The solution is obvious. But my fear is that this government is not looking for solutions for all the reasons I've mentioned before, because their political ideology wants to make these islands as inaccessible and as unwelcoming as possible to those they consider foreign, whether they are or not.
Shadow Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a privilege to close this crucial debate on behalf of the opposition today, and I'm very grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating the time for it. I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Dulwich and West Norwood, for her work securing the debate and for leading it today, and I echo her praise of campaigners like Patrick Vernon. My honourable friend, as she demonstrated in her speech, is a powerful and passionate advocate for the Windrush generation. I was lucky enough, as she said, to visit her constituency for a lunch marking Windrush Day. And spending time in the company of people from that generation is a real honour. And it offered a unique insight into a remarkable part of our national story. The Empire Windrush docked in Tilbury on that Tuesday in June 1948, 73 years ago, after travelling thousands of miles across the Atlantic Ocean from the Caribbean. On that day, it would have been impossible to predict the incredible impact that those people who became known as the Windrush generation would have on our country. The Labour government of the time needed people to come and contribute to the economic recovery after World War II. And so many people travelled so far from home to help rebuild this country from the ruins of World War II. And this they did and so much more. The Windrush generation and their families have made a huge impact on every facet of our national life. Our NHS, our transport system, public and private sectors, the arts, culture, religion, sports, the list is endless. And when I spoke to people at that lunch in Brixton, they also gave me a powerful reminder of the appalling discrimination that generation faced when they arrived, the vile racism that made it hard to access work, homes, and even feel safe on the streets. Yet they persisted, and we owe them a huge debt of gratitude. Today we've heard many fine speeches about the Windrush generation, their experience and their continued quest for justice. And we've heard moving stories from contributions from my honourable friends for Edmonton, Streatham, Slough, Erith and Thamesmead, Luton North, Liverpool Riverside and Leicester East. And it is, Mr Deputy Speaker, a national scandal that the Windrush compensation scheme is the offensive mess it is. Because the impact of the Windrush scandal demands a timely, efficient, comprehensive, sensitive compensation scheme that truly reflects the gravity and the scale of the injustice. This is so important because people who dedicated their lives to this country were treated in an unforgivable way. People were cut off from accessing the very basics of human life, work, housing and healthcare. Some were stranded away from home, totally innocent people, forced into desperate situations, destitute, unable to work or receive financial support. The Wendy Williams review came incredibly close to calling the Home Office institutionally racist. The Equality and Human Rights Commission found that the Home Office did not comply with its equality duty when understanding the impact on the Windrush generation and their descendants when developing, implementing and monitoring the hostile environment policy agenda. And I want to take this moment to praise the campaigners who fought so hard to expose this injustice and for the rights of victims. Each and every one of them has shown remarkable dedication and care for others. It was fitting that on Windrush Day, a blue plaque was dedicated in honour of the late Paulette Wilson. Paulette Wilson came to Britain in the winter of 1968 after Enoch Powell's infamous speech earlier that year. That her plaque is now on his former constituency office is a sign of progress, but it's a powerful reminder that change never comes easily and always has to be fought for. It requires perseverance, keeping going when things are tough. And that is exactly what so many Windrush campaigners have done with great courage, and we pay tribute to them today. But their deeds must be matched by action from this government. And that's why the Windrush compensation scheme is such a crucial issue before us today. It is not just a vital way to ensure that people have access to the funds they need as a result of the huge wrongs they've endured, important though that is. It's also an opportunity for those in power to show they have listened, appreciate the scale of the scandal and acted. But sadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, that has not been the case. In one of Britain's most challenging hours, the Windrush generation answered the government's call for help. But when this government was called on to act for them, they've done too little, too late. Appallingly, we know that at least 21 people have died waiting for justice from the scheme. The government's own figures show that just 687 people have received compensation from the 11,500 the Home Office estimate might be eligible. That is nowhere near good enough. And I've met people who've been offered derisory compensation payments, insulting amounts that come nowhere near recognising the scale of the damage done. The government say they've overhauled the scheme and increased some of the payments, but they've never explained why those measures weren't in place from the start and why they are still inadequate. The speed of the scheme is totally unacceptable, And don't take my word for it, the Home Secretary wrote to me yesterday to say that she agreed with me that, and I quote, claims need to be resolved more quickly. The National Audit Office has been critical of the Windrush compensation scheme. So it's no wonder, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the victims of Windrush that I've spoken to have lost faith in the Home Office to deliver this scheme. And that is why the Labour Party, along with voices from across society, especially in the Windrush generation, is calling for the Windrush scheme to be overhauled by placing it in the hands of an independent body away from the Home Office. That body must have the confidence of victims to restore faith in the process and to quickly get compensation to people who've been so appallingly treated. And ministers must come forward and give cast-iron guarantees on when each and every finding from the Wendy Williams review will be implemented. Not just a promise they will be, when will they be? The reality is that the time for warm words is over. There has to be fundamental change in the Home Office, a fundamental change in the compensation scheme. The time for platitudes is over. The time for action is now.
Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I start by thanking the Honourable Member for Dulwich and West Norwood and indeed the Member for Wickham for his co-sponsorship in calling this debate and indeed colleagues from across the House for their insightful and passionate contributions to what is a vitally important subject. Last Tuesday on Windrush Day we came together to celebrate the Windrush generation. Events were held all over the United Kingdom, and the sight of the Windrush flag flying above so many buildings, including here in Parliament and, as we learned, Luton Town Hall, was a splendid illustration of what Windrush means to this country. The arrival of the Empire Windrush at Tilbury Dock 73 years ago was a signal moment in our history. It has become a symbol of the rich human tapestry that makes this country great. The passengers on that ship, their descendants and those who followed them have made and continue to make a unique and enormous contribution to the social, economic and cultural life of the United Kingdom. And as someone who was brought up in the constituency of the member for Liverpool Riverside and who spent many years in city and local government in central London, I have shared triumph and tragedy, hate and love with the descendants and indeed members of the Windrush generation and seen what an enormous contribution they make to our national life. And as the member for Erith and Thamesmead and others noted, many have been at the forefront of the fight against COVID, working in the NHS, our emergency services and in other key frontline roles. The Windrush generation have helped to shape our country. This is their home. Without them, we would be immeasurably diminished, and yet despite all of that, some of them suffered terrible injustices at the hands of successive governments of all flags. The fact that so many people were wrongly made to feel that this country was not their home is a tragedy and an outrage. I know that the scars run deep. This sorry episode will not be forgotten, nor should it be. This government has done and continues to do everything in our power to right these wrongs. And I wanted, Mr Deputy Speaker, to set out some of the steps we have taken. In April of 2018, the Home Office established a task force to ensure individuals who have struggled to demonstrate their right to be here are supported in doing so. Since then, we've provided documentation to over 13,000 individuals confirming their status. In April 2019, we launched the Windrush Compensation Scheme to ensure members of the generation and their families are compensated for the losses and impacts they've suffered because they were unable to demonstrate their lawful status in this country. And I would like to reassure members of the House that we are absolutely committed to ensuring that everyone receives the maximum compensation to which they are entitled. There is no cap. The Honourable Member mentioned a cap of £100,000. There is now no cap on the amount we will pay out. Since April 2019, we've offered more than £32.4 million, of which £24.4 million has been paid across now 732 claims, and they've been accepted by the individuals and, as I say, paid. And just to reassure members, everybody who does accept and receive a payment also receives a personal letter of apology from the Home Secretary. We are determined, though, to get this right, and that means taking action to improve our approach where necessary. In December, in response to feedback and from members of the community, my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, overhauled the compensation scheme so people would receive significantly more money more quickly. The changes have had an immediate impact. Within 6 weeks, we'd offered more than we had in the previous 19 months. Since the end of December, we've offered an average of £5.2 million a month and have paid more than 7 times the total amount that had been paid out before then. Despite this progress, as a number of members have claimed, people would rather see, or a number of people would rather see, the compensation scheme move from the Home Office to an independent body. However, taking such action at this stage would risk significantly delaying payments to people. The first stage in deciding a claim for compensation is to confirm an individual's identity and eligibility. This is linked to their immigration status. It would be difficult to decouple this from the Home Office without increasing the time taken to process an individual's claim and issue payments. There would also be considerable disruption to the processing of outstanding claims whilst the new body was established and made operational. That is not to say we are operating without external scrutiny. Far from it, Mr Deputy Speaker. For those dissatisfied with their compensation offer, an independent review can be conducted by the Adjudicator's Office, a non-departmental public body that is completely independent of the Home Office. The scheme was set up and designed with the independent oversight of Martin Ford QC in close consultation with those affected by the scandal. Our approach was informed by hundreds of responses to a call for evidence and a public consultation. Earlier this year, we appointed Professor Martin Levermore as the new independent person to advise on the Windrush compensation scheme and ensure it is easy to access, fair and meets the needs of those affected, and we continue to listen and respond to feedback about the scheme to ensure it is operating effectively. Yet we are not complacent. We recognise the need to resolve claims more quickly. Some people have been waiting too long for that to happen, and that is not acceptable, as the Home Secretary noted in her letter to the Honourable Gentleman, or the Right Honourable Gentleman.
I'll go to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. In 2 years and 3 months, the Home Office has resolved 687 claims. Does he seriously think any other system properly set up could be that slow?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I outlined, the current total is actually 732 claims, but it has been too slow. And that's why, as I said, the Home Secretary took direct action in December last year, and we have seen a significant acceleration in payments thus far. We hope that that progress will continue. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, as a number of members mentioned, the death of 21 individuals before we were able to offer them compensation does weigh extremely heavily on all of us and is a source of sorrow and regret. We are working with their families to ensure that compensation is paid out, while recognising that doing so can never provide adequate consolation. And now we have completed the implementation of the December changes that I referred to, we are committed to reducing the time between submission and decision over the coming months. To do this, we're recruiting additional caseworkers, directing resources to maximise final decision output, as well as improving the evidence gathering process by revising our data sharing agreements with other departments and our forms, guidance and processes. We also continue to do all that we can to raise awareness of the Windrush schemes and encourage all who are eligible to apply. Last year we launched a national communications campaign and the Windrush Community Fund, which was designed to reach further and deeper into those communities who were affected, and we've now held 180 events reaching 3,000 people. Last year we also published the Wendy Williams Lessons Learned Review, to which a number of members referred, which laid bare the failings and mistakes that led to the Windrush scandal. Each of the 30 recommendations has been grouped into different themes that are being delivered across the Home Office to ensure the lessons from the review are being applied across the department. And despite what was asserted, Ms Williams did not say that the Home Office is paying lip service to her review, and she will be returning to the department in September to review our progress. Alongside this, Mr Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend the Home Secretary and the Permanent Secretary are also leading an unprecedented programme of change to ensure the Home Office is representative of every part of the community it serves. Our ambition is to transform the department into one that puts people before processes, an organisation that has fairness and compassion at the heart of all it does. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Windrush scandal is a stain on this country's conscience. We owe it to those who suffered as a result to deliver lasting and meaningful change and ensure nothing like this ever happens again. And I'm happy to say that as we celebrate today that generation, and hopefully in the years to come on Windrush Day, the Department for Transport is currently investigating whether the anchor from the Windrush can be recovered and restored to become a fitting memorial to that generation, in the hope that we will all aspire in the future to the aspiration of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Worthing, that in the future the colour of our skin will matter no more and no less than the colour of our eyes.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to extend my thanks to every honourable and right honourable member who has spoken in the debate today. This debate has been a celebration of the Windrush generation, and we have heard again the inspirational stories of people like Lydia Simmons of Slough, the first black person to be elected mayor in this country. But much of this debate has quite rightly been focused on the injustices so many of the Windrush generation continue to face, the inadequacy of the government's response and the work still to do. I welcome in particular the contributions of the Father of the House and the Honourable Member for Wickham, who both acknowledged the shameful, painful reality of racism still experienced today. And I hope the Minister did take heed of their remarks. My honourable friend, the member for Streatham, mentioned the important work of the Windrush Foundation and its chair, Arthur Torrington. And I want to just add my support in conclusion, as I have done many times in this chamber and in correspondence, for the National Windrush Monument to be located in its rightful place in Windrush Square in Brixton and not at Waterloo Station. It is disappointing that the Minister refused to accept the need for the Windrush scheme to be independently administered. This is tone deaf to the experiences of many who have had to make a claim and completely ignores what victims of the Windrush scandal have said about the re-traumatising effects of having to engage with the same organisation that perpetrated the injustice from which they are seeking redress. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that when we celebrate Windrush Day 2022, we will be able to acknowledge meaningful progress in delivering the justice for the Windrush generation and ending racism and racial inequality in this country. But there is much more to do, and many of us will continue to fight for it.
Yeah. The question is, as on the order papers, may I let Prince say aye? Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will be suspending in a moment, but I just want to say, as we go on to the next debate, and Rosie Winston will be taking over from me, I'm really proud that we have more openly gay LGBT plus members of Parliament in this Parliament than any other Parliament in the world. We have fought many battles and we've won many battles. We've still got a bit to go. But when I look around the rest of the world and see so many people living in persecution, with stigma and in fear, I know that we also have a battle to fight for them as well. Very important debate to come. We will now suspend for 3 minutes. Order! Order!
Sorry. Order. Order. We now come to the general debate on Pride Month. Dame Angela Eagle to move.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to open this cross-party backbench debate as Pride Month 2021 comes to its conclusion. All too sadly, once more, coronavirus restrictions have meant that it's been more online than on the streets and less visible and impactful because of it. Coronavirus has hit the LGBT community especially hard because it's caused huge disruption in the sectors which often provide employment, as well as closing completely many of the safe social spaces the community relies on. Pride Month is a time when the LGBT community can celebrate our diversity, commemorate those who fought to end our oppression, and support those who continue to fight against the ongoing discrimination and bigotry which is sadly still prevalent in our society. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Parliament has made great progress since I was first elected, as I think your predecessor in the chair was anxious to say at the end of the last debate. We've transformed ourselves from a virtual LGBT-free legislature into one of the gayest parliaments in the world, often something that is on my mind when I'm sat on these green benches waiting to be called. I look forward to the contributions, therefore, in today's debate from all parts of the House. But it's impossible not to observe that this debate is taking place against a confusing backdrop of simultaneous progress and backlash for LGBT+ people in our own country and across the world. On the one hand, today we have the historic and welcome decision by the Methodists to allow same-sex marriage. On the other, we have an increasingly hostile atmosphere for LGBT people on our streets. This demonstrates that whilst we celebrate progress made, we can't take it for granted or give up on the fight for global LGBT rights across the world. Here in the UK, the cross-party agreement on LGBT rights, which has been such a welcome feature of our politics since 2010, appears to be under some strain. Now, this strain may not be reflected in today's debate, but it's demonstrated by the government's increasing appetite for fomenting divisive culture wars, which seek to pit one group in society against another. Madam Deputy Speaker, this emboldens bullies and problematises vulnerable minorities. It generates fear and resentments which can only do harm. This divisive tactic has especially been directed towards trans people, who are often amongst the least protected and the most vulnerable in our community. Theoretical support for LGBT+ rights is, of course, hugely welcome, but we must also judge a government by its actions as well as its words. An LGBT person here in the UK might have been badly affected by the government's decision to end the funding for anti-bullying work in schools last November. They might be worried that the government is intent on rolling back some of the progress already made by tearing up their 2018 LGBT Action Plan and disbanding the advisory panel because, in the words of the current Secretary of State responsible for equalities, it was created by a previous administration. If they're trans or non-binary, a person might be mortified that here in the UK their very existence appears to be up for debate in the name of somebody else's free speech, while crucially important health support for them is increasingly unavailable. Meanwhile, out on our streets, homophobic hate crimes have soared, up 19% last year, with transphobic hate crimes up 16%. Yet over the same period, the number of prosecutions has plummeted from 20% of reports to a mere 8%. If they look abroad, an LGBT person might see their Hungarian counterparts being subjected to a Section 28-style anti-LGBT law, banning the so-called promotion of homosexuality, which has a familiar ring to it. Or their Polish counterparts being forced to live in newly established LGBT-free zones. Whilst the government's LGBT envoy, Lord Herbert, has rightly condemned the new Hungarian law, our own Prime Minister's eagerness to roll out the red carpet in Downing Street for its author, Viktor Orban, was an unconvincing way of expressing his official disapproval. And the total silence, Madam Deputy Speaker, which has accompanied the homophobic baiting of Kim Ledbetter, Labour's candidate in the Batley and Spen by-election, sends its own signal to those perpetrating the abuse. To improve on its LGBT credentials, this government has to make good on the promises it has already made. As a minimum, it must introduce a ban on conversion therapy with no religious exemptions and no loopholes. It must progress the long-promised reform of the Gender Recognition Act. Oversee the proper introduction of inclusive sex and relationship education in schools with robust, proactive guidance. And the government must take action against demonstrations outside schools which are organised to stir up hatred and intimidate children and teachers. In March this year, we had a very disappointing response from the Equalities Minister to the petitions debate on banning the abhorrent and abusive practice of conversion therapy. This led to an unprecedented cross-party letter to the government supporting an outright ban, signed by the LGBT plus groups of 8 political parties represented in this House. A full 12 months have passed since the Prime Minister's pledge to ban it, and whilst we're told there is a bill in the works, which I sincerely hope there is, all we have seen are the assurances given to the Evangelical Alliance that religious freedoms will be upheld. If the forthcoming bill creates exemptions for religion, it will not actually constitute a ban, since 50% of conversion therapy takes place in a religious setting. The leaderships of all of the major religions, Madam Deputy Speaker, have stated that they are in favour of a ban on conversion therapy, as is the UN. Abuse, coercion, corrective rape and exorcism have no place in a civilised society and no place in acceptable religious practice. The UN independent expert on protection against violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity has concluded that conversion therapy is, and I quote, degrading, inhuman and cruel in its very essence. The US Independent Forensic Expert Group on Conversion Therapy has concluded that all practices attempting conversion are inherently humiliating, demeaning and discriminatory, and that they generate profound feelings of shame, guilt, self-disgust and worthlessness. It's no wonder that those subjected to it often suffer mental breakdown as a direct result. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what on earth is the government waiting for? It should now proceed with a complete ban with no loopholes. Now, the government has reneged on its own stated ambition of reforming the Gender Recognition Act. Instead, it appears to be much more focused on encouraging the waging of a disgraceful hybrid war on Stonewall because it's trans-inclusive. The government should concentrate instead on modernising the arrangements around gender recognition to make them more humane. Trans people are finding themselves under siege, used as an excuse to bring back the same old anti-LGBT tropes, which those of us who are old enough to have experienced it recognise from the 1980s. Stirring up fear about predators, safety in bathrooms, and most insultingly of all, the safety of children. But this government seems to have completely forgotten that at the heart of this long overdue reform are people who are just trying to live their lives. Now, I'm a proud lesbian and a proud feminist and a trans ally, and I see absolutely no contradiction whatsoever between any of these values. The battle for equal treatment, dignity and human rights for all can only be achieved with empathy and solidarity between those who've been oppressed by discrimination and bigotry and their allies. Change is achieved by working together. That is why some seek to foment fear and division to prevent progress to a fairer society, free of all discrimination. The government continues to claim that the UK is a world leader in LGBT rights. For that to be the case, it must stop giving a green light to those stoking fears and isolating an already vulnerable community which feels under siege and increasingly abandoned. The government must follow international best practice and allow for trans and non-binary people to obtain legal gender recognition through a simple administrative process. And to address another myth head-on, Madam Deputy Speaker, this does not mean that Keith will be able to identify as Cathy whenever they choose and then switch back again. It actually means that trans people can establish their legal status in a simple process and then do the things the rest of us take for granted, like getting married in the right gender, having their pension and insurance policies administered in the right gender. The current bureaucratic, demeaning and intrusive process, which involves them having to get doctors to agree that they're suffering from a mental illness and then certify that they have lived in their preferred gender for 2 years, is no longer fit for purpose. Again, I implore the government, you promised you'd do this, now just get on with it. Now, this House took an historic decision when it voted on the 27th of March 2019 by 538 votes to 21 to approve a set of draft regulations which would introduce inclusive sex and relationship education into our schools and put it on a statutory footing. This guarantees that children are properly equipped for adult life, and it ensures that they can be supported to live a happy and safe life. The government must recognise and defeat the challenge posed to Parliament's intention by the organised demonstrations outside schools which lie about the content of the lessons and seek to foster panic and hatred whilst intimidating both children and teachers. They must be robustly dealt with. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have come a long way in our campaign to ensure that LGBT plus people are part of our society with equal rights under the law. We have further to go to ensure that those theoretical rights exist in reality in our country and in the world. And I, for one, will continue to fight until full LGBT equality is achieved.
The question is as on the order paper. Elliot Colburn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Wallersley, and I was very proud to co-sign the application for this important debate that we're having this afternoon. And I would like to begin by wishing everyone here in this House, in my own constituency of Carshalton and Wallington, but in the UK and around the world, a very, very happy Pride indeed. It hasn't looked the same this year as it has in previous years. We've been moved to online events and we haven't been able to have our usual festivities and celebrations, but I hope from 2022 onwards we can certainly get back to that, to celebrate the contribution of LGBT plus people to this country, recognise how far we have come, but also to acknowledge the work that is still left to do and the progress that is left to be made. We are now more than 50 years on from the Stonewall riots in the United States and more than 50 years on from the decriminalisation of homosexual acts in the United Kingdom. And next year we will celebrate the 50th anniversary of the first ever Pride rally in the UK in London. But of course LGBT history is one that stretches far back, not just for the last 50 years, but since the beginning of time itself, as I'm sure the Minister knows. And by that I don't mean that the Minister was there at the time and he can tell us all about it, by the way. I believe it is indeed a sign of better times that I can stand here today as a proudly open gay man in what was until last year, when New Zealand beat us to this post as the gayest parliament in the world, happily engaged to my fiancée Jed, having grown up with an accepting family, a supportive school, supportive workplaces, and in a country that does indeed recognise my rights. And indeed, just yesterday, as it was mentioned by the member for Wallersley, we reached yet another milestone with the Methodist Church's very welcome, overwhelming support for same-sex marriage in their churches. It is important during Pride that we recognise the progress that has been made and celebrate those champions that have fought to get us to this point. But it is especially important to recognise that there is still much to do. There are so many issues that would be important to raise that in my short contribution today I cannot do all of them justice, but I do want to highlight some of the most pressing. And first is indeed the need to remember that whilst we are lucky to live in a country that does recognise the rights of LGBT plus people in law, To this day, around the world, LGBT plus people face persecution and even the death penalty, simply because of their sexuality, gender identity or expression. And in some countries, particularly in Eastern Europe, in places like Hungary and Poland, we do seem to be taking a step backwards. So the United Kingdom must remain strong in condemning these abhorrent human rights abuses. And I hope that we can use our position as the host of that global LGBT plus conference to push that agenda and re-establish that commitment. But whilst we have made great strides here in the UK, it is still the case for far too many LGBT plus people that in this country that they experience crime, hate crime and discrimination. I myself, since being elected as an MP, have received a death threat that focused on my sexuality, and I had a shocking reminder of that just this week when my gay office manager, Tommy, was spat at and called a faggot in the streets. I also met with members of the LGBT plus community at a Pride reception that the Prime Minister held on Tuesday, where I was sad to hear Josh's story, who was brutally attacked in Liverpool. Since 2015, recorded hate crime based on sexual orientation has doubled, and hate crime based on gender identity has tripled. But as we know, so much goes unreported. Now, I know that there is a review taking place into hate crime, so I wonder if the Minister could set out how this review will seek to improve these statistics, because no one should feel unsafe to be simply who they are. And indeed, one such way that I believe we can move towards that is indeed by bringing about that all-important ban on LGBT plus conversion therapy in the United Kingdom. It's been my privilege and it's been humbling since being elected as an MP to work with colleagues, campaigners and survivors over the past year and a half on trying to bring about this ban, and I'm delighted that plans to do so were indeed in the Queen's speech. Now, as I led the Westminster Hall debate on this issue only a few months ago, I don't want to revisit all of the points that I made there, and indeed were very ably made by the member for Wallesley, but it does bear repeating that these abhorrent practices are not practices that are consigned to the past. They are happening right now, today, in the United Kingdom, or people being forced to go overseas to undergo some truly abhorrent treatment. So we owe it to them, after hearing those heartbreaking stories of those survivors, to secure this ban, and I do hope that it will be this Parliament that secures it. I know that the government is issuing a consultation on this prior to legislation. I would be grateful if we could get an update as to the steer of the scope of that consultation and any update on timelines, because every single day that we delay is the chance of another person being subjected to these practices. But another area that we need to make much greater strides in is, of course, the area of LGBT plus healthcare. The powerful telling of the HIV and AIDS crisis in the TV series It's a Sin is one that has brought back into sharp focus how far we have come in the treatment of HIV and AIDS. And indeed, this very month, June 2021, marks 40 years since the first cases of HIV were reported. And a lot has changed since then in the treatment of HIV and AIDS. It is no longer a death sentence in the United Kingdom. And we are now in a position to end new transmissions by 2030. And the government has indeed committed to that goal, but it was not going to be easy to achieve it. So the action plan must be worthy of its name, and any update that we can have on the date of this plan being published will be very, very welcome indeed. But elsewhere in the UK, accessing healthcare can still be very difficult, uncomfortable, or in some cases even traumatising for LGBT plus people, particularly for the trans community, who face years and years of waiting lists, no support in that time, and often when they are eventually through the door, face a less than satisfactory service. And I do hope that we can use this moment here today to take some of the heat out of this debate, out of this discussion, because having an increasingly polarised debate helps no one whatsoever. So we need to be leading from the front. Politics, media and academia sadly has been responsible for a lot of the polarising discussions we've been having, not just in the UK but across the world. And it's our responsibility to try and calm that back down and have a sensible discussion and do what is right by those thousands of people who are just trying to live their lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, Pride is more than just a 4-week period of parties, of parades, of festivals and of companies changing their logos in the Western world but not in the Middle East. Pride is a shared experience but also a deeply individual one. And Pride to me is about exactly what it says on the tin. It is about pride, about being proud. It's a seemingly simple notion, to feel proud in your own skin, to be proud of who you are, but one that sadly way too many LGBT plus people in this country and around the world still feel unable to feel in themselves and instead live with confusion, anguish, or even fear. And it's for this reason, because there are those who live in fear, because there are those who suffer violence simply because of who they are, or those in the most tragic of circumstances believe that they would be better off dead, that is the reason that pride is still so important and still needed to this day.
Dan Carden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it means a great deal to me to speak in this debate today. If I could give one piece of advice to a young person today, it would be this: be proud of who you are and who you choose to love. You may have had the frightening realisation that you feel different to the expectations that society has for you. You may be questioning your relationships, your gender, your sexuality. It is frightening. There's good reason to be fearful. Coming out is scary, and you might suffer because of it. But what you probably haven't been told is that hiding who you are into adulthood will cause you far more suffering anyway. Just growing up LGBT, the cumulative effect of those daily denials, the constant fear of being found out, and the internalised shame causes a deep trauma. Despite social progress, despite many of us never having experienced direct discrimination or abuse, rates of depression, loneliness, substance abuse, and suicide against gay men are many, many times higher than across society. Each of these in turn causing more shame, more fear, more trauma. It's what happened to me, Madam Deputy Speaker. It took me a long time to admit that I was struggling with my mental health and alcohol addiction. Actually, it took repeated interventions from the people who really love me. I didn't know. I denied I had a problem. I suppressed my emotions as I'd learnt to do as a kid, and I told myself things were fine. Only looking back now have I been able to accept that in my 20s, I twice nearly lost my life to alcohol, saved only by the actions of others. Drinking was destroying my body. It was damaging me, my relationships, in so many other ways. Because alcohol addiction isn't about drinking every day or drunkenness. For me, it was about losing who I was over a long period of time. It was desperate isolation. It was shutting down my personal life, using a drug, alcohol, to feel better, but ultimately to escape and giving up on living. I now know it's blighted most of my adult life. Fortunately, I have a mother who would protect me at all cost. A father who's the most generous, selfless man I've ever known. And a brother who supported me through all this without judgment. And friends who quite literally saved my life. I'm now in the third year of recovery, and I'm proud of it. Like so many in the recovery community, I am happy, I am healthy, I love my life, I have a wonderful, loving partner, and I appreciate everything that I have. But it took AA meetings, psychotherapy, and counselling to get here. And honestly, To stay here takes commitment and daily determination. I am in a privileged position. I'm all too aware that not everybody makes it. Addiction is fatal if not treated. I've gone from not recognising addiction in myself for so long to seeing it everywhere and doing its worst damage in the most deprived communities. Addiction is killing more people and ruining more lives than ever. It's killed members of this House, and yet we would still rather hide its ugly reality. I hope my openness today can help challenge the stigma that stops so many people asking for help. And nothing would mean more to me than turning the pain I've been through, but that I've put my family and loved ones through, into meaningful change. And I know I have to be authentic if I'm going to do that. Pride is about celebrating who we are without shame. In the end, it's a simple choice. Choose to hide or choose to live. My advice is choose to live. Thank you.
David Munda.
Madam Deputy Speaker, what a hugely impressive, moving contribution we've just heard from the member from Liverpool Walton. A really, really brave thing to do, but important, because I think lots of people outside this place don't think that people within it actually address and deal with these issues themselves. And I think it's really, really important. But it sort of doubles down on a bit of a guilt that I personally have, because I feel I found it very easy since I came out, and that's because of the work and efforts of so many other people, and for other people who've heard what the member for Liverpool Walton had to say today. Their journeys will be impacted by that and made easier by that. I don't think that there's any definitive way to come out, and we mustn't in any way try to prescribe what people should do. Everybody has to do what is right for themselves. They have to make their own decisions. But I have no regrets. I benefited from a loving family, great friends, and what is here a supportive working environment. And the already strong LGBT plus community within Parliament across party was extremely supportive, and it didn't either seem to stand in the way of what I then regarded as a political career, because I was the first openly gay Conservative cabinet member, and was hugely honoured when my then cabinet colleague Justine Greening subsequently said to me that I had been the inspiration for her own coming out. Only one constituent has raised the issue negatively with me face to face on the doorstep, but I realise, as my honourable friend from Carshalton Wallington set out, that's not the same for everyone. But we do face the well of poison that is now social media, and homophobia, I'm sad to say, is a real part of that. I don't try to pay too much attention to what's said there, and I assume, like many people here today, don't read a lot of what is said about themselves, but sometimes you do have to push back, and for me that occasion was when a blogger called Wings Over Scotland asserted that gay people should not have children, with particular reference to my older son, who is a member of the Scottish Parliament. Now, among others, the former Labour leader in the Scottish Parliament, Kezia Dugdale, spoke up for us, and she, for her support, ended up being sued by that self-same blogger who had put up the article. The matter went to court and in a well-documented case in Scotland, but I'm pleased to say that he lost, which I regard as a victory, at least in Scotland, for those willing to stand up against homophobia, and I remain particularly grateful to Kez for her support. Now, as we've heard already, my positive experience isn't one that's shared by everyone, and it's still, for many, hard to come to terms with their identity. And I'm sure that there are many, although we have a record number of LGBT plus MPs, I'm sure that there are others who have chosen not to come out. Now, as I said in my initial remarks, it's always a personal decision, and there's no one approach or right answer as to how to do it. What is not acceptable is that people feel unable to come out because of fear of abuse or discrimination. And I think particularly we as parliamentarians have a duty to ensure that sexuality is never a barrier for people who wish to pursue a career in public office. And of course, it's not just about MPs or a public office. It's our job to stand up for the young people bullied at school, those discriminated against whatever their workplace, and particularly, as the member for Wallasey very eloquently set out, the trans community, who continue to experience so much discrimination and inequality and have their human rights abused. I strongly believe that education is our most powerful tool to bring about real change, and I particularly, Madam Deputy Speaker, welcome this Parliament's effort in providing more LGBT resources for school students to develop their thinking about LGBTQ+ rights, equality and legislation. But there is there is much more that needs to be done in that regard. And I also acknowledge particular initiatives such as the Thai initiative in Scotland, which has done so much to promote the need for LGBT plus education in our schools, and School Diversity Week, which was an initiative amongst others by Paul Brand, who's the ITV reporter. And I particularly want to commend Paul, because I think he is a great ambassador for the community, particularly moving into the position he is now. He once told me that if you were LGBT in the media, it was fine if you were the arts and culture reporter, but you weren't allowed to do serious news. And Paul's absolutely demonstrated that that is just not the case. As I've said, as MPs, we've got a responsibility to call out discrimination and highlight the injustices that members of the community face, but not just, and this has already been touched on, in the UK. And I see this as an important part of my role as a member of the Executive Committee of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. I hope that we'll be able to push for LGBT plus equality and human rights up the Commonwealth agenda, delivering better rights for LGBT plus communities around the world. It is absolutely and completely unacceptable that in some Commonwealth countries the death penalty still applies for homosexuality, and in others LGBT plus people are routinely harassed or arrested by the authorities. And as the Terence Higgins Trust and others have pointed out in relation to combating HIV, the criminalisation of LGBT+ in many countries is actually one of the reasons that people from the community receive such poor or no treatment for their HIV. And I also particularly commend the initiative of my right honourable friend, the member for Reigate, who as chair and a member along with many of the others participating today of the APPG on global LGBT rights is promoting a scheme which will link members of this Parliament with groups in countries around the world where the LGBT community is under threat. And I look forward to playing a part in that scheme. I echo much of what both the Honourable Right Honourable Lady for Wallasey and my honourable friend from Carshalton said in relation to conversion therapy. The debate that we took part in was totally unsatisfactory. I hope that it was then a catalyst for the action that we have seen from the government, and obviously that now needs to be followed through. One development since then, which I particularly welcome, is the appointment of Lord Herbert as the Prime Minister's envoy. There are few people who have done more in this place and elsewhere to promote LGBT+ rights around the world than Lord Herbert, and I am convinced that he will be a force for good. I want, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, to finish on a positive note, and a positive note about this Parliament, because I was asked to do an article during History Month about the role of parliamentarians and Parliament itself. And what I was able to find out is that since I was first elected in 2005, Parliament itself has made great strides to become more inclusive and diverse. At 5.6% of staff as of 2020, the House of Commons and Parliamentary Digital Service has a higher representation of LGBT+ staff than the civil service, the UK or London. And it has become a really good working environment for those of us in the LGBT+ community, and the efforts of the Parliament's LGBT+ workplace equality network, Parley Out, which recently celebrated its 10-year anniversary, has played a huge role in achieving this. So it's been especially encouraging on the back of that to see so many LGBT+ colleagues elected at the 2019 general election, and in the theme of Pride, I was myself very, very proud to be one of them.
We now go to Maury Black.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Where once the UK played a major role in essentially exporting homophobia around the world, over the last decade, I'm glad to say that we've actually had a relatively positive story to tell. I mean, the previous speakers have eloquently spoken of the progress that we have made, but this Pride Month, I think it's important for us to take a snapshot of what it is currently like to be LGBTQ in the UK. As we've already heard, there's evidence that we are more likely to self-harm, more likely to feel suicidal, more likely to have negative experiences in accessing healthcare, more likely to be the victim of a crime, and less likely to feel safe enough to report it to the police. So we know that there is no shortage of areas where we still have work to do. But if you are a trans person, you are even more likely to experience everything I've just listed and worse. And that's because over the last 5 years, there has been an organised and concerted international campaign against the trans community, and the UK is no exception. Where 40 years ago, the media, the religious right and the institutional powers would spread fear and distrust about homosexuals, today we're witnessing the same tactics being recycled and deployed against the trans community. And we know this because the ICR published a study just this year looking at the evolution of extremism in the first 100 days of the Biden administration. And it found that, and I quote, "Transphobia has long been one of the most major and ubiquitous narratives around which the far right mobilises, and that transphobia should be recognised as a security concern." We also know it because the Southern Poverty Law Centre in the US noted as far back as 2017 that an annual right-wing fundamentalist event called the Values Voter Summit, where transphobia was openly discussed as a tactic to be deployed because rallying against homosexuals wasn't as effective as it once was. In 2017, one of the far-right panellists said, and I quote, "Trans and gender identity are a tough sell, so focus on gender identity to divide and conquer." Trans activists need the gay rights movement to help legitimise them. If we separate the T from the alphabet soup, we'll have more success. Now, isn't it interesting that it was around this same time that we seen a swathe of online Twitter accounts seek to establish themselves in the UK and purport to speak for LGBT people against trans rights, especially when studies consecutively show that LGBT people overwhelmingly support the trans community. Now, this panellist went on to identify a range of potential allies outside of the fundamentalist right who could potentially and be most effectively drawn in. Now, this list is women, sexual assault survivors, ethnic minorities who value modesty, economically challenged children, and children with anxiety disorders. So as with all far-right recruitment tactics, a minority has been targeted and hatred and distrust are stoked against them by preying upon people's fears. In this instance, by projecting a manipulative and false narrative that there is a conflict between trans rights and women's rights, when the truth is we are battling the same problems and the same patriarchal beast. Trans people are just as likely, if not more likely, to experience poverty, crime, and sexual violence. So looking at the UK, we can see what was advised at this right-wing event playing out. We see self-prescribed organisations and blogs that have already been mentioned projecting things which are factually and scientifically incorrect. We see trauma and poverty being treated as a recruitment tool. We see attacks against women organisations and rape support crisis centres for daring to be trans inclusive. But worse yet, we see a media in this country that continually platforms and projects these hateful, disproportionate views uncritically. Now, I've always been clear that in order to progress, you have to give people the space to educate themselves and to ask the ignorant questions without fear of repercussion. Otherwise, nobody moves forward. But this has to be done respectfully and on the terms of those who are affected most. And that is not what's happening with the trans community. And that alone speaks volumes. I mean, more personally, my office and I have been left in a position for years now where our workload has been increased not just by world events, but not just my own distressed LGBT constituents getting in touch with me, but people from all across the UK who have contacted me because they're too frightened to contact their own MPs. These are constituents of Tory MPs, Labour MPs, and I'm ashamed to say SNP MPs. And I have ran out of excuses to give them because there are numerous parliamentary inquiries and reports which make clear the expert legal and medical advice and explain clearly what the lived experience and reality is for trans people. And it's there for anybody who wants to educate themselves on the matter. So be of no doubt, we are currently living within a moral panic right now, and it's being fanned by organised disinformation and online radicalisation. And if we, as legislators, capitulate to it, then all we do is send an international message that disinformation works. Now, my final remarks are to trans and queer people directly. This is an ugly and shameful time for all of us, but that shame is not yours to feel or yours to carry. In the same way that we teach young people about gay history now, and they're horrified when they hear of our past treatment, so too will future children when they find out how trans people were treated today. This will pass. And in the meantime, know that there are allies everywhere that are with you and are fighting for you, publicly and behind the scenes. And like our community is so often having to tell people, we are going absolutely nowhere.
Nikki Aiken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I first start by thanking the honourable members for Wallasey and Wallington and Ockhill in South Perthshire for securing this debate. And I'd like to also pay tribute to the member for Liverpool Walton for his powerful personal contribution to this debate. And I think we were all very, very touched by his words in this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, LGBT heritage is everywhere in central London within my constituency of the cities of London and Westminster. It is embedded in buildings, landscapes, all around us, as well as in the significance and contribution made by the personalities connected to those landmarks. And I feel truly honoured that I represent an area with such a rich LGBTQ social and cultural history, from the West End, Covent Garden, Piccadilly Circus, and to the incredible cultural hub that is Soho. In fact, the first gay bar in Britain, in the modern sense, was the Cave of the Golden Calf, opening in 1912 in Hedden Street, in the heart of the West End. I think a couple of my fellow members may have been to the opening. With Pride Month drawing to a close, I wanted to put on record how incredibly proud I am of our community for rallying up together to celebrate. Indeed, despite the great challenges faced by the LGBTQ people during COVID-19, one thing the crisis has shown is the value and the power of community. I'm proud that when I became leader of Westminster City Council, one of the first appointments I made was to establish a lead member for the LGBT community. And I'm delighted that Councillor Ian Adams, who I appointed, retains that position today. Owing to his success of championing LGBTQ rights in London, Ian has won the Global Outstanding LGBTQ Role Model Award, and I'm sure the whole House will join me in celebrating this momentous achievement. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, in normal times, we are so fortunate here in London to have such a wealth of celebrations during Pride Month. Not at least the Great London Pride March, which last time it was held in 2019, attracted an estimated 1.5 million spectators. I, in fact, took part in that Pride March. It was my first and by no means my last. I was part of the Westminster City Council parade group, and perhaps, I'm not sure if there is one in Parliament, but perhaps if there isn't, we should organise a cross-party, in both this place and the other place, parliamentary group to take part in the next Pride March. But even without the scale of events we are used to, I remain proud of my constituency's LGBTQ history and how people here have still made sure we've had a really great Pride Month. It is this fortitude, Madam Deputy Speaker, that represents the ultimate triumph of London. After all, though the vibrant festivities remain a key part of our celebrations, what this year has afforded us is the time to reflect, to remember, and to re-galvanise our efforts to support the LGBTQ community. On this, I wholeheartedly support the government in its ambitions to ensure the UK remains one of the most open and tolerant countries in the world. Like other members, I also welcome the Prime Minister's announcement that the UK will host its first ever LGBTQ conference in June next year, coinciding with the 50th anniversary of the first ever London Pride March. It is my hope that here we can bring into sharp focus a fresh discussion on legislative reform to tackle violence and discrimination and ensuring equal access to public services, including health services for LGBTQ+ people. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome the government's landmark ban on conversion therapy. Our Special Envoy on LGBTQ+ rights, Lord Herbert, is correct when he says that this is a cruel practice that has no place in modern society. Especially in London, this Pride Month is wholly different, as I've said, from years before, but it still serves as a tribute to all those who have fought for an equal society, where people can love freely and live in peace and away from inequality. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and we thank them for all they faced to get to where we are here today. Even in this place, I was shocked to discover that it was only 19 years ago, in 2002, that Sir Alan Duncan became the first sitting Conservative MP to voluntarily announce that he is gay. With this, I wish everyone a happy Pride Month. May the spirit of love continue throughout the year. And as a former constituent of mine, the brilliant Oscar Wilde once said, "We must keep love in our hearts. A life without it is like a sunless garden."
James Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak in this debate, which was opened so strongly by my honourable friend, the member for Wallasey. I'd also like to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Walton, for his deeply honest and brave contribution with its incredibly powerful message. What drives me and so many others in politics is a determination to make sure the future will be better than what has gone before. And in so many ways, the struggle for LGBT+ rights is one that shows us things can get better. I do not mean they've got better for everyone, either in our country nor around the world, and progress should never be taken for granted or assumed to be permanent. But as a testament to the power of politics and activism to change things for the better, the LGBT+ rights struggle is one that has given me and many others hope. The year I was born, there were no openly LGBT+ MPs. The following year, Chris Smith came out. And 35 years later, the most recent general election elected more lesbian, gay and bisexual MPs than in any other parliament around the world. I've spoken to Chris Smith over the years, and I've always been incredibly grateful for his personal support and for being one of the giants on whose shoulders I and so many others stand. So many of the basic rights we have today, from being able to get married to being protected from discrimination, were not in our country's law when I first began to understand the problems caused by their absence. Yet a coalition of campaigners, activists, trade unionists and progressive politicians made it possible to change our country for the better. As a teenager, I remember the Labour government abolishing Section 28, which had caused so much harm. In my 20s, we introduced the Equality Act, which made discrimination and harassment on the basis of sex and gender identity illegal. And in my 30s, our votes were crucial in winning marriage equality. By the grace of fortune, my story of coming out as a teenager is one of brilliantly supportive family and friends. My story as a young gay man is one of acceptance in this great city that I was born in and love, from my first London Pride Parade volunteering as an access steward in 2005 to joining the Mayor of London as one of his deputies in leading the parade just over a decade later. And my story as someone in his late 30s is one of representing the area I grew up in, where my partner and I have now made our home. But it is not true to say that I've avoided homophobia in my life, from the more blatant incidents I can remember to those moments when I was younger when I bit my tongue or did not feel able to call out what someone else had said. And crucially, while we should be thankful to all those who have fought for the progress we have made, the fight for equality for everyone in our country and around the world must continue with urgency and conviction. Far too many young people have families who will refuse to accept who they are if they come out. Members of the trans community suffer some of the worst violence and hate crime in society, and they need our solidarity and support. And around the world, the law in 69 countries still criminalises homosexuality. Hungary shows us how the law can move backward, and here, the abhorrent practice of LGBT+ conversion therapy remains legal. As we have heard, conversion therapy has no place in modern Britain and should already have been banned. A survey in 2018 found that well over half of the people subject to this practice had suffered mental health issues as a result, with a third of them having attempted suicide. The government promised to outlaw conversion therapy 3 years ago. Their prevarication is unjustifiable, and it raises deep suspicion amongst those of us who want a comprehensive and effective ban to be in place without delay. There must be no more excuses. As an MP, some of the messages from my constituents that I remember the most vividly have been from members of the LGBT+ community, and particularly young people, who have said that my being their MP and talking about being gay has encouraged them as they learn to understand their identities. That is an important part of what made me so keen to speak here today. We know that LGBT+ people can face greater mental ill health because of homophobia, biphobia and transphobia, as well as difficult experiences of coming out and rejection. And we know that young people can be particularly vulnerable. Almost a quarter of young people at risk of homelessness are LGBT+, usually because their families reject them. And half of LGBT+ young people have said they fear that expressing their identity to family members would lead to them being evicted. If that promise of politics, a determination to make a future better than what has gone before, is to mean anything, we must continue to fight for LGBT+ equality here and around the world, and particularly to stand up now for the next generation. Pride Month is a moment to be motivated by knowing we can change the world for the better, but not to rest for a moment in making that happen.
We now go to Crispin Blunt.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much indeed. This debate has been already marked by some incredibly powerful contributions, not least from the Honourable Gentleman from Ealing North, who I have the privilege of following in this debate. But even before we began, the statement by the Deputy Speaker in the chair before you, Madam Deputy Speaker, sent its own incredibly important message about the importance of this debate, but also the example that this, the Mother of Parliaments, can show around the world to other parliaments about the progress that is going to be made as human societies become more comfortable with people being able to be themselves and not seeing it as a threat to the order in their societies, but as a positive asset in the richness that can be brought to the life of a whole country and a whole nation, as well as, of course, of the enormous enrichment that then comes from the individual being able to live their life as they wish. And of course, all of us taking part in this debate so far have been on this journey. And of course, my experience is so similar to my honourable friend for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweedale. And that's the reason why both of us are contributing in this debate and making it an important part of our future contribution to Parliament, as long as we have the privilege of remaining here. And again, it's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, in closing the last debate and teeing this one up, made the statement that he did. And I'm very proud that in Pride Month, we all can be so proud of the contribution that this Parliament has made and will make. And it's my pleasure to be able to chair the and privileged to be able to chair the all-party parliamentary group on global LGBT plus rights, and to do that with the support of the Right Honourable Lady for Wallasey, who opened this debate so incredibly powerfully. And I do want to associate myself with everything she said, and she's quite right to point out about how much there needs to be done and how the atmosphere, even in the United Kingdom, has not necessarily changed for the better over the last couple of years. But I do want to look forward now to our position. I think this administration has now begun to grip the issue that perhaps one or two of the things that have slid in the last year or two, particularly the misfired response to the consultation on the Gender Recognition Act, I believe are ground that is going to be made up in due course. And I want to try and use this speech to focus on the positive elements that we can do going forward, particularly the parliamentary liaison scheme, which was referred to by so generously by my right honourable friend for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweedale. However, I just want to start because the speeches has so dominated the proceedings so far, is of course that by the honourable gentleman for Liverpool Walton, a speech of enormous courage, and he is right to link the trauma that can be found from the whole process of coming out, then with too often the problematic use of drugs to manage that trauma. And that trauma is also associated with the addiction that then goes with it in order to make one feel better. And in his case, the drug that was turned to was alcohol. And he's been very brave about the journey that he has been on in order to manage that addiction. But I just want to refer here, Madam Deputy Speaker, to it's the other issue that I am principally devoting my time to now, which is the reform of our drugs policy. And there is a link here to the trauma that colleagues have been through, because so many people manage trauma by problematic use of drugs, whether they are legal like alcohol or illegal like others. And we're in a real mess, frankly, with our drugs laws and our drugs policy in this country. It's not new. It's been in process for over 60 years in development. And perhaps rather like a frog, not noticing the temperature of the water gradually rising around them, this water is now boiling fiercely. And there are thousands of our fellow citizens who are dying as a consequence of our drugs policy who do not need to do so. There are a terrifying number of victims of crime as a consequence and do not need to do so. But importantly for the honourable member for Liverpool Walton, and the lesson he gave us today is that there are huge opportunities that we have missed as well. And in our rush, the world's rush to prohibit drugs that sounded, not with evidence, but sounded as though they might be dangerous, we have prohibited classes of drugs like cannabis and the psychedelics, on a no proper cost benefit and risk analysis in evidential terms, but we've put science back and research back 50 years. And there's now really exciting research around treatment for addiction. The psychotherapy through AA and others that the honourable member for Liverpool Walton referred to is now capable of being reinforced by treatments with microdosing, with MDMA, with LSD, DMT, and particularly psilocybin, which then open up the prospect of dealing with addiction, trauma, depression. And Madam Deputy, there are millions of people who could benefit from this treatment, and we're on the verge of a great step forward in mental health treatment, if only we get our laws right in this House. And I hope that the government will attend to this with due dispatch to open up the stated position of the government to lead in this field and to be a bioscience leader and to have evidence-based policy. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate is obviously about pride, and I hope that with the development of the Parliamentary Liaison Scheme over the rest of this Parliament, we will be able to have pride in the achievement that we're going to make in contributing to the advancement around the world of people being able to be able to have the right and able to be themselves in their own societies. And this is based on an experience I had in 2014, courtesy of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, who sponsored a visit for me to Kenya, where I was then able to visit Kenya, and because other colleagues at the time dropped out of the visit, I was on my own and able to focus on my priorities, and terrifically supported by the British High Commission at the time. And the Kaleidoscope Trust helped me visit the activist groups in Nairobi. They were in pretty interesting parts of Nairobi, it has to be said, because they're not very public in the community there then or now. It enabled me to meet newly elected Kenyan parliamentarians who privately were much more sympathetic to advancing LGBT rights than they dared to be publicly because of the control of the public sphere, particularly by the churches. And I was also able to meet the Human Rights Commission in Kenya, courtesy of a great conference put on by our High Commission, who were trying to advance the position of LGBT people, particularly through campaigns around treatment of HIV/AIDS. Now, bringing all these links together, I was then able to quietly enable the activists to be put in touch with those members of Parliament who are likely to be sympathetic, if not publicly, at least privately, and enable those conversations. And also to be able to have a conversation with the Speaker of the Kenyan Parliament through the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association visit, to quietly request and to receive the assurance that the then Stone the Gays bill that was in the hands of 3 radical MPs who had been recently elected was never going to see the light of day, and besmirched the reputation of Kenya in quite the same way as had gone on in their neighbours Uganda with similar legislation. And in these ways, I believe I was able to make a positive contribution. And that's the kernel of the idea that I was then able to put to colleagues around the Parliamentary Liaison Scheme. So that for the period of however long perhaps colleagues serve and the APPG continues to exist and support the Parliamentary Liaison Scheme, that one colleague, either in this House or the other place, will then take on the responsibility to be a point of liaison to the activist groups in countries overseas, to individual jurisdictions where being LGBT is either criminalized or people are under active oppression, and then enable those links between those activist groups who are bravely, heroically promoting the case for change in those countries, as well as our mission, the government, the British mission in the country concerned, whether it's a High Commission or an embassy, together to the parliamentarians in that country, where we are able to have that conversation directly with our colleagues, and for many of us to use our experiences to be able to say that they ought to be on the right side of history, and for them to understand that sexuality is not a choice. And as soon as you have achieved that part of the argument, then the duties of everyone as a parliamentarian, wherever they are in the world, to their constituents are clear. And that people who have a minority sexuality are just as deserving of their time and attention for their rights as anyone else. And it's that simple point that can then, made by one parliamentarian to another, could then help open up the conversation with the representatives in the country locally and begin that conversation about how to face down the press, how to face down the churches if they're in the wrong position in those countries, and how to be able to use the law, the constitution of those nations, which will very often guarantee the freedom of individuals and their rights under international treaties or anything else, to enable the position to be advanced. Now, all of this is going to need a degree of time and resources, but I'm so delighted by the fact that about 90 colleagues in both houses have so far volunteered to take part in this. And I say to my honourable friend on the front bench, I'm absolutely delighted to see is replying to this debate. And I believe it may be the first time he has spoken from the front bench, that I hope the government will then enable, through the Overseas Development Assistance budget, to be able to bring this sense of freedom to so many hundreds of millions of people by getting serious about making a reality of Britain's leadership on the promotion of global LGBT plus rights around the world. Now, I was well aware of the cuts to the ODA budget and the fact that, but I'm delighted that we are going to return to 0.7% at some stage. But in doing so, I am so thrilled that the Prime Minister last November at the dispatch box confirmed that we are going to make a reality of being a global leader in this place. And which means, even with a cut budget, that would mean spending the order of £40 million a year on global LGBT plus rights. And of course, the benefit in terms of the richness of the soul and the richness of the spirit of being able to be oneself is, as many of us here will testify, is incalculable.
I do need to ask the honourable gentleman to bring his remarks to an end fairly shortly, because I would like to get everybody in, and he has had 15 minutes so far.
My apologies, Madam Secretary. I can't see the clock, but of course I will do that. So I'm just asking so let me conclude, which I was about to do anyway, Madam Deputy Speaker, really to ask my honourable friend from the front bench to confirm that we are going to deliver as a government on the commitments that have been undertaken, that will give us the capacity to lead globally on LGBT rights in a way that can then also work well with the parliamentary liaison scheme. And if a decent proportion of that money is spent through the embassies and the missions in country, because every jurisdiction is difficult in the challenge faced by LGBT people globally, that we can then make our British missions overseas and our effectiveness at delivering the advancement of rights for LGBT people globally much more effective in its delivery if every ambassador and high commissioner who is representing the United Kingdom in countries where people like us are criminalised or very actively oppressed can then bring to bear resources in whatever way is appropriate to support the local organisations, to support the legal challenges, and to support the shaping of the media debate around achieving the right to be me. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We now go to Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Dirprwy Lefarydd. And I am more than proud to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Reigate, and I found his speech, every minute of it, fascinating and inspiring, and as well as the powerful, courageous speeches that have followed, that have preceded me in this debate today. Now, and I quote, "What was important was the liberty of us all to live as we wished to love however we wanted to love." And these are the words of the author, historian and journalist Jan Morris, an important figure in cultural life and to the LGBT community in Wales and internationally, who lived in Llanstymdwy in the constituency which I'm proud to serve. And sadly, Jan passed away last year, but I think her words serve to remind us of why Pride Month is so important. It's a chance to celebrate, to affirm, and of course to remind us that despite the progress, LGBT people are still facing significant barriers. In Wales, hate crimes based on sexual orientation and trans identity are on the rise. There are long waiting lists to access the Welsh Gender Service, and LGBT people still face wider health inequalities. In Westminster, the government has been, we have to say, slow to act, and I echo calls made by other honourable members today that the Conservatives must fulfil the promise they made in 2018 to bring forward a legislative ban on so-called conversion therapy. This must include a ban on children being taken out of the UK for conversion therapy abroad and the advertising and promotion of these abhorrent practices. I'd also like to add my support to the calls for urgent action on reform of the Gender Recognition Act. This is yet another example of the jagged edge of devolution that whilst trans and non-binary people in Wales should be able to access a streamlined, demedicalised process based on self-declaration and in line with international best practice, we don't have the levers, the means necessary to introduce these vital changes in Wales. And given the broken promises on conversion therapy and meaningful reform of the GRA, it's no surprise that the UK government are now pushing ahead with breaking their legally binding promise on international aid. This is a decision which has resulted in a cut of 80% in funding for vital UN programming supporting people suffering with AIDS and HIV, condemning people to early avoidable deaths and risking decades of progress. The cut to international aid should be seen in the context of increasing hostility against LGBT people and activists across the globe. Now, a report by Amnesty International shows a global surge in attacks against human rights defenders. Amnesty have documented numerous pride marches which have been cancelled or where demonstrators have been vulnerable to attacks, attacked even by counter-protesters, violating their right to peaceful assembly. When will the UK government publish a comprehensive strategy setting how they will improve support and protection for human rights defenders across the world, and in particular, of course, for LGBT defenders in countries where their sexual gender identity is still criminalised? One of these countries is Senegal. This is the country which I'm really proud to say, and especially for that which the member of Reigate was talking about so coherently earlier, that I've been partnered with Senegal via the Parliamentary Liaison Scheme run by the APPG for global LGBT rights, and I congratulate them for all their work in that respect. Now, in Senegal, same-sex sexual activity between adults, referred to in law as an unnatural act, is punishable with up to 5 years in prison. During the 2019 presidential elections, LGBT rights activists voiced concerns about politicians using homophobia to gain political support, using that ugly card. Now, LGBT people in Senegal are facing increasing levels of discrimination and stigmatization. Last month, at a rally in the capital Dakar, demonstrators called for it to be made illegal to identify as a gay man. In the weeks which have followed, activists say that there have been a worrying increase in violent attacks on gay men. So, to close, I would urge the FCDO to make representations to their counterparts in Senegal on this matter and to support and assist cooperation between LGBT activists and members of the Senegalese government to secure meaningful change. And to close finally, I do look forward in any way that I can use my role in Westminster and the theatre that we have through Parliament to make as much difference in people's lives across the world, and in that respect to do the best that we can for our fellow human beings.
We now go to Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to speak in this debate as we mark the end of Pride Month. Yesterday, I was delighted to attend Longfield Academy to meet members of the Smile Group who have produced artwork to mark Pride alongside Darlington's Deputy Mayor and our town's LGBT champion. Pride flags are now a common fixture of almost every organisation in June. It is an important measure of how far we have come as a society, celebrating diversity, embracing acceptance, tolerance and understanding, and recalling the struggles that our LGBT community has been on, and the battles still to be won, both here and abroad. Pride marches grew out of the Stonewall riots in New York. The Stonewall Bar in Greenwich Village in New York remains a place of pilgrimage for LGBT people visiting. It seems hard to imagine a fairly small bar could become the catalyst for a worldwide movement that has brought about so much change and freedom across the world. For some, including myself, pride is something deeply personal. It is public display of recognition of our worth and dignity as individuals, when for so many years we were criminalised and did not enjoy the same rights and protections that others enjoy. Every day I am reminded of the battles and struggles we have overcome. Indeed, being in this house as an openly gay man, amongst many others, is an indicator of how far we have come. There is not a gay Conservative that has not had the shame of Section 28 thrown at them in debate. And while we cannot forget this party's past, I am proud of how far we have come to now be the party of gay marriage. Section 28 and its impact on our community might now be in the past, but we should be mindful of the steps being taken in Hungary that sadly reflect very similar provisions. I was in secondary school in the late 1980s and suffered elements of homophobic bullying. And while the spectre of the act may have hung over them, I have nothing but praise for the supportive pastoral care given to me by teachers like that of Dorothy Granville. Madam Deputy Speaker, this August I will be celebrating 13 years since my very own civil partnership, an important milestone in my life and a day upon which my partner and I fondly reflect on. For many there, just a short time after the law had changed, it was their first attendance at such an event, including my friends, the Honourable Member for Sleaford and the Honourable Member for Scarborough. Since that time, many thousands of couples have celebrated civil partnerships and marriages, with records indicating that there are now already over 100,000 same-sex marriages. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there remains much still to be done. I am proud to be part of these diverse Conservative benches, with many openly gay colleagues in this place, doing the job that they love, free to love the person they do, and free from the fear that will have been experienced by our predecessors who lived in fear of being outed. It is this Conservative government that is tackling the scourge and abuse that is conversion therapy. That such practices still exist in our free and modern society should be a warning to all that dark forces are never far away. The solidarity of people with the trans community is important too. The T in LGBT is just as important to our family and to my family as the L, the G and the B. Indeed, as I learn of my nephew Luke's transition and his coming out as trans, I am reminded of the same journey of fear, acceptance, love and celebration that gay men and women go through. We may live in enlightened times, but there is always more to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, Pride, the rainbow flag, is a celebration of our diversity and a symbol of how far we've come, but a challenge to those countries around the world that don't share our love, tolerance and respect for the entire LGBT community. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, for appointing the Noble Lord Herbert to the position of the Special Envoy on LGBT rights, and who will lead the first ever global LGBT conference next year here during Pride Month. We can, as a country, be rightly proud of how far we have come and what we are doing. But we must not forget that for many, especially those abroad, there is still a very, very long way to go.
Thank you. We now go to John Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People can't unhappily invent their mooring posts, their lovers and their friends, any more than they can invent their parents. Life gives these and also takes them away. And the great difficulty is to say yes to life. So wrote the late, great James Baldwin in his much lauded 1956 novel, Giovanni's Room, in which the author writes profoundly of the rife gay shame of his time. I'm so pleased, Madam Deputy Speaker, to have secured this debate with my friend, the Honourable Member for Wallasey. We've heard some wonderful, deeply moving contributions. Now, for the last month, we've been celebrating Pride. What a contrast Pride is to the shame taught to gay kids for so much of the century in which every one of us here today was born. Shame which was the source of much of the suffering our LGBT+ communities endured. That enduring stigma forced so many lesbian, gay, bisexual and trans people into the closet. For many, living a lie, however painful, was safer than living openly with the truth. Decriminalisation in England and Wales in 1967 and in Scotland in 1980 laid the groundwork for change. But even after decriminalisation, though, many homophobic laws remained on the statute book, and homophobic attitudes were commonplace in society, which entrenched the inequality faced by LGBT people. Since the turn of the millennium, we have seen further progress. Progress towards our overall pursuit of equality. Now, my Turing bill, which sought to pardon all those who were convicted of sexual offences no longer in the statute book, was sadly filibustered by a Conservative minister, despite the government's promise to support it. But the SNP Scottish Government picked up my bill and passed it with all-party support at Holyrood. It's a source of great pride to me and I think to the First Minister. This year too, we've seen a long-awaited law reform. Only 2 weeks ago, the blood donor ban, which prevented so many men from donating, was finally lifted. But whilst huge advantages have been made at home, LGBT people live in great peril abroad. Hungary's recent introduction of its version of Clause 28 drags civil rights backwards in the very heart of the European Union. Russia, under Putin, is a hellish place for gay people to live. And 69 countries around the world still criminalise homosexuality. Half of them are in Africa. And on the roll call of shame, Iran and Saudi Arabia still have state-sanctioned murder for consensual gay love. But we must not be complacent at home. We know that older LGBT people are more likely to be socially isolated. So during the pandemic, many have felt that they've nowhere to turn and no one to turn to. We know too that young LGBT people bullied at home are more likely to become homeless. And while our legal rights have seemed increasingly enshrined, as other speakers have noted, an onslaught against our trans siblings has been unleashed over the past year by social conservatives here importing the cultural wars from the United States, amplified by social media and whipped up by the right-wing press. The transphobic bullies in the sinister LGB Alliance and elsewhere claim that they represent ordinary voters. But as we saw in May's Scottish elections, when they emerge from behind their keyboards, they get trounced at the ballot box. 0.5% for the Family Party, and for the Alapa Party, 1.666%. A significant number, that surely. The future is full of promise, Madam Deputy Speaker. Young people hate intolerance and they hate bigotry. They have gay friends, gay teachers, and gay role models. The TIE campaign does wonderful work in schools. It's a world away from the society I grew up in the 1970s. And whilst we on these benches, the SNP benches, find much to criticise this Parliament about, I'll end on a proud note. My party has more openly elected LGBT members than any other parliamentary party in the world. And our very gayness has made Westminster the second gayest parliament in the world. Thank you.
Jessica Morden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thanks for letting me make a very short contribution in this debate to end Pride Month. Not least, and if I do absolutely nothing else, it's to pay a huge tribute to my honourable friend for Liverpool, Walton, for sharing his experiences and his story in a way that will just help other people to make their lives easier. And what on earth can be better than that in this place? And he has and he will do many great things in this place, I know, but his speech today is a parliamentary life well spent in itself, so I thank him for that. And I just want to make a very short contribution, as I said, because there are lots of honourable members who want to say important things, to thank those volunteering, campaigning and working in my part of Wales to make other people's lives easier too. And I want to begin by first paying tribute to the work of LGBT plus groups across Newport East, such as Rainbow Newport, founded by my constituent Adam Smith, and I thank him, I know he'll be watching, for his tireless work and for becoming this week chair of the new Newport County LGBT plus supporters group. I also thank Stonewall Cymru, Pride and By Cymru for working to make Newport East just a friendlier place for all of the community. And I'm also keen to highlight today the work of Newport Youth Council, who've been formidable campaigners on LGBT plus issues and who, working alongside Newport City Council, have produced new guidance for schools after young people across the city told them that their experience just wasn't represented correctly or at the level that it should be. And their aim is to create, in their words, an inclusive, tolerant and welcoming atmosphere that every young person deserves. And I very much commend them for that. And this is just one of the many things that Newport City Council has done to improve rights across our city. Earlier this week, the Council passed a motion to become a Diversity and Democracy Council, which commits to ensuring the Council Chamber is more representative of the communities it's served, which can only be a good thing. And this year, the Council flew the Progress flag to celebrate Pride, and the Newport City Council leader Jane Mudd said this was done to recognise the breadth of sexual and gender identities that we welcome in Newport. And our thanks to her and Councillor Laura Lacey, LGBT plus champion at the Council, as well as former leader Baroness Wilcox for their leadership and their work on this. And whilst Pride is a chance to celebrate the progress we've made so far, it's also really important, as many honourable members have said, to remember that Pride was born out of protest and so must also serve as a chance to reflect on what we still need to do to improve the lives of LGBT people. As the Honourable Member for Dwyfor Meirionnydd said, and we recognise hate crimes being on the rise as just one example. And as a member for a Welsh constituency, I'm really proud of the work the Welsh Labour Government have undertaken to address inequalities. They've already taken action to push forward curriculum reform and to be the first nation to offer prep free on the NHS. And earlier this week, the Welsh Labour Government reaffirmed its commitment to try to become the most LGBT-friendly country in Europe, invest in 25,000 of new funding for Pride Cymru, with plans to substantially invest in the future, as well as establish a Wales-wide Pride Fund to support grassroots events. They're working to secure, as the Honourable Member for Dwyfor Meirionnydd also mentioned, the devolution of as many aspects as possible of the Gender Recognition Act and commissioning legal advice on all available powers to introduce a ban on conversion therapy, regardless of UK delays. Equality can't simply be about empty gestures and warm words. To echo the comments made earlier this week by Deputy Minister for Social Partnership, Hannah Blythen, who I pay big tribute to for her leadership and her passion about this in the Senedd. Progress is never inevitable, and as such I'd really urge the UK Government today to work with the Welsh Government, not just to create a more equal Wales, but more equitable UK. Thank you.
We now go to Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful and thankful for being able to participate in this very important debate and to do so as an open member of the LGBTQ community. The last time I spoke on issues relating to LGBTQ rights related to our relationship with the Sultanate of Brunei, a Commonwealth state which clearly criminalises the entirety of the LGBT community. And as I said on the floor of the House at that time, it's where people of our identity are stoned, hanged and murdered for having sex with someone of the same gender, and along with lesbian women who are whipped. We should be under no illusion that our relationship as a state with other Commonwealth nations, we must have a robust and frank relationship on the issue of LGBTQ rights. I also want to pay tribute closer to home to colleagues in Georgia who continue to be frustrated in their abilities to have equality in the Georgian state no matter that the Constitution itself gives them the rights to full equality. And I pay tribute to the Georgia Pride this month, or should I say for June, for the work that they continue to do. It has to be clear also, Madam Deputy Speaker, that not all members of the LGBT community are pro-LGBTQ rights. And for many of us, especially men, white men, who specifically are vocal or who are, for example, in Parliament because of either economics or because of our amount or demographics, we need to be clear in challenging our own concepts of what it means to be LGBTQ in this state. We need to hear more voices from women, from young Black people from other minority ethnic communities. And I also say that as the co-chair of the Gypsy Traveller Roma community, and where the LGBT community are starting to become a vocal part of the representing their culture and history. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the short time I have to speak, I often say that our strength, our diversity is our greatest strength. But that strength is being torn asunder at the moment by what I would call non-state actors, targeting the most vulnerable, specifically our trans brothers and sisters. And I stand in solidarity with them today. And I pay specifically, as I come to my conclusion, tribute to those in my own community who over the years, through intolerance and fear, have not been able to get this far, who have taken their own lives, whose lives have been ended early due to ill health, not receiving the appropriate support through isolation. I pay tribute to the men and women of West Dunbartonshire who never made it. And we need to recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said once again, diversity is our greatest strength, and we should not allow non-state and state actors to undermine that very strength.
Angela Crawley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the honourable members for Wolsey. Can I add, her very presence and her bravery and courage in this chamber has paved the way for so many of us, and the honourable members for Carshalton, Wallington, Oakle and South Perthshire on securing this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first debate I recall truly engaging in and feeling like I had a vested interest in was in fact the equal marriage debate that took place a number of years ago before I was even in this House. And I remember watching that debate. And the reason why I say this is because each of us today have spoken personally and emotionally and truly movingly. I pay tribute to the honourable member for Liverpool, I hope I've got that right, Liverpool, who rightly spoke up. But I remember the very first debate I heard was the equal marriage debate. I heard the rhetoric, I heard the fear, I heard the concern, I respected the religious diversity of opinions, but I heard fear. I was scared for my world, for the future that I could have, for the life that I could have. I never, ever, ever, ever imagined I would be here myself, I'll be honest. And I am so grateful that I can be here, that I can be a voice that is diverse, that is different, that celebrates being a woman, being openly gay, and being an SNP MP, something I truly never thought I would be. But the truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is now the second year running that Pride celebrations have been cancelled due to COVID or relegated online. And Pride is many things to many people. It's a protest, it's a celebration, it's a party. Sometimes it comes with a sense of community, an opportunity to bring families together, a moment to reflect and a chance to call for change. But with celebrations being far less visible than usual, it's especially important that we're having this debate today, so do not underestimate your presence in this chamber and the voice that you have. I am pleased to take part in this debate, and I specifically wanted to be here in person because I felt it was important to be that voice. I recognise my privilege to be in this House, and I'm grateful. We are definitely seeing more acceptance and celebrations of life events like same-sex marriage and civil partnership. More and more families are starting their own families, and there are more routes to parenthood than there used to be. So we are seeing more and more rainbow families, and I think that in itself is something to celebrate and something to recognise that in the future there will be many, many more parents who who will look different, and perhaps we will not fear this idea that parents can look different, that families can look different, that this House can start to represent the rest of society. But the real reason why I want to speak today is because I grew up in a community where, through no fault of their own, I didn't get a choice. I was brought up Catholic. It wasn't a choice I made, but it was a faith that I followed, that I respect, and to some extent I admire. But it was a faith that made me believe that I could never grow up and marry the person that I might love, that I may never have a family. And for many, many years, I felt the deep shame and probably a bit of reticence about celebrating who I was, and I am incredibly proud of who I am. I am proud to celebrate Pride. I am proud to be an MP. I'm proud to be one of the many SNP MPs who are from the LGBT community, and that is something I can celebrate. But there are so many people in the world who do not get that opportunity. They don't get to celebrate who they are, where they come from, or where they're going. And for me and for so many people, but particularly, Madam Deputy Speaker, for those asylum seekers who come to this country and they seek haven, they seek refuge, they seek our support, and they seek a safe place to live, to be rejected because they perhaps do not meet the criteria when they clearly state that their sexuality or their sexual orientation, or for that matter their sexual identity, might prevent them from, the concept is almost unfounding, but they may not maintain their life in their home country, but they cannot come here and they cannot secure citizenship here. Madam Deputy Speaker, my only call to the Minister today is to look carefully at the Home Office policies. There are too many people who look to the UK as a beacon of light, and we can be that beacon of light. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the Minister to liaise with his Home Office colleagues and make this possible. So many people look to us to make us a safe place and their home. We must make that possible. Thank you.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say it's a genuine pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady from Hamilton and Hamilton East and Lanark, because in fact her own testimony there highlights, I think, the importance of a debate like this, and it is a very simple message that everybody should feel comfortable in telling people who they are or what they are. And it is as simple as that. And it tells you quite a lot about the different influences that we've had in this country down the centuries. And the Honourable Lady touched on the role of the churches, and there are doubtless others, that it should somehow seem remarkable or something to be celebrated that we are able to do that. So I think it's important that we do have a debate like this in this House, because, in fact, people across the country and indeed in other parts of the world look to us as parliamentarians or as people in public life to give a lead. And it's incumbent on us to take a lead. And I would suggest that holding a debate like this today is one small way that we can do that. Because all of us who are in public life have a responsibility to understand that our words always have consequences. So, you know, for those who are not here, who are not espousing views of equality and inclusion, for those who are expressing homophobic views, whether they are parliamentarians or whether they are people in public life or even just individual citizens, it's not the people who are espousing these views that are responsible necessarily for the homophobic attacks, for the angst of young people who don't feel comfortable coming out. But you have to understand that for those of us in public life, when we espouse these views, we legitimise those who will throw the punches and the kicks. And that's why there is a responsibility on us all, and all in this House in particular, to send a very clear message that nobody in this country should feel constrained in saying who they are or what they are. We have made significant progress over the years. The ending of Section 28 was a significant moment. I was here, I led for my party in the creation of civil partnerships, and then the creation of equal marriage. These have all been significant events, and I think it's right that we should celebrate them. I was absolutely delighted and genuinely moved to see so many Facebook posts from friends of mine who are gay men giving blood for the first time just a few weeks ago. You know, something that is in many ways such a small and mundane part, but it's a genuine message of inclusion. Because to exclude people from something like that contribution to your community on the basis of their sexuality, I think was a wrong that was overdue for righting, and I am delighted that it is. Of course, there's still more we can do within our own communities, and as we look around the world, as others have said, there is a lot more to be done. I have to mention in particular the proposals coming from the Hungarian government at the moment, creating their own version of Section 28. I wish they would learn from the experience of those of us in this country in how Section 28 operated, the effect it had, especially on vulnerable young people who didn't feel as a consequence of the operation of that law, the ability to be open and to be engaged in their sexuality, of course.
The honourable gentleman for giving way. Will he acknowledge that the point of Section 28 and the point of this Hungarian law is precisely to stigmatise people for the perceived political advantage of one side of an argument?
Yes, I absolutely acknowledge, and I do more than acknowledge, I agree with it absolutely, and I think we're right to call out that because you know, to use someone's sexuality against them for a political purpose has got to be just about as low as you're going to go, possibly using their skin colour or other sort of defining characteristics. And it's something with which you're born. I mean, I remember Albert Luthuli saying in the context of the anti-apartheid struggle that apartheid was the only absolute tyranny because it discriminated against people for something that they had absolutely no power to change, which was the colour of their skin. And, you know, for all of us, our sexuality is something with which we're born. It's not a choice. And I will argue with people in all parts of this House, and possibly even in my own benches, about the choices that we make, but we should not be divided on the basis of things over which we have absolutely no choice. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't want to detain the House for too long, but I do want just to recognise or place on record a small piece of Pride history, and that was that last weekend we celebrated a Pride first. We had the most northerly Pride in the United Kingdom yet, when we had the Pride Festival in Kirkwall in Orkney. It was a joyous occasion. It was obviously curtailed as a consequence of COVID regulations, but to see so many Orcadians out there talking about their pride and who they are, I thought was a truly remarkable moment. And walking around Kirkwall Town Centre, seeing so many shops and businesses with pride flags in their window, I thought was a tremendous signal to see that everybody was valued as part of our community, and we have a very strong sense of community in Orkney, and that inclusion was there for all, regardless of their sexual orientation. I look forward to having the same first again next year, because we will have next June the first or the next most northerly Pride in the United Kingdom, when Shetland Pride is celebrated in June. There's already a tremendous amount of work and planning going into that, and I commend those who were responsible both for the Orkney Pride last weekend and for the planning that's going into the Shetland Pride for June 2022, for everything that they are doing to send a signal that in every community right across the country, the right of individuals to be included on their own terms is an inalienable right, and it's something that we should celebrate, and it's something, in fact, that we do celebrate here today. Thank you very much.
Taranjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by congratulating the honourable members for Carshalton and Wallington, for Ochil and South Perthshire, and for Wallasey. Indeed, my right honourable friend, the member for Wallasey, who has been instrumental in bringing forward this important debate, in particular deserves the recognition and gratitude of the House for her tireless pursuit of equality and justice for LGBT plus people. Thank you very much. And may I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been an honour and a privilege to listen to contributions from honourable and right honourable members of the House today, in particular the very moving and inspirational personal account from my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Walton. Pride Month, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a welcome opportunity to reflect on all the hard work being done and the progress that we have made collectively on LGBT plus rights. I want to praise all the groups and individuals in my Slough constituency working to provide advice, services, safe spaces and advocacy for the LGBT plus community. That includes Slough Borough Council, voluntary groups, businesses and public services, and all the people who work hard for equality and human rights. As we have heard this afternoon, we have made great advances as a society since the dark days of the 1950s and before, the days of homosexuality being classified as an illness, the threat of blackmail, stigma, social isolation and imprisonment, and the horrors of electric shock aversion therapy, electroconvulsive therapy and chemical castration. We all know the story of one of Britain's greatest heroes, Alan Turing, a man whose work some academics argue saved 14 million lives and shortened the World War by over 2 years. A perfectly healthy gay man in his 30s, a brilliant mind, a great patriot, forced by the law into sickness and death. Alan Turing is just one of thousands of men and women harassed, arrested, imprisoned, tortured and killed by the British state's homophobic laws. We owe each and every one an apology, and to their families too. So we reflect on progress. The Sexual Offences Act 1967, the abolition of Section 28, civil partnerships, same-sex marriages, the securing of LGBT plus rights in law, especially the Equality Act 2010. But we should also reflect that progress does not always travel in a direct line. For every 2 steps forward, there are those who want us to take 1 step back. For example, on trans rights. In each generation, the struggle for rights takes on new forms. I am in particular thinking about the struggle against so-called conversion therapy. How shockingly insulting the idea that someone's sexuality should be subject to forcible conversion into something different. I welcome the commitment by this government in the Queen's speech to ban so-called conversion therapy. But where's the ban? Let me say to ministers, we don't need more consultation, we need action. My great fear is that government is dragging its feet ahead of some kind of climb down on its promises or to include exemptions. We must be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, there can be no acceptance or acquiescence to the proponents of gay conversion therapy. It must be swept into the gutter where it belongs. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to address the internationalists aspect of this debate. Around the world, there are nations where LGBT plus people live in fear and stigma, where violence and murder are commonplace, where equality is outlawed. There are 69 members of the United Nations where consensual same-sex activity is illegal. There has been some progress. For example, Botswana's High Court ruled in favour of decriminalising homosexuality in 2019. Mozambique and the Seychelles have also scrapped anti-gay laws. In 2018, in Trinidad and Tobago, a court ruled that laws banning gay sex were unconstitutional. But, unfortunately, Recently, Nigeria and Uganda have tightened their homophobic laws. And in Europe, we've heard from honourable members already, Viktor Orban's government in Hungary has intensified its attack on the LGBT plus community. And why should the Prime Minister, our British Prime Minister, be rolling out the red carpet for such an individual? There are plenty of cities where pride marches are not celebrations and festivals, not expressions of solidarity and love, but instead subject to bans, violence and hate. So we must ensure that government outlines what it is doing to encourage our friends and allies around the world, especially in the Commonwealth, to repeal homophobic laws and bring in real and lasting equality for all. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., until each of us is free, none of us is free. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Anne Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to speak in this debate, and I would pay tribute to the Honourable and Right Honourable members who have made some really excellent contributions throughout. It's a poignant debate. It's a debate that's poignant because we can think about how far we've come, we can also think about how far we have to go, and we can also remember the importance of solidarity, respect and love across political divides in the spirit of equality. And in that spirit, I'd start my remarks by paying tribute to Lise Lawrence. Lise Lawrence was a resident of Stirling, a member of the SNP Stirling branch and the convener of Out for Independence, and she passed away a couple of weeks ago. She was a force of nature, a force for good. She achieved in her short life much more than many others will in theirs, and she will be very, very much missed by her friends and family, and I pass my deepest sympathies to her family and her friends. And it's important to remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Pride was a protest. It is a protest. Some of that's been lost in the corporatisation of Pride events in some places, but Pride is a protest against injustice, it's a protest against inequality, it's a protest against ignorance, and it's a protest against bigotry as well. It's easy to take equality that we enjoy for granted, and we must not do that. Progress is not guaranteed, and rights are reversible. Now, we've come a long way, we really have, and it's worth acknowledging that. I was the first SNP politician to come out in 2006. I wasn't the first gay SNP politician, but I was the first to make a song and dance about it. But I'm proud to say since, the SNP is one of the gayest parties in these islands, and we contribute to equalities running through everything that we do. We have come a long way. And the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. We have made progress in these islands. We've made progress in Scotland, we've made progress in the UK, but there are countless millions around the world who do not enjoy that freedom and that equality, and do not have the fortunate position we do. It's incumbent on all of us to protect and promote equality and work with allies abroad to secure the equality of others. Homosexuality remains still illegal in 69 countries around the world, and some even punish it with death. We really do have a long way to go. Now, closer to home as well, rights are reversible. We've heard already that Hungary's anti-LGBT law is a shame on the European conscience, and I am glad to see that Dr von der Leyen and the European Commission is taking action. I'd like to see it happen faster, and I'd like to see us be vocal in it as well, because it is an utterly counterproductive law coming from bad politics and bad information. But it's also a reminder that things can go backwards. And in that spirit, I would reaffirm today my complete solidarity with our trans brothers and sisters. I would also reaffirm my complete solidarity with women and women's rights. I do not see that those two statements are mutually exclusive or in conflict. I see nothing in trans equality that would diminish women's rights. I see nothing that women have to fear from the trans community. I see plenty of reasons why women should fear abusive men. And it's in the debate online particularly where we have seen abusive men, bad actors and false friends, spitting hate and poison into the debate. And it's incumbent on all of us to push back on that and fight them with good information, respectful dialogue and mutual understanding. I would never be part of anything that would diminish women's rights. Women have nothing to fear from trans equality. And that is a challenge to all of us to make sure that debate takes place in the right way and gets the right result. Because pride's a protest, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rights are not secure. Rights must be maintained and fought for on a daily basis. But if we all look after each other, we'll all win. Pride isn't about special pleading, it's about equality for all of us. Thank you very much.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the honourable members who secured this debate today, including my honourable friend, the member for Wallasey, for their incredibly important contributions today and all the work she has done and continues to do. And we have heard so many powerful contributions, including the honourable member from Lanark and Hamilton Heath. But I'm extremely proud to be in the chamber today to listen to my great friend from Liverpool Walton. His moving and brave contribution will live long in the memory of everybody here that witnessed it today and watched it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I worry about the division we are seeing now in political discourse and everyday life. Division of communities leads to a breakdown in cohesion and the opportunity for hate and fear to flourish. And I fear we can see this graphically and worryingly with the rise in hate crime. Just in Liverpool over the last few weeks, we have had a number of homophobic attacks in our town centre. The images have shocked the city, and last week a demonstration took place saying this hatred and homophobia had no place in Liverpool or any other place. But the fear grows if we look at events in Hungary, as has been mentioned, that this hatred and division amongst communities is being encouraged and actively sown. The decision to ban LGBT content in schools and media by Orban is exactly where this direction of travel ends, and I was delighted to see the ultimatum by the EU to cease and desist these attacks or leave the EU. I wonder if the PM gave them a similar message when they met last month. Because education is a huge part of the solution, and I know this from personal experience. The education given to me by the likes of the honourable member from Walton when we worked together on his campaign to secure a ban in the abhorrent practice of conversion therapies, when we found out a local church in Anfield was offering these so-called therapies, including ritual starvation. The light the honourable member from Walton and the Liverpool Echo shone on these practices in our community has increased awareness and facilitated further understanding and education and galvanised the campaign to end them. At Fan Support and Food Banks, an organisation I co-founded, we work closely with the LGBTQ plus supporter groups from both Liverpool and Everton football clubs to promote tolerance and understanding in football. The use of homophobic language was common in songs in football grounds. Around 6 years ago, I got elected onto Liverpool FC Supporters Committee and met a fantastic person in Paula Mann, who educated us all on what a member of the LGBTQ community might feel when hearing these songs in the football ground. It provided a real wake-up call and genuine education to me personally. We worked on making grounds more inclusive, raising awareness and tackling this kind of language. And I'm extremely proud that we made Liverpool Football Club the first club to explicitly prohibit homophobic language in the ground. It was from Paul's patience, bravery on this issue that I learned so much and admired him so much. Education and community cohesion go hand in hand, and Pride Month does so much to achieve this. But as recent events have shown, we have so much work to do. I'm proud that our party scrapped Thatcher's appalling Section 28, but there's lots of work to be done to ensure we don't go backwards, and we work to defeat the voices of division and hatred in our communities by showing the same tolerance, understanding and education that was shown to me.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald. Timed that rather well, Madam Deputy Speaker. God is shining on us this afternoon, is he not? I'm grateful to be called in this debate and congratulate the Right Honourable Member for Wallasey and others in securing it. And of course, as others have mentioned, commend the actually beautiful speech from the Honourable Member for Liverpool Walton, who will be called brave and all sorts of things from now on. But I think beautiful is actually the best way to describe what he chose to do this afternoon, and I wish him well. I'm sure the whole House does, in whatever he goes on to do next. It's been mentioned quite a few times in the debate that this is the gayest parliament in the world, Madam Deputy Speaker. The great irony is, if we go back to 2015, It was the arrival of so many Scottish National Party members of Parliament that made this place the gayest Parliament in the world. So when we go, which we will eventually, you'll have a job to do in maintaining that. And in that, we, of course, would wish our neighbours well. It's been mentioned that we've got to take account of the progress that we have made, and progress has undoubtedly been made. The recent changes to allow men who have sex with men to give blood, and I was pleased to play a small part in that as chair of the all-party group on blood donations, along with my friend who's no longer with us, Paula Sheriff, former Labour Member of Parliament to the House, Mrs Dearley. And we've seen all kinds of other progress over the years as well, in marriage and adoption rights and education. A Scot has finally won Drag Race in the form of Lawrence Chaney, arguably the best bit of progress that we've had for many people, Madam Deputy Speaker. And, of course, it is the case that as Pride becomes more visible and the month becomes more visible and more people attend, then, as was mentioned by my honourable friend for Stirling, the corporations all get in on it as well. And I think it's great to see flags and buses and trains, and you go into shopping centres or down a high street and there are rainbow flags everywhere. The thing I would say to the corporations is, Pride isn't just for the month of June where you fly a rainbow flag and then today you can take it down and it's back to business as usual. Standing in solidarity with us means more, is about more rather, than just flying these flags. So when the corporations release their special Pride products for the month of June next year, how about some of the profits going to help LGBT+ charities in this country and elsewhere, rather than just cashing in on something that, thankfully, is at least popular for some? The other thing I want to mention is the fact that, and as has been mentioned previously by other speakers, is Pride has been cancelled / put online for the last 12 months. Last year I hosted a weekly series of online Pride events with various activists in Eastern European and Central Asian countries. And what a learning experience that was. And I want to thank, it was mentioned by my honourable friend from Western Bartonshire, the activists in countries such as Georgia. I want to thank, as members would expect, the work that goes on in Ukraine. I want to thank my friend Maxim Eristavi, who does so much in raising the profile of this issue all around the world, but in particular that region of Europe. And it was 3 years ago now, was my most memorable Pride, which happened in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, where there was not a single Coca-Cola float or any of these big brands. It was a proper shouting protest. And my goodness, the bravery that they show in continuing to do that is an inspiration to us all. And it has also been mentioned that we want to see action. The progress is great, but we want to see action on conversion therapy. And I had never thought about this, my own experience of this, as being conversion therapy, actually. But it goes back to when I was a teenager and had got mixed up in an evangelical church for a couple of years. And I can remember the laying of hands on me, trying to pray the gay away, as it were. In fact, I hadn't even realised I might be gay at that point, and I know that that might be difficult for some people to even consider. But I remember being told at the time that, this was bad for me and that God would deliver me from it and that this was a satanic spirit that was doing this to me. The confusion in my mind at the time was incredible, but it actually wasn't until recently, discussing this issue with a woman from the Christian church who is against conversion therapy, it hadn't even occurred to me that this was a form of conversion therapy, because it's not always the case where you're sat in a room, sat in a chair and talked at by people in white coats with Bibles or whatever. It's often more discreet and so equally as sinister. So I do implore the government, and the minister is a good minister, but I implore the government to bring this forward without delay. And the last thing I want to mention, as has been mentioned by other colleagues, is the issue around transgender rights and the well of poison that discussion has become. Because we don't have a community if we expel one part of it. And I refuse to do so. And I know that members in this House will refuse to let that happen. But it has become, I'm afraid to say, the polite bigotry of the middle classes. Transphobia is acceptable in the good newspapers, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Times, the Telegraph, you will know the Glasgow Herald. It's become entirely acceptable. And if it were written, if some of the things that we read, obsessions about girls wearing trousers to schools, if they were written by an imam, people would go tonto. They would go off their nuts. But because it's written by these privileged, largely white, although not exclusively, middle-class people who've become so radicalised on the issue. My honourable friend and others from Stirling and others have mentioned the online discussion around this. This is radicalisation, and there's no other way to describe it. And where does it take us? We've just had last month the anniversary of the shooting in the Pulse nightclub in Orlando. Right now on Netflix, you can watch a documentary about the Soho bombing from just over 20 years ago. We see young people, and it was mentioned by the previous member, being attacked in the street for who they are. We're heading for something bad if this doesn't get dealt with, if this isn't tackled, and if those of us who do stand with trans people don't come out vigorously in their defence. But what gives me hope? Yes, I get discouraged by all of that poison. Yes, I get discouraged by the fact that Stonewall is now akin to ISIS in some people's views, in this rather perverse debate that we now have, that rape crisis centres who help trans people or employ trans people are being targeted by bigots and bullies. All of that gets me down. But what gives me hope? What gives me hope is the young people who don't give up. I get exhausted with it, but I keep going and I keep doing what I think I can. But when I see young people involved in Stonewall, involved in the Equalities Network, involved in their own political parties, coming together and fighting this poisonous disinformation and ensuring that steps always go forward and not backwards, that's what gives me hope. So that as the Honourable Gentleman for Orkney, when he said in his remarks that nobody should be restrained in having to be who they are, even Liberal Democrats I would extend that to. But that is so important. And all power to their elbow. I'll be with them side by side. But it's a fight that we need the government to get on side with too.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to follow the member for Glasgow South and to reflect on the fact that his personal experiences, which were quite moving as he spoke about them, are still lawful in 2021 is unbelievable to think through. And I do hope that the Minister will come back with a timetable on the banning of conversion therapy here in the UK. Our Parliament is the best of us when we have these debates, and the leadership that's been shown, not just in her introduction to this speech by the member for Wallasey, but more broadly in terms of being a solid and wise counsel for so many, not just within the community, but as a beacon for LGBT rights in Parliament. Her work together with others across Parliament has really, I think, outshone the government in many ways in terms of what's been achieved in the last few years in particular, and allowing the space within our Parliament so that members like the member for Liverpool Walton is able to speak about his own experience and how his identity was made clear to him, and some of the paths and issues that he's dealt with in coming to terms with his own life, his own experiences, and those strong role models that he's had. And we all know that there are so many young people who haven't had those supportive parents or who haven't had that supportive environment in school, who may still be suffering the discrimination that can go with being LGBTQ. I wanted briefly to talk about my concerns around some of the reductions in funding to the inclusive teaching of equalities in our schools. We know that some of the proactive guidance which this country led on around the banning of Section 28 at that time has now been watered down to some degree. And I do worry about where our schools may not be high-performing schools, whether that bullying still continues, and I fear that it probably does. I also worry about some of the reductions and cuts in the work that we're doing abroad, where I believe the member for Reigate, for example, with his excellent work with parliamentary colleagues across the globe on the liaison scheme between parliaments to promote equality by visiting LGBT groups when trips abroad are arranged, or between linking up with networks in other parliaments. That kind of work, I fear, is undermined when some of the reductions, for example, to British Council spending, where British Council is very focused on values and on the soft power of our media. Reductions in the BBC World Service, where we may have really good programming and first-class stories, poetry, music on LGBTQ issues, which just may be that shining light which people who do not live in a free and fair democracy might hanker for. I briefly also want to pay tribute to some of the grassroots groups which some other members have done from their own constituencies. In the London Borough of Haringey, we have a terrific group called Wise Thoughts, which is particularly available for black young people and young people from backgrounds where their parents may not be familiar with equalities legislation, or may not be particularly open about the fact that their children are gay. And this group, Wise Thoughts, is always present at every single job fair or community safety event, quietly flying the flag, but also being available to talk to young people. I'm also really grateful for the wonderful community choir which we have, which plays and sings at events. Of course, this year, unfortunately, the second year in a row where they haven't been able to be particularly active. But we did have the spontaneous singing of our community choir underneath the tree in Crouch End in 2016 when the terror attack on the Pulse nightclub took place, which was terrifying, and it was just so wonderful to see those grassroots groups coming together to stand up against inequality and in that case a terror attack. I do also want to draw attention to the cross-party nature of today's debate, and I was very pleased that the minister who's in his place today, actually in the US on a British American parliamentary group tour there, I was really delighted to see that he was working cross-party with us on questioning reductions to the HIV/AIDS budget, which the former president of the USA was attempting at that point to introduce. And it was fantastic to work across Parliament as the British American Parliamentary Group to make the case for continued funding for HIV programs abroad. And I know that that is the best of our Parliament when we work together across the piece on those important programs. But could I, in the same tone, encourage him to perhaps question whether the rolling out the red carpet for Viktor Orban, which was done by Number 10, is the right tone. I do worry that the struggle is being set back for equal treatment for LGBTQ communities in that part of Europe. And as the member for Glasgow South described his experience in Kiev, it's a struggle. It's a day-to-day, hour-by-hour struggle there, and we must never forget that. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I could just conclude by asking the Minister to address in his final remarks what he thinks should be done to support teachers, training classroom teachers so that here at home we can be sure that when young people are questioning, when they want to talk to people, when they want to come out, whether it's teachers at primary or secondary school level, or indeed in our FE colleges, universities, that there is support for those young people. We know that recent research shows that it takes the human brain up to the age of 25 to be fully formed. And so it's even when people are in their early 20s who may still need assistance talking, therapy, or even just the support to know that their feelings, that their belief, their identity is okay. So could the Minister outline whether he believes there is sufficient inclusive training and support for different groups within our schools? Secondly, could he outline the progress on the Gender Recognition Act? There is a sort of a half of a debate being had, and it would be really good to know the exact timeline on that. And thirdly, the exact timeline on the banning of conversion therapy. It's been quite clear during this afternoon's debate that we all feel that we need to really urge the government to be getting on with that. And finally, that role that the government has in being a beacon within our own region, so that we can, with confidence, challenge the policies of countries where it's not right, where people are being treated unfairly and where equalities are not being observed. So will he stand up today and encourage this government to get it right with some of our countries, even within our region, so that we can be sure that as a parliament we're sending the right message, but as a government we're sending the right message too. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to take part in this debate today and hear of so much cross-party consensus. Pride Month is about celebration, activism and commemoration. It is about recognising the progress that we have made since the Stonewall riots. And it is about continuing the fight for equality alongside our LGBT+ family and friends. There is so much more to do. We must not forget that. Along with so many others today, I find myself once more speaking about a specific inequality, one which should have been dealt with many years ago. The legality of so-called conversion therapy. Conversion therapy, by its very definition, is designed to rob LGBT+ people of their identity. It is nothing short of medieval. It is not healthcare, it is not ministry, it is abuse. And yet it remains legal. In the 2015 general election campaign, the former Prime Minister pledged to ban conversion therapy. That was over 5 years ago. That winter, the Conservative government backtracked. There was no ban. Then in 2018, the next Prime Minister pledged to ban conversion therapy. But the government backtracked again. There was no ban. And the current Prime Minister, who campaigned on some promises of progress and change, also pledged to ban conversion therapy. It even made it into the Queen's speech, but still there is no ban. And as far as I'm aware, there are no firm plans for a ban, and I hope the Minister will be able to correct me on that point. Instead, we are being told that we must wait for a consultation that has not even been scheduled. Why? The only conceivable purpose of this consultation is yet more delay. A consultation can only tell us what we already know, and what the government has apparently believed for 5 years, that conversion therapy should be completely banned. In these circumstances, it is difficult to accept the continued promises. When will the government act? LGBT representatives from every major party, including the Conservative Party, have called for an immediate ban. They called the government's commitments disappointingly weak, vague and unsympathetic. This from their own party. This clearly is not good enough. LGBT+ people are being let down by this government. Last Wednesday, Alan Turing took his rightful place on our £50 note. We easily forget that Turing was forced to receive at the hand of the state a chemical castration process, or because he was guilty of the crime, as it was then, of loving another man. This chemical castration was meant to suppress his sexual orientation. It was a conversion therapy, one our government at the time had made into a legal instrument. We have come a long way since then. Homosexual acts are no longer illegal. Gay marriage is now legal, and I'm proud of the Liberal Democrats' role in making that happen. But as long as conversion therapy is legal, using curing as a figurehead seems to be some form of big hypocrisy. The NHS, international observers, LGBT plus organisations, professional bodies in the health and social care, interfaith organisations and senior figures in all major parties are united. We must ban conversion therapy now. So as this year's Pride Month draws to a close, I urge colleagues on all sides of this House, including government ministers, to make this an urgent priority. Thank you.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I start by thanking the member from Wallasey for securing this debate. And we've heard many heartfelt contributions today, but none more so than from our friend from Liverpool, Wallerton. It took absolute bravery and courage, and you're a true inspiration, and it's great to see such representation and inspirational representation from Liverpool as a whole. I rise as someone who hopes to be a good ally of LGBTQ+ people in Luton North, across the country, and to the brilliant LGBTQ+ colleagues who have already spoken today in this debate. But I'd like to start by paying tribute to my wonderful friend, Sue Hackett, a fantastic GMB union activist and equality champion. She's been the heart and soul of equalities at GMB London region. It's women like her that show what a difference a true ally, a true sister and a true trade unionist can make in workplaces and in our movement. I pay tribute to you and wish you the happiest retirement, because after 42 years, you certainly deserve it. Madam Deputy Speaker, there was a time in this place, in my living memory, when a debate like this would never have happened, when parties would market themselves as the straight choice against gay candidates, when MPs would proudly describe homosexuality, and I quote, as a sterile, disease-ridden, God-forsaken occupation, and when Prime Ministers decried children apparently being taught that they had a right to be gay. The progress that we have seen over the last 25 years on LGBTQ+ rights has been something we can be proud of and hopeful about. But I'm stood here as a Labour MP because I know there's nothing inevitable about progress. Progress is something that people have to fight for every day. The fight might be easier on some days than others, but if we let our guard down, we will see that hatred and bigotry can easily rear its ugly head again. When the last Labour government repealed Section 28, introduced civil partnerships, adoption, and yes, brought in the original Gender Recognition Act, these things didn't happen because MPs woke up one day and thought, well, that's a good idea. It took years of hard work by activists, trade unions, LGBT+ people who campaigned, got beat up in the streets, but were still loud and still proud. Since then, we've had gay marriage, and as we've heard many times today, our Parliament has become the gayest in the world. And I pay tribute to our fantastic steely candidate, Kim Leadbeater, who I hope after 10 p.m. tonight will be joining us from Batley and Spen here on the green benches. But I speak to some LGBTQ+ people, and while there's so much to be proud of, there's sometimes a resurgence of fear. And as the co-chair of Hate Crime APPG, over the last year, we know that homophobia, as with every other protected characteristic, has seen an increase in hate crime. Fearful from when some members of this House pander to voices who speak of trans people as a dangerous lobby who want to cause harm to others. Fearful when parts of the media use terms like trans Taliban to describe trans people who just want to get on with their lives. Fearful when people who call themselves activists acting on behalf of women attack Stonewall. And fearful when so-called charities who oppose banning conversion therapy for trans people try and divide the LGBT people from trans people. Madam Deputy Speaker, the new wedge issue politics, culture war kind of campaigning, it's no feminism, activism or progressive campaigning that I recognise. But it exists as a stark reminder that there's nothing inevitable about progress. Over the last few years, it's becoming increasingly clear that the fight on LGBT+ rights isn't over. When we allow bigots a free pass to attack trans people, media outlets continue to keep spilling the most vicious bile about trans people and often the rest of the LGBT community as well, we need to seriously start asking ourselves who these people are coming for next. If you genuinely believe in human rights, you do not get to choose which human rights you support and which ones you do not. Anyone who has been attacked for who they are, how they look, or what they believe, know what it is to be on the receiving end of abuse, hatred, and division. That is exactly why Pride remains a protest. And I know we sadly haven't had one in person over the course of the pandemic. Pride is a protest because 1 in 5 LGBTQ+ people have experienced a hate crime because of who they are or because of who they love. It's a protest because there are people abroad who are left seeking asylum for their sexuality. And it's a protest because over half of LGBTQ+ young people are still bullied in school because of who they are. And it's a protest because trans women are women and trans men are men, and their fight is ours. These shouldn't be controversial statements, but the fact they are shows just how far we have to go to achieve true equality in our country. But true equality is always worth fighting for, because this makes it a safer, fairer and brighter place for everyone to live in.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend from Wallasey for securing this very important debate, and also to pay tribute to my honourable friend from Liverpool, Walton, for his very personal and powerful testimony, and for all the other members who have contributed this afternoon. And I welcome this debate and the opportunity to wish a very happy Pride Month and send my solidarity to LGBT+ communities in Liverpool, Riverside and across the country. And while this debate is an opportunity to celebrate and take pride in the existence, struggles and successes of these communities, it is also an opportunity to recognise the violence and oppressions that LGBT+ people still suffer. Just last month, hundreds of people marched through the Liverpool city centre to protest against a spate of vicious homophobic attacks on our streets in the last few weeks. And I pledge my solidarity with the victims of these appalling attacks, especially horrific because they happened during Pride Month, and call for justice to be swiftly served and actions taken to ensure that all our communities feel safe on our streets. The diversity of Liverpool is one of our greatest strengths, and these attacks show that we must do more to ensure that everyone is welcome on our streets, while violence, hatred and bigotry are not. While responsibility for these attacks must be borne by the perpetrators and justice is served, they do not happen in a vacuum. This year we've seen the government wage a culture war against trans rights, attacking leading LGBT organisations such as Stonewall for their campaigning on trans rights, and disband their own LGBT+ advisory panel after a series of resignations over the delay in banning conversion practices. And despite promising a ban on conversion therapies 3 years ago, this government is yet to take action and instead has kicked the can down the road into yet another consultation. Soundings from the Prime Minister and others also threaten significant loopholes, notable regarding faith-based practices as well as trans people. And we know from the government's own national LGBT+ survey that 51% of those who have undergone conversion therapy said it had been conducted by faith groups. And in my role as a member of the Women and Equality Select Committee, we are currently conducting the review into the reform of the Gender Recognition Act. And time again, I have heard evidence of the harrowing impact of these practices on their disastrous implications for some of the most vulnerable people in our society. And this evidence is not new, as this government is well aware of it, given their own recent consultation. And I ask the Minister, will he today set out to the House the exact timetable for government legislation to ban conversion therapy? And will he reassure us that the legislation will include a total ban on these cruel practices? Because under this government watch, wait times for gender identity clinics have increased to unlawful levels, leaving thousands in need of urgent support at risk. And instead of facing up to the scale of the challenge and committing sufficient funding to alleviate the pressures of these services and the rising demand, this government has plans to open a mere 3 new gender identity clinics, plans that will still leave nearly 10,000 people on waiting lists. And this is a crisis I take This is a crisis, and I take this opportunity today to call on the government to go back to the drawing board and bring forward a plan that's properly resourced to support trans and non-binary people in urgent need of support, and bring an end to these unlawful and excruciating waiting times for treatment. This Pride Month, I call on this government to refrain from its hollow lip service to queer solidarity and liberation, and instead the practical actions that are fully within its power to support LGBT+ people. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. SNP spokesman, Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a real pleasure to be speaking in this debate today, and in the excellent company of SNP colleagues but others across the House, particularly the Honourable Member for Liverpool Walton, who has made a speech today that will change people's lives. An awful lot of the speakers in the debate today have spoken from a perspective of personal experience, and I can't say that I am, but I am speaking because it matters that all of us speak up and speak out. Unlike the Honourable Member for Wallasey, I am a feminist, and I see no contradiction at all between that and my support for LGBT rights and issues. In fact, I believe that all of our rights are imperilled by any attempt to erode the rights of any minority group. And where things are now feels very much a tale of two halves. Yes, we do have much to be positive about, but I have serious concerns, as others have very eloquently expressed, about issues here and further afield. Like the shameful situation in Hungary, for instance, which has been described many times today. And while I am on that topic, UEFA, that was a shocking decision not to permit the stadium in Munich to be lit up in pride colours. Their decision was a political one, regardless of how they chose to spin it, and that is not acceptable. And of course, in America under Trump, we saw deeply damaging rolling back of rights and protections for LGBT citizens. I'm glad a different approach is starting to become evident now, but although that change of tone is welcome, it also demonstrates very clearly that we cannot take anything for granted in rights, and in particular, given, as many people have very clearly described, the concerted efforts being made by people who are intent on misinformation. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it will be no surprise if I tell the House that I am firmly committed to Scottish independence. I would like us to be independent now, or preferably yesterday. I can't wait for the referendum, which we will be having soon. But actually, I want Scottish independence because I believe we can have a more equal, open country. And critical to that is being fairer. My SNP colleagues will know the quote popularised by Alistair Gray. It's inscribed on the wall outside the Scottish Parliament. Work as if you were in the early days of a better nation. And that's what I want to see, a better, fairer, more equal, inclusive country where diversity is celebrated. And Scotland has been helping lead the way on LGBT equality. The SNP government has a strong record of advancing and championing LGBT rights. They've delivered the most progressive and extensive equal marriage legislation. We've heard about the reformed blood donation rules, and it was good to hear from my honourable friend, the member for Ochil and South Perthshire, about his work on the Turing Bill, which the Scottish Government enacted. And I could go on. But the thing is, all of these great strides need to be our incentive to keep on and to do more. And given what we've heard about the current climate, that's why education matters so much. And I wanted to mention the work of the TIE campaign. I think that the more our young folk are helped and equipped to understand difference in a sensible, positive, inclusive way, the better. Now, I've said to my own teenagers before that there were actually no LGBT people in my school, which they found pretty hard to believe. I went to quite a big school, and obviously, if you think about that now, it could not possibly have been true. But that was the late 1980s, and remember, that was the days of Section 28, and there were apparently no LGBT students. Now, of course, I keep up with a number of school friends, and it turns out that that patently wasn't the case. A number of them are actually gay, but they haven't been able to say that as young people because goodness knows what would have happened. Whatever it was, it wouldn't have been good. So we have come a long way in many respects, and that's very welcome. But despite that, I'm very aware that things are still not always easy, and education is so critical in making sure that young people know that they are grand, whoever they are, however they are. And it's really important that others around them hear that too, and that there are role models for them to see, visible role models like the honourable members here today. And also champions like Christina McKelvey, who is the Scottish Government Minister for Equalities and Older People, and who is a tireless and inspiring advocate for equality. And also Out for Independence, the SNP LGBT group. As we've heard from my honourable friend, the member for Stirling, our Out for Independence convener, Lise Lawrence, sadly died a couple of weeks ago. And I'm sure that people in this chamber would want to send their sympathies to her family and friends. One of the things that I do want to be very explicit about today, sadly because it's necessary, and I'm not the only one who has said that, is that I'm very aware of the toxic environment, particularly online, but it is not just online, in relation to trans people. It's something that I've had a number of discussions about lately, and I'm grateful to people who've given me their time. I want to say very clearly that nobody's identity should ever be up for debate. There should be no excuse for transphobia or for the othering or monstering of a group of people who are simply going about their lives. A group of people who already may be facing challenging situations and are already marginalised. Trans people should feel safe and secure and welcome, and surely that's just the bare minimum that any of us should expect. But in reality, I am heart sore at some of the utter bile that I've seen. It's disgraceful, and I know that it needs us to call it out and step up and deal with it where that's possible. To be clear, the SNP welcomes trans people. We are glad to have you, and we have committed to and are committed to making sure that that is a reality. While that's not always as straightforward as it should be, we will persist. I want to live in a Scotland, and I want my children to live in a Scotland where everyone is safe and all of our LGBT communities are safe, welcome, and playing a full part in making our country the best it can be. But for that to be possible, people have to have the ability to be themselves. And I've spoken at length previously about conversion therapy, as have others today, and how abhorrent that is. Nobody needs converted away from being themselves, and we shouldn't accept that that's okay in any way. The harms that have been caused by so-called conversion therapy, because of course it's not a therapy, are terrible. And we need to see the progress that the UK Government's promised, and we need to see it soon. So to be clear, the SNP fully support a ban. We know that making that fully comprehensive involves powers and reserved areas, so we'd like the UK Government to get a move on and do what they said they're going to do. If they don't, the Scottish Government will look to move forward with its own legislation within the powers that sit in the Scottish Parliament. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to conclude where I started. There are challenges, but there is also much to be positive about looking around this chamber today, and we should celebrate that. But we do also need to work on making sure that everyone has the ability to live freely just as them, which really would be something we could all be proud of.
Shadow Minister Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been an excellent debate on Pride Month, and indeed I myself am exceptionally proud to be responding to it on behalf of Her Majesty's Opposition as Shadow Minister for Women and Equalities and a proud LGBT parliamentarian. Indeed, with today's by-election in Batley and Spen, I hope we will be having another LGBT MP joining us tomorrow in Kim Leadbeater. I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for securing this essential debate, and specifically to my honourable friend for Wallasey, and the honourable members for Carshalton and Wallington and Ochil and South Perthshire for bringing it forwards. I want also to pay specific tribute to the moving contribution of my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Walton, and to thank the many contributors to this debate, including my honourable friends, the members for Ealing North, Newport East, Slough, Liverpool West Derby, Luton North, Hornsey and Wood Green, and Liverpool Riverside. On a personal level, as the Member of Parliament for Warrington North, I'm particularly pleased at such a strong showing from the North West, given attempts by the Conservative Party and the media to paint the interests of the so-called Red Wall and the interests of the LGBT community as somehow at odds with each other. something I know couldn't be further from the truth in communities like mine. My honourable friend, the member for Luton North, was exactly right when she drew parallels between hate crime and discrimination faced by other groups with that faced by the LGBT community. We all have more in common than that which divides us, and none of us are equal until we are all equal. Pride Month is an opportunity both to celebrate who we are and how far we have come, the giants on whose shoulders we stand, as my honourable friend, the member for Ealing North, said. But it's also to highlight ongoing issues and to challenge the government and our society to go further, to reach full equality for all lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer people and other groups. In the years since the Labour government came to power in 1997, we have seen dramatic action to remove barriers from LGBT people. The scrapping of the Conservatives' homophobic Section 28, the creation of civil partnerships, same-sex adoption, and the protections of the Equality Act, and yes, subsequently, the establishment of same-sex marriage supported by the Labour Party. Unfortunately, this progress is now at threat from the members opposite, who have been described by members of their own LGBT advisory panel as creating a hostile environment for LGBT people. Although this is a year when the pandemic has prevented the Pride marches that we all enjoy, and indeed I lament the fact that my wonderfully supportive mum's sashaying down the streets of Manchester in her rainbow feather boa has been again postponed, these changes have made the UK a better country, and one where community, corporate, media and political groups will wave the Pride flag this month, rightly recognising and celebrating these advances. I thank them for their visibility, but there is further to go. Just last week, UEFA gave its logo a Pride makeover, while refusing the City of Munich's request to illuminate its stadium with rainbow colours for Germany's match against Viktor Orban's Hungary on the grounds that it was political. Well, I'm sorry, but supporting LGBT rights is political. We're not a colourful add-on to brands that do not challenge ongoing homophobia or transphobia. A rainbow does not mean that every storm has ended. I mention Orban because he was only the second EU leader that the Prime Minister chose to invite to visit after leaving the EU, rolling out the red carpet for Europe's leading promoter of anti-LGBT ideology and laws. Under him, as been raised by many honourable members across the House today, Hungary has banned same-sex adoption, implemented a Section 28-style ban on gay people from featuring in school education materials or TV shows for under 18s, and ended legal recognition for gender changes. Actions speak louder than words. Globally, 72 countries still criminalise same-sex relationships, and the death penalty is threatened in 8 of them. In more than half of the world, LGBT people may not be protected from discrimination by workplace law, and most governments deny trans people the right to legally change their name and gender. What more can ministers do to change this, particularly in the Commonwealth, where these rights are still criminalised in a majority of countries? It's all very well for members opposite to laud their Safe to Be Me conference, but LGBT people in the UK are not safe to be with them. This is a government that is actively rowing back on its commitments to LGBT people, from dropping its plans to reform the Gender Recognition Act, to delaying the urgent need to ban so-called conversion therapy, attacking LGBT charities, and pursuing a culture war against so-called woke issues, or, as they're better known, basic human rights. Here in the UK, we have seen hate crimes against LGBT people surge in recent years. Reported hate crimes have almost tripled from 6,655 in 2014-15 to 18,465 in 2019-20, and 80% of LGBT people don't report hate crimes. Behind these statistics, there are people hurting now. Indeed, while we are privileged in this place, even being an MP doesn't shield you from this. Since being elected, I've received a number of hateful communications sent to my parliamentary office based on my sexuality, and LGBT MPs receive disgusting abuse online and in person, as has been sadly raised by a number of honourable members in this debate. The rise in hate crime is deeply concerning, and yet the government seems complacent and would rather spend hundreds of millions of pounds on a royal yacht than using it to crack down on hate crime. What will the Minister promise to do about it? Trans people face daily discrimination, and it is vital that steps are taken to provide the equality, services and support that people need. Specialist health needs are often best addressed by trans health services offered by the NHS Gender Identity Development Services, but figures obtained by the BBC show that over 13,500 transgender and non-binary adults are on waiting list for NHS GIDs in England. The average wait for a first appointment is 18 months, according to the national LGBT charity, the LGBT Foundation. This is in breach of patients' legal entitlement under the NHS Constitution to have their first appointment in a specialist service within 18 weeks of referral. The government's promise to open 3 new clinics to reduce waiting times by 1,600 by next year, but that will still leave over 10,000 people. So what more will the Minister do, or will he blame that on the previous Health Secretary? Instead of taking action to end unlawful wait times and updating the Gender Recognition Act, the government is wasting time and resources on stoking division within the LGBT community. Last month marked 40 years since the first HIV cases were reported, and as we mourn and remember the members of our community who did not make old bones due to the AIDS pandemic, and the many elders whose support and wisdom my generation grew up without, we are all glad of how far we have moved on since then. In the UK, with our medical resources, HIV is no longer a death sentence. This is not yet the case throughout the world, however, and is another reason why the government should not be cutting our aid budget. We're waiting for ministers to publish the HIV action plan that would set out action to end new cases of HIV in England by 2030, and specifically what this says about increased testing for HIV and the availability of PrEP. All of these issues lead to disproportionately high levels of poor mental health among LGBT people, with half saying they've experienced depression. This has been an even greater challenge during lockdown, particularly among younger people who in many cases have been confined with people, sometimes including family, who are either unaware of or hostile to their sexual identities. As we have heard from the incredibly powerful, courageous speech from my honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Walton, this can manifest itself in many ways, including turning to drugs and alcohol to try to bury that hurt and trauma, as facing up to it without support can be too painful to bear. Unfortunately, unlike other equality groups, we do not have enough data to assess the impact of the pandemic on LGBT people. Have ministers asked these questions or sought to find out over the past year? What will they now do to reach out to LGBT people to ascertain the facts? There is also some confusion as to what plan the government are working on to end LGBT inequality. Will the Minister confirm to the House today whether or not the LGBT Action Plan, published in 2018 and endorsed by the Prime Minister during the general election campaign, is still the work plan being followed by the GEO? And if so, what funding is being committed to achieve these outcomes? If not, what plan is the GEO following? It's absolutely unacceptable that the government has failed to bring forward legislative proposals to ban conversion therapies. It was promised under the previous Prime Minister in 2018 and then delayed and delayed and delayed. Now fears are growing that it will not be a comprehensive ban after all. Labour is clear. We will support a ban on all harmful conversion practices for LGBT people. Anything less will be just another broken Tory promise. We must hope that the current minister has not converted her party away from its previous commitment and will be scrutinising the legislation closely when it is finally brought forward. This is not an alarmist view. The Conservatives have made very clear they are not a party interested in supporting LGBT people. Last November, they ended the £4 million funding for anti-LGBT bullying in our schools in a move that echoes Thatcher's Section 28. This year alone, we've seen their whole LGBT advisory panel disbanded, with members citing a hostile environment towards LGBT people. I commend the principles of those advisers, but I'm afraid that in this Pride Month, Madam Deputy Speaker, what ministers should instead feel is shame.
Call the Controller of Her Majesty's Household, Mr. Mike Freer.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I have to say I'm in something of an invidious position, because normally I stand behind the chair urging ministers to be short. Now I'm in the position of having to try and go long while ignoring the bench whips. First of all, if I could like to pay tribute to the sponsors of the debate, the member for Wallasey. I know she and I shared a platform many years ago, I think probably around 2004, so I know her commitment on these issues over many, many years, and I commend her passion if I don't always share her analysis. My honourable friend for Carshalton and Wallington, also a co-sponsor, and I have to say that I'll touch on some of the technical issues he raised, but I think that the message he gave of having a supportive family, and despite a supportive family, I still encountered issues, shows that whilst we've made progress, we still have issues to come. And the honourable member for Ochil and South Perthshire made a powerful contribution. And again, I have to say that the contribution from the SNP was, across all members who took part, particularly powerful and in many ways insightful. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the whole debate has, in the main, been in good humour. And whilst on both sides of the House, people may disagree on what still needs to be done or disagree on the history of what has gone before. But I do think this debate has allowed us to celebrate the achievements of what we have seen over the past few years, whilst focusing on the issues that still remain. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first Pride event was held in this country in July 1972, inspired by the infamous Stonewall riots. And brave and determined people marched through Highbury Fields of North London with one message: we are here. And today that message remains the same: we are here. It is a simple message, but a powerful one. And the importance of visibility cannot be underestimated, because to be seen is to be heard, to be counted, and that is the bedrock of our democratic society. There's been some discussion as to whether Pride is a protest or a celebration. In my view, it can be both. Members, if I could turn to some of the issues raised during the debate, a number of members raised the international situation, and despite the changes that we've seen and can celebrate in the UK, globally there do remain too many places where being LGBT is a daily struggle, where discrimination and violence is a daily occurrence, and where tolerance and acceptance is a far-off dream. Members have commented that there are still 70 countries in the world today where it is illegal to be LGBT, and 11 of these, the death penalty remains on the statute book. And whilst that is the reality for millions of LGBT people around the world, it's important that Pride is seen not just as a month of events, but as a global movement of visibility. And I'm proud to say that this government will host a Safe to Be Me, a global equality conference that will bring together government representatives, business leaders, the civil society and international parliamentarians to address the safety of the LGBT community across the world. The conference is the next step in the UK's journey towards equality and will focus on decriminalisation, progressing legislative reform, tackling violence and discrimination, ensuring equal access to public services for LGBT people. In September, and I wanted to touch on this because I know that my honourable friend for Reigate and my honourable friend for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweedsdale made reference to the work that we need to do with the Commonwealth. And in 2020, we announced an additional 3.2 million of UK-funded projects to help Commonwealth governments and civil society groups reform those outdated laws and end the legacy of discrimination and violence that persists today. My honourable friend for Reigate and others did ask for whether the commitment from the Prime Minister will be delivered, and that I can say that commitment is still sound and will be delivered. Now, I can't promise the 40 million that my honourable friend for Reigate was asking, neither can I deliver the reform of the drugs laws. Those are well outside the brief of today, Madam Deputy Speaker. In addition to the 3.2 million for work in the Commonwealth, we've also given an extra 800,000 to support the vital work, especially of the civil society organisations, through the Commonwealth Equality Network, a network who work tirelessly to protect the rights of their fellow citizens and ensure that LGBT people live free from discrimination and violence. And I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was particularly pleased to see the recent appointment of my noble friend, the Lord Herbert of South Downs, as the UK Special Envoy on LGBT rights. And that further highlights this government's commitment to LGBT people at home and abroad. If I could turn to one or two of the specific areas that we've covered today, let me turn to health. Numerous members have talked about some of the issues facing the community when accessing health services, and it is a regular focus of all our discussions in this House, and it's the focus of this government's LGBT work. The appointment of Dr Michael Brady as the first National Health Advisor for LGBT is another example of our commitment to level up the outcomes for LGBT people. Appointed in April of 2019, Dr Brady has already achieved a great deal, liaising across NHS England, his work to ensure LGBT health inequalities are given consideration in the long-term planning and implementation. And he's working on improving data collection on sexual orientation and gender identity, and has held roundtables on LGBT health, and he has hosted the first national NHS LGBT health conference, highlighting issues that LGBT people experience. This is firmly on the agenda of our health department and our equalities team. In education, our manifesto made clear our commitment to helping teachers tackle anti-LGBT bullying, and the government continues to fund anti-bullying projects. The Department for Education is tendering a new anti-bullying programme that will include LGBT in their mandates. And I think the Honourable Member for Hornsey and Wood Green asked some specific questions, on all of which I will have the answers to, but I will make sure that we get back to her. But in particular asked about teacher training. Being married to a teacher, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do know that this issue is covered, but whether it is covered to the depth and to the satisfaction, as for the Honourable Member of Hornsey and Wood Green, that I don't know. And so what I will do is ask if my colleagues in the Department for Health responsible for that particular section of teacher training make contact with her, so that we can have a proper discussion as to whether there are any gaps in teacher training that need to be done. If I could, Madam Deputy Speaker, just look at one of the achievements on same-sex marriage. Let's not forget that it was a Conservative-led government that introduced same-sex marriage in 2013, and which extended this to include couples in Northern Ireland last year. And between 2014 and 2017, 25,000 same-sex couples married in the UK, myself included. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I was the first Conservative MP to actually use the legislation. My honourable friend for Darlington mentioned his 13-year civil partnership, and those of us in this House know the strains of being a Member of Parliament and will know the importance that we place on support from our partners and our family. And I think it's right we put on record that we pay tribute to our partners and our family for all they do to help us do our job in this place. Yeah. Now, that legislation on same-sex marriage has enabled tens of thousands to enjoy the rights and privileges and joy that marriage can bring. And if I say to my honourable friend for Carshalton and Wallington, who I know is disappointed with his delayed marriage, but I hope that this time next year he will take part in this debate as a married man. Yeah. Of course, there is more still to do. There is immense progress that has been made since the first Pride March, And we still have to carry on the progress to achieve full equality for LGBT people here at home. And that's why the government is committed to levelling up outcomes for LGBT people, as well as the groundbreaking global conference. We are also committed to banning conversion therapy, tackling hate crime and making it easier for trans people to access the support they need. Could you just give me one moment, because I may answer her question, or I may not. With regards to conversion therapy, as announced in the Queen's speech, the government will bring forward legislation to ban these practices. In order to ensure this legislation places victims at the centre of this work, we will launch a consultation in September this year to ensure we get it right. This will be an important and groundbreaking piece of legislation, and the first action that any UK government has taken to truly end conversion therapy. Shall I take the... Okay, of course.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Will he confirm that this legislation will be a ban, and that it will not talk about ending, it will talk about banning conversion therapy, and that there will not be religious exemptions within it?
Minister. The issue of the role of faith is obviously very difficult, and from a personal point of view, representing a very, very diverse constituency, I realise the challenges that any government have to make in getting this ban right. In terms of an outright ban, all I can say is that the government will work to ensure that the harmful practice of conversion therapy will be banned. It is not a question of whether, it is a question of when. It is not if, it is how we will be doing it. In my view, having led the first debate on banning conversion therapy in 2015, if it was easy, it would have been done by now. It is a complex issue that we need to get right, and I do appreciate the drive and the passion to banning the conversion therapy. I share that passion, but equally, I want to make sure that we get it right. If I could turn on to hate crime, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite all our progress, people continue to face homophobic, biphobic and transphobic hate crime. The government remains committed to tackling this, and work is underway to improve reporting and recording of LGBT hate crime. My honourable friend for Carshalton-Wallington asked about how we would be improving that. That is about improving not just reporting, but also improving the training for our police officers so that they understand the issue and can respond to it better than they have in the past. And the Home Office funds multiple projects to tackle homophobic, biphobic and transphobic hate crime. And this includes funding Gallup, the nation's leading LGBT anti-violence charity, to deliver the National Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual and Trans Domestic Violence Helpline. Turning, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Gender Recognition Act. This government is clear that people who are transgender should be able to live their lives as they wish. As announced in September 2020, after thorough consideration of the evidence and the wide range of views expressed in the previous administration's consultation, the government believes that the current provisions of the GRA 2004 allow for those who wish to legally change their gender to do so. At the same time, the process of applying for a gender recognition certificate should be as straightforward and dignified as possible. If I may move on to a couple of other issues, the Honourable Member for Wallasey did talk very powerfully about some of the impacts of COVID, the pandemic, on LGBT people in terms of things like homelessness, loneliness and not being in a supportive environment. And concerns have been raised that many LGBT people have been confined in homes with families who are not supportive of their sexual orientation or gender identity, and with limited access to their support networks, leaving them feeling isolated. And I have to say that I and my colleagues share that concern. And the Equality Hub continues to engage with other government departments and organisations in the sector to understand how best to support LGBT people during the pandemic and hopefully in the final stages of it. And if I may, of course.
I thank the Minister for giving way. On his point about the experience of LGBT people during the pandemic, will the government commit to an equality impact assessment so that this can be properly measured, properly recorded, and action taken based on the facts?
I thank the Shadow Minister for that question. And I can only promise to take that back to my colleagues in the GEO. As she knows, I'm not actually a portfolio holder, but I support the Equalities team. But I will make sure that that issue is taken back and that she gets a full answer to her. In terms of the shadow of the pandemic, it does hang over the community and all of the changes and the progress we wish to make for the community. And Pride is a moment of visibility. It's a living tradition, and it is obviously made difficult through doing it online rather than the physical manifestation of walking through the streets. There was some debate as to who is the gayest parliament in the world. I'm fearing, Madam Deputy Speaker, we may need to have a gay off in terms of which is the gayest parliament. But I have to say, to be fair, it is rather a nice thing as to whether the crown, if you like, of the gayest parliament rests with the UK Parliament or the Scottish Parliament. The fact that it rests within these aisles is a testament to the progress that we have made. And I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I close, I just wanted to mention a couple of colleagues who I'm not sure if they're in their place. But I have to say that the member for Ealing North, having been if the opposition whips are on their bench, given that he was a Pride steward, if he can corral the parade at Pride, I think he has a future in any whip's office. And I also would like to finally mention the honourable member for Liverpool Walton. I have to say that I found his words humbling, and I can only say that his friends and family, and above all his constituents, will be enormously proud of what he has done. To bare your soul in such a place as this, which can be an unforgiving place, but also a very forgiving place, took real courage, and I pay testament to what he did today. And I'm sure that he will find strength from colleagues across the House in the years to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, finally I would like to pay tribute to those activists that have gone before us. None of us could be here as gay members of Parliament or allies of the gay community. None of us could have had civil partnerships or got married or had access to PEP and PrEP and even possibly HIV treatments without the work that so many activists have done before us. And I have to say that I stand in awe of those who have put themselves out there to change society on my behalf. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we emerge from these difficult times, we can all be glad that the value and power of Pride is no less diminished since that first march through Highbury Fields in 1972. And I thank all members for their contributions today.
Angela Eagle.
Madam Deputy Speaker, one would have 2 minutes, but I've got a maximum of nearly 20 to wind up this debate. But I think that right honourable and honourable members on all sides of the House will probably like to know that I'm not going to use the full allocation, and you may just be able to get out of here fast enough to catch that last tube home. I think that we've had an extraordinarily powerful debate with contributions on all sides of the House from those many parliamentarians who are out and proud in what may be the gayest parliament in the world or may not be the gayest parliament in the world, but is certainly more a barrel of laughs than it was when I first got here in 1992. I'd like to thank my co-sponsors, the Honourable Member for Carshalton and Wallington, the Honourable Member for Arkle and South Perthshire, for helping me to persuade the Backbench Business Committee to hold this debate today to recognise Pride 2021 at the end of the month of, albeit mainly online, celebrations. I have to say it wasn't the most difficult job of persuasion I've ever had in my life, because the Backbench Business Committee were more than happy to accede to our wishes, and I think they knew that we would have an occasion as moving and profound as the one that we have had today. I'd like to particularly highlight the two speeches, actually, one by the member for Lanark and Hamilton East, talking about her particular struggle being raised north of the border in a very religious environment, coming to terms with her own sexual orientation, and of course the other speech that most right honourable and honourable members have mentioned from the honourable member for Liverpool Walton, who I think received and will continue to receive very many virtual hugs for the speech that he made, because we're not allowed actual ones at the moment. I think that we all agree that everyone should feel confident and respected in our society, whatever their sexual orientation. We all of us agree that that has often been very far from the case, and that we've had to fight as LGBT people for our community to create the circumstances, political and otherwise, where we could make progress towards that end. I think that we would all agree that we have made significant progress towards that end in the last 20-25 years, from quite difficult beginnings when I first came into this House, remembering that I'm only the second woman who ever came out as a member of this House, and that the pioneering one who came out, Maureen Colquhoun, was deselected, lost her seat as a result of being outed by the gossip columnist Nigel Dempster in the Daily Mail in the most cruel and disgusting circumstances. Circumstances, by the way, which have an echo in the way that trans people are now being treated in our national newspapers, and the toxic so-called debate that is going on in social media, which is precisely, Madam Deputy Speaker, where we should not be having any debates. We should have debates in a calm atmosphere where respect is around, rather than in the sewer that often is social media. And I think people should understand, and I think they do on all sides of this House, how toxic that particular so-called debate is at the moment, and we have to calm it down, and we have to ensure that people work together in respect so we can go forward together. I was disappointed, which is, I hope that the Minister, the Honourable Member for Finchley and Golders Green, won't take this personally, that we didn't have an Equalities Minister here today, because it's precisely their commitment in the new government post-2019 that we wanted to test. The debate that we had on conversion therapy was very disappointing in the way in which it was answered by the Minister for Equalities in March, and everyone on all sides of the House felt that way and communicated that to government in that unprecedented letter from the LGBT plus organisations in 8 of the parties represented in this House who communicated with the government after that debate. Therefore, I am a little bit more reassured from what the government, what the Minister has said from the dispatch box today. But we have to have, as soon as possible, a bill which bans conversion therapy without loopholes and without religious exemptions, because religious exemptions or loopholes about trans children merely create the capacity for a coach and horses to be driven through the ban. And we haven't come this far to preside over the putting onto the statute book of something that is ineffectual and that allows this abuse and torture to continue. And I hope that the Minister will take that back. Madam Deputy Speaker, many of us look forward to some progress on GRA reform, and again the Minister was rather coy about what that would be or when it would happen. I was hoping he'd be able to give us a bit more information, and if he'd like to write to me with more information, that would be fantastic. And the commitment to getting sex and relationship education done properly in schools, so that there's proper respect for all children as they're growing up, and all children are equipped to deal with life as happy and healthy adults, is equally important. And that will be a contentious area if the government doesn't stamp very quickly on some of the lies and incitements to hatred that are being planned and organised outside our schools. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to thank everyone who's contributed to the debate. I look forward to us making further progress, and I look forward to any kind of letter that the Minister might be able to send me to respond in more detail to some of those points. Thank you very much. And happy Pride.
Thank you. What an excellent debate. And it's always wonderful when we come in a little early. Not because it's about saving time, because it means that everybody who has wished to contribute has done so to the full extent that they wished to do so, and that's why there have been such good speeches this afternoon. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. If the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. We now come to the petition, and I hope that we have participating vocally only. Laura Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise virtually to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Swanley regarding the rebuilding of Orchards Academy, alongside an online petition on the same topic, which has been signed by 1,333 people. The petition declares that Orchards Academy is in urgent need of a rebuild due to serious structural problems with the school building. All children should be given the opportunity to learn in a safe and welcoming environment, and I and the residents who signed the petition firmly believe the pupils and teachers of Orchards Academy deserve a school fit for the 21st century. The petition therefore requests that the House of Commons urge the government to bring forward measures that will ensure Orchards Academy is rebuilt. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Are you doing something, please? I want to say something.
Petition, Orchards Academy.
Laura Trott. Thank you.
House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Siobhan MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Housing is by some distance the overwhelming issue brought to me by my constituents. Every Friday at my weekly advice surgery, I meet family after family on the 10,000-strong housing waiting list in Merton, to whom I struggle to offer any hope that they will soon have a place to call home when the demand is so high and the supply so small. I meet countless hard-working families who are evicted by their private landlords simply because someone else will pay more rent. I meet families on the council's transfer list, families with 2, 3, even 4 children in one-bedroom flats who will never, ever get a move to a larger home, whose children will never have the opportunity of a place to do their homework or to bring their friends. And far, far too regularly, I meet social housing tenants living in complete disrepair at the end of their tether with the endless hurdles they face to fix even the smallest problems. Residents like Kwajo Twinaboa. The Minister may be familiar with his case already. He bravely partnered with ITV News in June, who reported on the simply appalling conditions in which he and his neighbours are living, shining a light on the issue in every MP's postbag. Can I make clear right away my gratitude to Kwajo, to Daniel Hewitt and ITV News, and to Anne Baldwin and Deborah Fryer from the Eastfields Residents Association for their collective commitment and determination in fighting not just their corner, but in support of their neighbours and perhaps unknowingly in support of social housing tenants right across our country. I'd like to start by addressing the disrepair at the estate in the report directly, before highlighting how it's by no means an isolated case. I will then detail the completely ineffective and bureaucratic system of tenants' complaint procedures and so-called regulation, before concluding with the obvious steps that must be urgently taken by the Minister and his government. But first, Eastfields, a Clarion-owned housing estate in Mitcham in complete disrepair. My inbox is bursting with Clarion cases to the point that a weekly meeting now takes place between my office and that of Clarion to monitor the progress on each individually. But it should never have reached this point. A weekly meeting is no solace for Quadjo. He lives in a property overtaken by mice, cockroaches, damp and mould. His father sadly and tragically passed away last year from cancer. Quadjo says that he asked for help before he died and nobody listened, and the problems have since continued. I quote, "Nobody should have to live needing to heat water in a pot to bathe with because their water doesn't work and their landlord won't fix it. Nobody should be having their kitchen sink and washing machine fill with sewage water. Nobody should watch a ceiling collapse right next to their son studying during lockdown after already complaining countless times asking for it to be fixed. But this is our reality. The problem in Merton is that a significant amount of Clarion stock is at the end of its life. Some of it is on the waiting list to be redeveloped. But a solution down the line is no excuse to let paying residents wait and live in squalor. And whilst everyone agrees that Eastfields needs to be regenerated and demolished, it doesn't dissolve the disrepair across the other estates that so desperately also need to be redeveloped. Because Quadjo's case is no anomaly. Take Ms P of the Phipsbridge estate. For over 18 months, my office has been badgering Clarion about an external leak into her property, resulting in damp and mould and damaging her floor and decoration and causing all manner of electrical concerns. Clarion has been unable to stop the water supply to her block and to even stop the water to her own particular flat. Her flat is so small that she sleeps on the sofa so that her teenage son can have the only bedroom. But when the damp took over the bedroom, both mum and 17-year-old son were forced to share the living room. She has been forced to take days off work without pay to have the repairs done, only to be frustrated when contractors don't turn up or don't complete the job. Or take Ms N. I contacted Clarion on the 11th of May to report water pouring from the property above through her fuse box and electrics. A huge health and safety concern that surely needed an urgent resolution, particularly when the water was then leaking further to the flat below. It took a team of surveyors and contractors to discover that the source of the leak was a bath fitted by United Living in the flat above, which had not been sealed with mastic. How on earth did this take 6 weeks to solve? If there is a leak in my house, I phone a plumber and he comes round that day. And if he doesn't come round, I get another plumber. The problem is solved. Or second Mrs P of Sadler's Close. I first raised her case with Clarion in 2014. Yes, 2014. There was a catalogue of problems: water pressure, constant leaks, rodent infestation, damp and mould. Her property is in complete disrepair. Ultimately, I contacted the Ombudsman in February 2020. Now, I understand that it's been quite a year, but they didn't formally consider her case until April 2021. For the last year and a half, she has been batted between the Ombudsman and Clarion and is still waiting for a resolution. The Clarion complaints process. To make a complaint and to see it through to its conclusion at Clarion, you need the patience of a saint, the tenacity of a 5-star general, and an immense amount of data on your phone, a laptop to email, and a postgraduate degree in bureaucracy. You start by dealing with a call centre where nobody knows your name or where you live, where nobody is responsible for your complaint, and where the work is done by contractors such as NG, United Living and ARC, whose records the call holders don't have access to. And if you don't get your repairs done, your only option is to go through a 2-stage written complaints process. If you ever mention the threat of legal action, then expect your case to be shut down immediately. Legal action is a polite way to express the frustration that many people must feel. Madam Deputy Speaker, sometimes I feel like I work for Clarion. Prior to the lockdown, my process was to complain about a case twice in writing, and then I would book a site meeting if it remained unresolved. I intend to go back to that when restrictions are lifted. I don't care if it takes hours and hours and hours of my week. I am going to pursue every case, and I'm going to run them as ragged as they run some of my constituents. Of course.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving me. Can I commend the Honourable Lady for her tenacity, for her strength of character, which delivers on behalf of her constituents. None of us fail to be impressed by her commitment to her constituents. The Honourable Lady is absolutely right. It's important to get a time to rebalance. I would suggest rebalance the relationships between the landlords and the tenants. And if the Ombudsman cannot make that happen, then I believe that the Minister has to be the person to crack the whip.
There is a solution at hand that the Minister will know about, but is yet and as yet not introduced. Now, I understand the dilemma for housing associations. I have the greatest of respect for them. Before entering the House and when I had a proper job, I worked for Battersea Church's Housing Trust, an organisation that, like so many housing associations, came out of its community in the response to the horrors of Cathy Come Home. It was led by people of faith who didn't always get everything right, but who knew their tenants and knew their properties. Everything that made housing associations great, in my view, was undermined by the incoming coalition government, slashing the social housing budget by 50% overnight, reducing it from £9.5 billion to £4.2 billion, slashing capital grants and attempting to make up the difference through the introduction of an unaffordable, affordable rent, where tenants were to pay a rent of 80%.
The Honourable Lady understands that we have to move the adjournment again.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do not now adjourn again. Siobhan MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was just waxing a bit lyrical about the financing structures introduced by the coalition government, slashing the grants to build houses and trying to make up the difference by introducing an affordable rent of 80% market value, attempting to shore up the system on the backs of some of the poorest people in the country. The whole system relied on those housing associations having ever larger borrowing power and equity in their stock, which in turn forced mergers, taking them further away from their community and their tenants. An invidious position, to say the least, the choice being to stop providing houses for those in most need in order to retain their integrity and their local commitment, or to grapple with a new funding regime to continue to do the best they could to provide those homes. The coalition government battered our social housing system from pillar to post. They even completely abolished the Audit Commission and the Housing Inspectorate under the bonfire of the Quangos, so that we now need to talk about reinventing the wheel a decade on. The evidence could not be clearer that their belief in self-regulation in reality means no regulation. So I will pursue Clarion, but I also pledge to badger the government, because this is where the ultimate blame lies. Problems with the Housing Ombudsman. With my remaining time, I would like to consider the options available for Quadjo, or indeed any resident in his shoes, to complain about the performance of his housing association. First, the Ombudsman, an authority that looks at the process and not the disrepair. To make a complaint in the first place, you have to go through Clarion's previously described multi-stage complaints process. When you finally get through the system, and if you have the patience and tenacity left, then you start the Ombudsman process from scratch, only to find that you need a signed form from a designated person like an MP or a councillor, or to wait 8 whole weeks if you don't. More hurdles, more bureaucracy, and when you eventually reach the burdensome finishing line, the Ombudsman isn't looking at whether your leak has been fixed, but whether the process to fix your leak is correct. Oh, and you've got to hope that your complaint falls on the right day of the week, because they don't take phone calls on a Tuesday or a Thursday. Can the Minister honestly tell me that if he had water dripping through his ceiling electrics, that this is a process he would have the patience to follow? Because I cannot. The alternative is to take your complaint to the social housing regulator, and here I quote from the regulator. By law, our remit does not include proactive monitoring of how a registered provider performs or complies with our consumer standards. By law, we can only take action against a landlord when it has made significant systemic failure that breaches the standards we have set. And although our role is not to resolve individual disputes between tenants and landlords, we signpost tenants or their representatives who have individual complaints to the Housing Ombudsman Service. Back to square one. And whilst the regulator is required to proactively regulate economic standards of housing associations, it can only take action on consumer standards reactively when it finds evidence of serious detriment to tenants. Hardly helpful. It's no wonder that they concluded that no regulatory action was needed when inspecting Clarion on the back of endless complaints from Tower Hamlets councillors back 5 years ago. I quote directly, "From the information we considered, we could see that there were individual incidents of service failures, including in relation to Clarion's handling of some complaints. But we have not seen evidence of systemic failings by Clarion which would necessitate regulatory action." But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the regulator did not meet directly with a single tenant or leaseholder as part of the investigation. To recap, if you were Quadro living in disrepair at Eastfields, waiting endlessly for the regeneration to begin, and you had water pouring through your ceiling, the bureaucratic hurdles in your path include a multi-stage complaints process with your landlord, the securing of the backing of an MP or councillor, or an 8-week wait for an ombudsman that would analyse whether due process had been followed, and a regulator that will signpost you back to the ombudsman. Is it any wonder he is crying out for help? We are asking people to go through a process that I personally would not have the patience to deal with, and we are then surprised with the anger and frustration that is poured out. But the Minister will be delighted to hear that the solution is in his hands. I'd like to draw to his attention the government's social housing white paper, a paper that envisages a thorough strengthening of the regulator's role in consumer issues of the type abolished by the government before last. It would be proactive, it would monitor and drive landlords' compliance with improved consumer standards, it would introduce routine inspections for the largest landlords every 4 years, it would give the regulator a power to publish a code of practice on the consumer standards, it would strengthen the regulator's enforcement power, and it would introduce a new power to arrange emergency repairs if needed, where a survey uncovers evidence of systemic landlord failure. Sounds like a huge step in the right direction, doesn't it? So what's the problem? Not a single word in the Queen's speech was given to enacting these solutions into law. Minister, if this is not introduced in this parliamentary session, Kojo and his neighbours will wait in excess of 5 years to get anything done to get the regulatory system improved. Is this government asking them to wait in squalor until that time? Can I urge the Minister in the strongest terms to use his authority and to call for this to receive the government time and priority it so obviously needs? But whilst I am certain that a strengthened regulator would be a positive step in the right direction, I am under no illusion that it does not build a single new socially rented home. In Merton alone, there are 9,485 households on the housing waiting list, but just 74 two-beds, 32 three-beds and 3 four-beds have been available in the last year. It's a national problem. We are now 1.15 million households on social housing waiting lists across the country, but just 6,566 new social homes were built last year, one of the lowest number on record. At that rate, it will take 175 years to give everyone on the waiting list a social rented home. Where is the ambition? Where is the political will? I would like to finish with the words of Anne, who chairs the Eastfields Residents Association. It angers me that it had to take a report by an ITV news journalist to highlight the disgraceful conditions that Clarion are happy for their tenants to live in. These residents have been living in these circumstances for years, having to pay rent to live in substandard housing. The government needs to tighten up regulations, bring in a similar idea to Ofsted to hold housing associations to account, because nobody living in the 21st century should be expected to live this way. But Minister, if there were only a white paper waiting for government time.
Minister Luke Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate and thank the Honourable Lady for bringing this debate before the House. I know how important this issue is to her, the provision of safe and decent social housing. She's spoken passionately on behalf of Quadjo and so many of her constituents who want to see progress in the area. So I'm grateful to have the opportunity to discuss this important agenda and set out what we're doing to try and improve the lives of social housing tenants. I think hearing her remarks and seeing the news reports over recent weeks have really highlighted the plight of some of the social housing residents who are struggling with unacceptable conditions and landlord services. These cases have raised, I think, critical questions for so many people involved in social housing, and that's why the white paper, which I will come to, is such an important step in addressing some of these questions. I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the 23 million households in this country, 17% are in the social rented sector, with 2.5 million people renting from a housing association and 1.6 million people renting from a local authority. People in social housing must be treated with dignity and respect and have their complaints handled effectively. And the recent cases that we have seen and heard about today have highlighted that some residents are simply not receiving a quality service from their landlords in respect of the terrible conditions in a Croydon Council housing block. Of course, the Council have commissioned ARC Consultancy to carry out an independent investigation, and ARC's report assesses what went wrong and sets out the steps Croydon must take to address those failings. The regulator of social housing has concluded its own investigation into the issues in Croydon and found the council to be in breach of its consumer standards. I know the regulator is working with Croydon to ensure the council takes the necessary action to remedy those issues. Of course, the regulator is also considering information received from Clarion Housing Association in relation to the Eastfields estate, which we've heard so much about this afternoon, and will form a view on whether there is evidence of systemic failure which would indicate a breach of regulatory standards. We were appalled to hear about and learn about the conditions on Eastfields estate. Social homes have to be safe and decent, provide security, dignity and respect to residents. They should be treated with that respect. And if things go wrong, there should be swift redress. In this absolutely shocking case, those expectations have not been met, and I understand Anne's anger and thank her for all the work that she's doing on behalf of the residents. Of course, a review of decent homes standard has begun, as has work to improve fire and electrical safety and harm from carbon monoxide. I understand that Croydon have accepted their failings in full, and of course the regulator is then considering future progress. The Housing Ombudsman also has an important role to play in improving residents' experiences of social housing. The Ombudsman experienced a big drop in the number of inquiries and complaints last spring in 2020 due to the impact of the pandemic. But in recent months, the number of complaints has increased significantly. Just over 6,000 complaints and inquiries were made between January and March this year. That's a 73% increase compared to the same quarter last year. And whilst some of those issues may be deferred during the pandemic and stored up and raised now, we can't accept that this is a new normal. The increase underlines the need for landlords to adhere to the good practice set out in the complaint handling code. It's clear that some landlords have significant work to do to improve the standard of their homes and the service that they provide to their residents. On the specific issue of damp and mould, which has been highlighted by Croydon and the Eastfield cases, the Ombudsman recently issued a call for evidence to support investigation into this issue. This is in response to data suggesting a high rate of maladministration in these cases and the significant impact, of course, that has on so many residents' lives. The investigation will enable the Ombudsman to make recommendations to help landlords improve their services. And despite the shocking cases highlighted in Croydon and Eastfields, we are seeing positive signs of broader improvement in standards.
How would the Minister resolve problems of damp and mould growth in a one-bedroom flat where there is a mum and 4 or 5 children? Because I don't think there is a landlord in the country that could do that. We are desperate for Eastfields to be regenerated, and we completely support Clarion in their efforts to do that, because that is the only way that people on that estate will get to live in houses of the size that they need. For everybody not on Eastfields, there isn't the same way out.
I thank her again for that point. I'm always happy to discuss that in detail with her, whether it's outside of this debate, and happy to hear more about the individual cases that are so shocking and so worrying that she has raised. I do think, though, as I said, we are seeing some signs of broader improvements. If you look back to 2019, 12% of dwellings in the social rented sector failed to meet the decent homes standard. That's down from 20% in 2010. This is lower than the proportion of private rented sector and owner-occupied homes which failed the standard, but it is still not good enough. And that's why we're reviewing the decent home standard as a key plank of our charter for social housing residents, the social housing white paper, which we published in November 2020. The charter for social housing residents sets out that every social housing resident in England should be able to expect to be safe in their home, should know that their landlord is performing, should have their complaints dealt with promptly and fairly, should be treated with respect, should have their voice heard, should have a good quality home and neighbourhood to live in, and be supported to take their first step to ownership. These reforms set out in the white paper, which underpin the charter, they will drive change throughout the social housing sector, as the lady said, ensuring that everyone working in the sector listens to residents and treats them with courtesy and respect. We know there are many landlords who are passionate about putting their residents first, and we want to see this approach replicated right throughout the sector. And that's why our reform package will transform social housing redress and consumer regulation. It will improve the quality and safety of social homes and rebalance the relationship between landlords and tenants. The regulator of social housing will be given stronger powers to proactively monitor and drive compliance with consumer standards, with regular inspections of the largest landlords and new tenant satisfaction measures to help assess landlord performance on issues like repairs and complaints handling. The white paper emphasises the importance of the Ombudsman service in ensuring residents can access swift and fair redress when things go wrong. It sets out that range of measures to increase the Ombudsman's impact in driving up standards, including through closer working with the regulator of social housing. Now, the Honourable Lady raised, of course, the Housing Ombudsman Service, which is, of course, compulsory for social landlords, and its membership consists of over 2,300 landlords, representing over 4.5 million individual households. The White Paper has set out how we've already acted to enable the Ombudsman to take decisions more quickly. If you look at the Ombudsman's average determination rate for formal investigations in 2019-20, that was below its 6-month target of 5.8 months, the first time that target has been achieved. So that is positive news, that the performance is better than it has been before. And we're trying to speed up access to the Ombudsman by removing the democratic filter that the Honourable Lady talked about through the Building Safety Bill. That will allow residents with unresolved complaints to have direct access to the Ombudsman rather than having to wait 8 weeks or approach an MP, approach a councillor or a tenant panel for a referral. And we know that's an important point that's been raised by the Honourable Lady, many others many times before. We've strengthened the Ombudsman's powers so it can take stronger action against landlords and better support residents when things go wrong. There is a very high level of compliance by landlords with compliance orders, 95% within 3 months and 99% within 6 months. Landlords were ordered to pay compensation to residents, totalling £412,000 across the year, and last year, 3/4 of residents who sought support with informal resolution of complaints said the Ombudsman has helped them. Since the White Paper was published, the Housing Ombudsman, Richard Blakeway, has made further progress in responding to the White Paper agenda, including establishing a 600-strong resident panel, which will involve residents in the development of the Ombudsman service, in publishing a framework which sets out how the Ombudsman will look beyond individual disputes to identify problems which need to be addressed across the sector, and launching that investigation into damp and mould. Again, I know an issue that's so important to so many of her constituents. Also by publishing determinations in individual cases and landlord performance data, and issuing complaint handling failure orders where landlords fall short against the standards set out in the complaints handling code that we published last summer. But we know that many of the most egregious complaints never reach the Ombudsman at all, meaning that some residents miss out on the support that could be offered to them. And that's why the White Paper sets out plans for a communication campaign to ensure that social housing residents know how to complain when things go wrong and they have confidence in the process. Earlier this year, we ran a 5-week campaign on social media with the slogan, "Make Things Right." The campaign has helped to improve awareness, both of the ability to raise these issues and raise confidence in the process as well. We are absolutely committed to implementing the reforms that were laid out in our Charter for Social Housing Residents. They will deliver transformational change for social residents. We still continue to We continue to develop our proposals on social housing regulations. We do want to legislate as soon as is practicable.
When? What month? What year?
Minister.
I can't give her a date, unfortunately, at this point, but we do want to do it as soon as we are possibly able, and the proposals are right and ready. We share her urgency and her passion to get this done, but we do want to develop our reforms, get them in the right place, and we will legislate as soon as we can. But of course, we understand the urgency and the issues that she has raised. I know how important this issue is to her and her constituents. And Deputy Speaker, I know that there are so many issues that could be addressed. Perhaps I can meet with the Honourable Lady to talk about some of these issues in more detail in the coming days or weeks, so we can hear more about her constituents' concerns. I'm very grateful to her. We want to make sure that the system for handling social housing residents' complaints is fit for purpose and accessible, and that it drives improvements for individual complainants, but also for the benefits of all of the residents in a community too. That's why we're taking action to ensure that the social housing sector is better regulated, that residents have better and faster access to redress, and to fundamentally rebalance the relationship between landlords and residents. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Charter for Social Housing Residents sets out what every social housing resident should be able to expect. The measures set out in the White Paper will ensure those expectations become a reality for all residents.
Thank you. The question is, this House do now adjourn. As many as that opinion say aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.